yes, something that you would traditionally see a man in the role of doing.
Sure.
He's putting women in and empowering them in this way and showing, that there's an untold story in art history, and women, it's not something novel for women to be doing carpentry or be in sort of a laboring position, but
it's a little novel to have it laid out well,
Exactly.
Okay, so come back around this way, Peter, and show this one as well. This woman here may be a woman in a different painting. There is a painting of what has to be a 75, 80-year-old woman, butt naked, wrenching on a car, which is one of the coolest pictures. I can't show it to you. We can show you this one, though. What is Matthew doing here? I mean, she seems to be in charge of everything.
Yeah, so this is a commentary on women in politics and how they're so often only spoken about based on the clothing that they're wearing and not necessarily the policies and ideas that they have. So he's putting these women almost in this like glowing halo in the center of all of these businessmen in their boring navy and black and brown suits, and just showing that these are also decision makers. And
I just wanted your take on something I was talking about with Leslie. Michael Showman, for our Showman Gallery down here, spectacular layout. I don't know how much longer this is up here. I'm going to buy everything, and you'll be like, Hank, you don't have any money. And then I'll be like, can I still? Okay. But talk to me about being a gallery owner here in New Orleans. Sure. Because I've never been here before. We dropped in on Sunday, and I'm an art lover, and I've lived a lot of places, but I'm transfixed by this place. And I guess I'm certainly not alone. Artists come here for a visit and wind up making a deal and living here,
Absolutely.
Is that your story?
That's somewhat my story. I visited New Orleans impromptu for a 3-day trip over the holidays when I was a senior in university, and just fell in love with the city. The city is full of artists, be them musicians, culinary artists, and the visual arts was sort of this still untapped potential. It wasn't spoken about enough in the country.
Now, is there another one you want to show us? That's glorious as well, and it's all incredibly sexy. Is there another artist to show us?
Yes, so in the middle space here, as we make our way back, is a Jackson, Mississippi-based artist, Ginger Williams Cook. And her work is all about the astrological signs painted using portraits of Greek mythology.
Did you curate the show?
I did. I curated,
so this speaks
I
a lot.
Everything here.
Okay, fair enough. But look at this, not the same style as Toll, but some common themes. I mean, you're going very ancient, very Greek, really.
Absolutely. So I am an art historian by training, and this is something that has always interested me in art, specifically contemporary art, looking back at the past to retell the story or tell untold stories, and then also make a commentary about the world we live in today.
Yeah, no question about it. And I will be forever. I don't know. I'm still taken back to something that we saw in. What are you going to do next? What role does the Super Bowl play in this town as far as the art world is concerned? It can't hurt to have tons of people in town. I mean, there's going to be great benefits from it. They're going to eat everything. They're going to throw up on the porch. They're going to be drunk. But like,
probably, but we're here to clean it up, because if they have a good time, then we did our job right.
Okay.
I would say that it's exposing us to an audience that may otherwise not see us. Sports goers may not necessarily be partaking in the arts, but we're doing this event this coming Sunday morning to encourage people to come out and visit us before they head to the game, to just create a more diverse experience for them as they visit.
No question about it. You'll absolutely get your eyes open. Michael, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. What a joy. And thanks for the show. The art is stunning in here. I forgot how good painters can be. I can't believe anyone can do this with a brush. It's stupid. All right, we got to go before we wind up showing something that's going to get in trouble. Michael, you have a dirty mind, and I love you, brother. Let's go. Leslie, let's put this back on you and go out front. I think we got maybe a minute left. I just want to, 2 minutes left about is what we've got. And Mike, that's the reason I'm talking to my producer all the time. Mike's the reason I couldn't turn around and show a lot of stuff, because there's a lot, like I said, there's a lot of sass on the walls, and it's great. Tell us a little bit about, he did a little bit of it, Art Blitz.
Yeah, Art Blitz. So we're doing a special art walk for folks who are on their way to the Dome. Whether you're here to cheer for the Eagles or the Chiefs, you can pregame with art. We have 9 galleries that'll be open. Everywhere that's been featured today will be open, in addition to several others. You can go to artisneworleans.com for a full listing and plan your trip. While you're down here, you can see a bunch of great murals and have a meal and get ready for the big game.
All right, you're a very important woman down here. So this is going to resonate. I need a prediction on Sunday. I need a football prediction. In some people's minds, there's nothing quite as arty as full-bore football going on the football field. It's insane. It's surreal.
I feel like
football is arty.
I feel like it's rude of me to tell a Philadelphia affiliate that I'm rooting for the Chiefs.
It's not rude. It's not rude. Trust me, you're not the only one. It's okay. Why are you rooting for the Chiefs, though?
Actually,
I told you I'm not going to ask anyone where they're from anymore.
No, I'm just teasing. I don't really have a dog in the fight.
Right.
In fact, Saquon Barkley is probably one of the most exciting football players I've ever seen do his thing. But I might have a little skin in the game. So.
All right. That's all right. Well, I don't know if Saquon's seeing anybody right now, so maybe go.
Saquon, get at me. I'm pretty sure he has a
I love it. Listen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, I got about 20 seconds left. I need a recommendation. Early tomorrow morning, who's open? Who should I put on Good Day early hours tomorrow? Who's going to host us all day tomorrow, early tomorrow?
Oh, man. Maybe
Put her on the spot. That's the one question she hasn't been able to answer
Maybe
yet.
one of the restaurants or one of the museums.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I got phone calls to make.
You should a crawfish boil or something.
Well, it's not a bad idea. We were at the
I got a good guy.
fishing restaurant this morning. Listen, guys, love you to pieces. Stick around for what's next. You got a ton of Bill Anderson coming up. All the sports you want from Radio Row. And if I feel sassy, I might even drop in there with him. All of it from New
Okay, day 3. And if you take a look around, you can see that every day as the whole process has gone further and further, you see it growing. Now, when we first started here on Monday, you could see from here all the way back to the wall. Now, pretty much every space has filled in. There are multiple shows going on. The activity that's going on here this morning when we came in has been a little bit off the charts. The people who are walking around, the different shows that are broadcasting live, the number of players who are here, the celebrities are starting to make their way through. And this is the first 2 days. It was kind of interesting. This is my first time. Let me put this away so I don't get in trouble again. I was chastised for my credential being out. So the first couple of days, this was, it's new to me. It's the first time I've been here. And so all of what you're seeing now is pretty much what people were describing to me as to what you're going to see consistently here on Media Row. So this morning, a whole bunch of NFL alumni, some current players. Again, celebrities walking through. There's the Philly sports guy right there walking through, all made up. He came in, was getting himself together. He's got like sponsors and whatnot as he was here getting everything going. Right off to the side, I don't know if Dave can see it, but some of our local guys, there's Mikey Miss, who was over there doing his show on radio. That table, he's got his credentials on, so I guess he's bigger deal than me. He's allowed to keep his credentials on as the Philly sports guy walks right by their table. And so the folks are making their way in. You're starting to see more and more of them, and it's kind of a cool setup and phenomenon. It's what we were talking about before, because there's all of these people who are walking around and they have, I don't know, assistants, aides, PR people, marketing folks, all with them, and just kind of walking around, making their way to the various tables. And so that's what we're going to do today. I see Craig Olson over there from the coverage on the NFL coverage. And we get to play that game that we've been playing for the last couple of days, where somebody walks by, you're pretty sure, because they're, 6'8", 350, you're pretty sure that these are guys who are here, football players, current or past, but you're kind of figuring out what everybody is doing. Most people have some sort of a plan or a program that they are talking about. Many of them are doing advocacy work, activism, so they all have some sort of program that they are discussing. And so this morning, we're going to do what we have been doing. Going to get started. We've got several guests that are set up. Here goes Ross Tucker walking by. You see him on the Fantastic Sports Show multiple times. We've seen some of the folks that we have had on in the past. And so I don't want to walk too far, because I know that we have all sorts of folks set up. How you doing? Morning. Good, good. Where's the who?
The girls.
Oh.
Yeah, Monday morning.
Yeah.
Great TV.
Listen, they're out somewhere causing drama. Wait, how did you see that? Come here for 1 second. How did you see that?
Viral.
Where did you see it?
I saw it on X, and I just went, that guy is one of the best TV men in the world. He has created a moment. But when I first saw it, I didn't know he was a big star in Philadelphia.
Okay.
I didn't know your guy was a TV star and known for brilliant viral moments. So
Yeah, he's a little extra.
Oh, so I'm watching it going, what a legend. There's this middle-aged man just picking up chicks on the street in Bourbon Street at 5 a.m., I thought. And then 20 seconds in, I went, aha, now I got it. Now, But if you didn't know who that guy was, that is one of
Just a legend.
Just a legendary clip, on the streets of New Orleans at 5 a.m. Beautiful television.
Obviously accent. Where are you from?
I'm Australian, Melbourne, Australia.
And doing media from Australia.
Yeah, that's correct, yes. Yeah.
So Mike Jarek, our morning guy, was talked about on social media in Australia.
Globally, in Australia. Yeah, Australians loved it. I had friends sending me that from all direction. Yeah, so just a beautiful television moment. And the co-host there, she handled it just beautifully. She is she is just wonderful. She's the next Oprah. Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Right. I feel like that's a mic drop moment.
Yeah, wonderful.
Bill,
Yeah,
very nice to meet you. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, guys. So that was, I got to tell you, we've actually heard a lot of that. So that gentleman from Australia working for a media outlet in Australia came by and was walking by and talking about how Mike Jarek on Bourbon Street on day one has gone viral to the point where media in Australia was talking about what's going on. Whoever is back at the station handling that, I feel like you need to go ahead and clip that moment and go with it. They said that Alex is the next Oprah, that Mike is an international phenomenon, it's going global, and they're talking about him all the way through to Australia. So that's kind of what this atmosphere is about. So we've got a list of things that we're going to do today. I'm just standing up, stretching my legs because not sure, honestly, how often we're going to be able to do that with all of the people that we have lined up. I think that's Marcus Smith, who came on our show before, who's doing some of his working with support, has a podcast that he helps players deal with their emotional issues and the challenges they're facing. So we will go over and grab him at some point. I'm also not straying too far away from this area because we are, at the same time that I'm wandering and showing you what all the other folks are doing, we have a guest that we're waiting to make their way through Media Row and get over to us. And one of the challenges that you face while doing this is that when people start walking through and the other outlets see them, then they get grabbed, and it can take half an hour, 45 minutes or so to make your way through Media Row. Going over to see our good friend Coach O. Her table is getting set up back over here as they're getting ready to go. I'm being selective of walking in the back of other people's shots. I'm trying not to do that because that could be irritating to people who are doing their thing. So we're just waiting to get things all set up and ready, guys. Welcome to Superstream 59. It is day 3. I'm Bill Anderson. Want to remind you that we are your Super Bowl station. So because of that, we've got you covered all up and down. So from Good Day and the internationally viral moments to us streaming here on Fox Local and the Fox 29 YouTube page pretty much all day, to Breland and Jason and Chris O'Connell from Fantastic Sports Show, to the news 5, 6, 10, 11. Hank is doing his streaming show, as you just saw this morning. We have kind of come into New Orleans and just deployed. Like, we wake up every morning and come together, and actually that doesn't really happen, but there's a whole plan. We go break and then spread all throughout. I also saw, and we're going to try to get him over here as well, walking around Van Lathan. So this is cool. Like, I've seen this walking around today. Talk to us for 1 second.
Yeah,
We need to take a break, but I've seen this moving around a couple different times.
Yeah, so I work with the Ochsner IS group, and we partnered with Omni Labs that provided us with these robots to let some of our kids that are in the Ochsner Children's Hospital experience some of the events surrounding the Super Bowl. So we have one of our Children's Hospital patients here that is controlling this robot from the hospital, and he's just participating in all these events. You want to come up this way, Magic, and turn towards this camera? They want to see what the robot looks like.
So it's the robot, but there's one of your patients is there watching and controlling.
Yes. So from the hospital, he's on a laptop, and he can talk.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
So how has it been seeing everything that's going on at the Super Bowl parties?
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, have you seen any of your favorite people?
No, not yet. I'm going to see Patrick.
Okay, and tell me your name again.
Magic.
Your name is Magic?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That's awesome. Now, we're a station from Philadelphia. So, can you be an Eagles fan at least today?
No, sir.
Wait, no?
No, he's definitely a diehard Chiefs fan, Magic.
You're a Chiefs fan?
Yes.
All right. Well, you're our friend, Magic, so we're okay with you being a Chiefs fan. We're still going to pull for the Eagles. I hope you're enjoying all of this. No, I hope that you start to feel a little bit better seeing all of this. We appreciate you spending some time with us.
Yes, sir.
You don't want to say go Birds?
No.
Go Chiefs.
Okay. Feel better. So this is cool. So you guys walk around and do this throughout, and Magic just takes it and goes in the next direction.
He's controlling this from a laptop in his hospital room, and it's just we've had sponsored with Verizon to help us provide the network, Omni Labs providing the robots. They did this 2 Super Bowls ago as well. And so this year they asked us if we wanted to take part in this to let the children at the hospital experience some of the big events going around the Super Bowl.
That's amazing. Thank you. We appreciate you. It's very nice to meet you, Magic.
Nice to meet you, too.
All right, you take care.
Thank y'all.
Absolutely. We do need to take a break. It is Fox Local, Fox 29, Superstream 59. We'll be right back. Our Superstream 59. We're continuing to keep you posted on. Absolutely. There is a camera right there. Going to shout out Philadelphia.
Go Eagles, go Birds.
Go Birds, right?
Yeah.
Love that. Love that. All right, so there, yeah, we are. I'm just wandering. And there's so many people. So what I was trying to do is over there is an individual who was dealing with the, he was doing an interview with one of the other groups. And the challenge that we were facing over there with them is the challenge that you pretty much face going through all of Media Row. And that is everybody has something going on. And everybody is out there trying to get their entire story told as this is all taking place. So we've got from Barstool, Francesco Mariano. Did I say it right?
You did.
And it's the Chicks in the Office podcast.
That is correct.
That just sounds like trouble.
Yeah. We try and not get in trouble, but, sometimes trouble. Can't avoid it sometimes.
You didn't even sound terribly convinced when you said that. We try not to get in trouble. But trouble finds us.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about the podcast first.
Awesome. So the podcast is 3 days a week. We do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Pop culture, celebrity news, interviews, reality TV, all those fun stuff. And I co-host with my best friend, Rhea, and we have the best time. And right now, we stay normally a lot of pop culture focused, but right now, anytime we're around a game like this, there's so much fun stuff to talk about and can't avoid the Taylor Swift of it all and everything like that.
Taylor Swift of it all.
Yeah.
You were at Media Night?
No, I was
Monday?
not.
She just got into town.
Yep.
So it's interesting because we had a lot of conversations, and it would be interesting to hear from you because we were there at Media Night.
Yeah.
My first time doing it. And there's obviously all of the kind of players and things there, but there was a lot of the pop culture. There were a lot of kind of influencers and people who were there asking questions. Do you think that that's cool and expands it to another audience, or the kind of stickler, diehard folks who are like, we should be talking football, not their favorite whatever?
Totally. I think it's a fun mix, but you kind of have to put yourself in check a little bit when it goes very personal. Some people just really dig in, and then it's like, okay, Travis Kelce's playing a massive game. Do we need to be asking him when he's proposing, like in front of me? It's crazy. They jump into it, but I do think it's fun with the players. And was she an Eagles fan? Was she not? Is this? It's like it's fun banter, and it's probably a little light for the players. Instead of having to really just dig into the X's and O's on Media Night,
I feel like I'm on both sides of it.
Yeah.
We're here covering this, and our whole sports team from the station in Philadelphia is here. And yet I also host a show where we went through and analyzed whether or not Taylor Swift and her family should stay true to their Eagles roots.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like, I know he's your man, but go Birds.
I just had the exact same conversation on my show because I said, I see the support from her dad, but if my dad, who is a diehard fan, I said if I was married to a player who was on the team that the Eagles were playing in the Super Bowl, I said my dad would be TPing my house in green toilet paper.
Nice.
Like that's
dad.
where it would be. So I appreciate the support.
I think
it's nice, but I when you're that diehard, it's like you're looking at your son-in-law, future son-in-law maybe, and you're like, oh no.
I think the bigger violation will be if you could look up in the box on Sunday and Sabrina Carpenter's wearing Chiefs stuff. Because she's also local, and Taylor has an excuse. She might marry one, but if Sabrina's suddenly wearing Chiefs stuff, we have another problem.
That's why Kylie Kelsey does it the best.
Yes.
Yes, the Duchess of Delco.
Yes.
Like she represents.
Yep.
Right, so the podcast explores all things fun, sports, what have you. But you're in town doing a pretty cool event.
Yes, so Battle of the Paddles, it's year 3. I'm super excited to be involved. It is the 3rd annual P&G Battle of the Paddles, which means little me, will be playing against some star NFL players in table tennis.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what their table tennis skills are like. I know I've been practicing, so I'm very excited for it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be streamed tonight on the Complex YouTube page at 7 o'clock Eastern, so everyone can tune in and see what goes down. But I'm looking forward to it, and I hope I can get in Micah Parsons' ear a little bit.
Oh, Okay.
He wants to be. He wants to be an Eagle. We know that.
Oh, exactly. I think I can hit him right away with, you just want to be a bird so bad. It's okay.
Nice.
It's okay.
Okay, and we kind of jumped by that because we're Philly. But
yes.
you are an Eagles fan.
I am, yes. Die hard, been my whole life. My dad's family is entirely South Jersey, so that's where it came from. And it's just been the best. It's really defined a lot of big moments for me, my family, my friends. I wrote my college admission essay on the bond that it created with my dad growing up, and it was called "It Ain't Easy Being Green."
Love her.
Yeah.
Love her. You should be following the podcast. So this event that's going on.
Yeah.
Everybody's invited to come and hang out, check it out.
So you can stream it on the Complex YouTube, 7:00 Eastern.
So you're a plant.
And tune in. Yeah.
You're a plant.
Yeah.
You're going to go there and get in Micah Parsons' ear. And go ahead and set it up.
Exactly.
For us. Love it. All right. So if people want more information, you talked about the website. If people want to follow you, the show, all of that, how do we find you?
Yes, you can find me at Francesca Mariano. And then also at Chicks in the Office is the official podcast name.
Appreciate it. I'm going to follow it now. Thank you
for
spending
so much.
some time with us.
Thank you.
Tell Micah Parsons.
Yeah, he's going down. He's going down.
We'll be back. Stay with us. Fox Local. It's high. And we are back live, Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube page. Want to remind you, if you have questions or comments, you can head over to YouTube, hit us up. We will do our best to try to answer as many of them as possible. All right, so if you're still in Philly or you're here, you're trying to figure out how or if you can get a ticket, get in the game, Adam Budelli, StubHub. I feel like that's what we think about when we're trying to gain access to these things. Thanks for spending some time with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. How crazy is this?
Hey, the good news is, answer one of your questions there is tickets are still available. And compared to last year's Super Bowl, it's actually much more fan approachable. I know that's hard to say when you're talking about a single ticket just to get in, right around $3,000. But when you think about last year, what we've seen is with the ticket prices being a little bit about 16% lower when it comes to average ticket price sold, but that's actually increased the number of tickets sold by 12%. So there's still a lot of demand. It just looks a little different than last year, which I think really is a great opportunity for some of the fans.
$3,000 to get in the door.
Correct.
You can tell I'm cheap because that was a perfect analysis and the percentages and whatnot, and you lost me at $3,000. It's like, what? But people do. Like, people buy them, and people, I mean, it's obviously going to be sold out, but it's not just corporate types.
No, I think that's a misconception, too, about a Super Bowl. The problem, or not problem, but the thing that really drives it is, already it's only Wednesday morning. We've seen sales from 48 different states, 17 different countries. So this is a bucket list event that it's not just about two fans necessarily coming here. It's sports friends from around the world that want to experience it, are going to have a good time here, in New Orleans, and then go to the game. So it's a little bit more of a unique ticket experience than you normally see for like an NFC Championship game in Philadelphia.
When you say the prices are a little lower this year, do you just attribute that to the Superdome being bigger than the Vegas Stadium? Is there any other factors you're looking at?
Yeah, always hard to pinpoint exactly, but certainly I think we're talking about 15,000 more tickets available, which is great. I think also, too, how much does it cost to get to the area? So, it's a little bit harder, for these two fan bases in New Orleans. We've already heard about some of the prices. Vegas was certainly a little bit of a perfect storm. I mean, there was 40 different flights just Sunday morning for 49er fans to get there in the morning. And then when you think about the infrastructure they have from hotels, a lot more affordable just to be in and around. And that's where we saw a lot of that demand, where prices actually significantly went up in those last 24, 48 hours before the game.
Have you been to, you've been to a lot of these. Okay, how do you think New Orleans is doing so far?
So far it's great. I only got in last night, but
Okay.
Look, this city's built for these type of events. It's interesting that, a Super Bowl would normally be the biggest thing to come to a city. For here, it's really just kind of the pre-party before Mardi Gras
Right.
in another few weeks.
So give us, are there tips? I mean, you said 3,000 can get you in, but for people who they want to get here, they want to try to get in, or they want to participate in some of the stuff, like media night. There were tickets for media night. Are there tips for people who want to participate in this even last minute?
Yeah, the Super Bowl does a great job across the entire week having ticketed events. This is more about now like music and entertainment than the next few nights, and certainly there's a lot of opportunity there. But specifically for the game in general, whether you're shopping on StubHub or not, make sure it is a trusted source. These are mobile-only tickets. When you're talking about 3,000 get in, upwards of, depending on what location you're looking for, you want to purchase with a credit card and use that trusted source that has a Fan Protect guarantee just to ensure that nothing goes wrong. I always joke that it's cliche and childish, but it's like our Super Bowl is really just trying to make sure everyone gets in safely and securely and has a great time at the game.
So is there a lot of that? I mean, there's always been scalping things going on around the stadiums. I feel like here, as I'm walking around and the level of security, it feels like that would be really hard to do, but people still try.
Yeah, the NFL's done a good job trying to crack down because it's always impossible to know. Once you pay someone cash and they just forward you a ticket, it's really hard. So, it's really about trust and safety. So I can't go on StubHub and just list a ticket. You have to go through a full vetting process to show proof of purchase, all of those things to ensure that every ticket on StubHub is 100% verified. So, that's kind of the effort that the NFL wants all the other marketplaces to take to ensure you avoid some of those issues you've seen in the past.
I think you referenced this, but, I believe back in the college football playoff, at the very end, it jumped, right? And then traditionally, you play the game, you wait, you say, hey, I'm going to be here, but an hour before I'm going to buy because it's going to be lowest. Was there anything specific with that one? And then since there are 15,000 more seats, do you think that it could be more traditional where towards the end of the game people are looking to get rid of them, or it's hard to tell?
Yeah, I think the way I would answer it is when it comes to Super Bowl or CFP in general, these marquee events, you kind of have to throw away that regular season narrative. I mean, perfect example is for you guys, for the Phillies, was that a few years ago when they were in the World Series, same sort of thing happened there for Game 3. Prices significantly went up day of the game because you have that demand. So with more and more people expecting, I'm just going to wait, I'm going to wait, right now actually might be the best time to buy. We saw that 2 years ago in Arizona where that midweek kind of Wednesday, Thursday was the best time to buy. As more and more people are going to come into town today, tomorrow, it just means more people that are going to be searching on their phone. Currently on StubHub, we only have about 5,000 tickets listed. So I can assure you there's a lot more than 5,000 people that may be looking for a ticket right now just in the area alone.
And then just for my clarity, because I've always been confused by this. So StubHub, people will list the tickets.
Correct.
And there is what? There's a legal premium that the tickets can be charged? Like, how's that work? Because selling them in front of the stadium for $1 million is illegal, I think.
I believe scalping is illegal in that sense. So simply StubHub at its core, we're just a marketplace. It's no different than eBay and Amazon, where we're trying to bring buyers and sellers together in a safe environment and do everything we can on the back end to ensure everything is vetted appropriately.
So you're actually buying real tickets.
Exactly.
But is there kind of a way that the prices are set? Or that just the market rules?
Simply supply and demand. So that's why, again, you could argue a little bit more volatile. I'm sure if you were Eagles fan that purchased Sunday night or Monday morning, you might be kicking yourself a little bit to see where some of the prices are right now compared to where they were then. But again, we don't control any of the pricing on our site, and it's really about the people selling, and that's why you'll sometimes see, and there's narratives, tickets are $50,000. Well, that just might be what I want to list it for.
Right.
It doesn't mean so. What we always focus on, and we've talked about the get-in price, but the average ticket price sold so far is hovering right around $7,300. So that's kind of indicative of where that market is between lower 100 or the 600 level get-in.
Man, that's a lot. More information, just hit you up at StubHub.
Absolutely. StubHub.com, you can check it all out. Again, look through it, make sure you use some of the technology at your fingertips. But if you are interested in going, I know some of the sticker shocks, I can tell you, the get-in price last year in Vegas, right before the game, was just $8,000 to get in the door. So there's a lot of opportunity between that price point and there. Doesn't mean it's necessarily more affordable. It's certainly a little bit more approachable to the fan, which is a great opportunity for a lot of people.
Appreciate you. Thank you for spending some time with us.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Let's take a break. As you can see, back in Philly, it's approaching noon. So let's take this break. We will come right back and continue on. I'm going to keep saying it until the excitement wears off, which I doubt it will. We're at the Super Bowl.
Certainly fun.
We're back. Fox Local, Superstream 59. As we've pointed out, there are several folks who are walking around with various connections to the NFL, and we have booked several. But what's been interesting is how many people are here with causes and with issues that are important. Kyle Richardson, former NFL player and entrepreneur, one of those people.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you for spending some time with us. Are we cool enough that I can call you Sack Oz?
Sure.
So, Special Agent in Charge, Sherry Oz, thank you for spending some time with us as well.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. Just first, as somebody who has played, first impressions of all of this? It just keeps getting bigger.
Yeah, actually, I was here the last time they had it, but I was a fan. I was well retired from football, but we were talking on some other shows that anytime you experience it from either a fan perspective, like I did with the Ravens because they won it the last time here, versus when I was actually playing and we won in Tampa, those are two different universes. And so today, though, I'm inside of the convention hall seeing it from Radio Row perspective. So I feel like I'm back in this player-connected world, and I see some of the guys I used to play with too. So now that the thoughts are going back to our Super Bowl, and you think about how long ago that was, but there's certain causes and what we want to do. And I think you're right. There's guys out here on Radio Row talking about various causes. A lot of guys are talking about health causes. And that's what I'm very passionate about. And so is Zach Oz.
Zach Oz. So the challenge is health in this particular instance. Talking about drug challenging, poisonings, like what is the key to the issue?
We are trying today to spread awareness about fentanyl, and we're on the campaign, one pill can kill, but one conversation can change a life and save a life. And so we're asking parents and influencers, athletes, to use their platform and their voice to get the word out about fentanyl. It's dangerous, it's deadly.
The audience that you're talking to back in Philadelphia, we were talking during the break, very familiar with Kensington.
Sure.
The country is familiar with Kensington and fentanyl and the damage that it is having there. Is it just a conversation? Is it trying to get people more comfortable talking about this? Like, we often throw our hands up and say, what can we do about this?
And I'm going to tell you the answer is talking about it. We cannot over-communicate on this topic. Fentanyl is extraordinarily deadly, and it can be so deceptive because it can be hidden in anything. It's in our illicit drug trafficking supply, and it's also they put the cartels make it into pills that look like real pills, and they're not. So anything that you buy from social media is not going to be what you think it is. It's probably going to be fentanyl, and anything you buy off the street is definitely going to be fentanyl, dangerous, deadly, poisonous.
Why was this an important initiative for you to get involved with?
Our Alumni Association, we dedicated part of our mission statement is caring for kids, caring for our own, caring for the community. We really leaned into the health of that. And, obviously this is the biggest, challenge in our country. If we all, from whatever socially economical background, it doesn't discriminate. I mean, we are seeing it everywhere, right? So it's a heavy conversation. It's one that, I hear about that, or somebody that actually did, and I do, and our family does, and that's hard, right? So why not get out there when it can be talked about? And that's what Zach Oz has taught me today. Like, just talk about it. Now, ask the question, Bill. What is fentanyl? What's it derived from? How's it even made? Where does it come from? Zach Oz can tell you a lot about that, and that's what we got to do. You got to start. Well, what is it? Where's the substance? How does it start?
What is it? What's the substance?
That's
a good question. So it is a synthetic drug, and it's made in dangerous, deadly conditions in basements and jungles by the cartels. And they bring it here into the United States, and then we buy it and put this poison into our bodies. And the problem, well, there's a lot of problems with it, but the biggest problem is you don't know what you're taking. So in a pill, in something that you're taking and putting in your body, you don't know how much fentanyl is there. A lethal dose is 2 milligrams. It's the tiniest minuscule amount that fits on the edge of a pencil. That is what is killing our kids.
Now, it was, and we've spoken to a couple people about that, because some people are choosing to take it. Others are not aware that it's in there. So are those two different we've always had the discussion about kind of just say no is a very catchy phrase that rarely works. So how is the process?
Well, it does if you say no.
Well, yeah.
I mean, if we get it.
But just say no. It's like, oh, well, why didn't I think of that?
Right. But we have to get past that, right? There has to be, there has to be a, and then what, right?
Okay.
And so we're trying to teach people to make good choices and having the conversations. Different things work for different people. And what I might say to you may not resonate, but it might resonate with somebody else. So we're not going to stop talking about it. Fentanyl can be made to look like Adderall, like Valium, like Oxys. So the deception in people becoming accidental addicts, it's happening. But the choice is, if 50% of these pills contain a lethal dose, your first pill can be the pill that kills you, or the pill that gets you to be a repeat customer.
So that just say no actually is a powerful message.
It is.
You start, you may not ever stop or live to tell about it.
This is the time not for experimentation. That's over. You can't experiment. There's no second chance. It's one pill, one time, game over. And it might not be the first pill. The doses of these pills are all variable, so it could be less than 2 milligrams, and then the next one could have 10 milligrams.
Is that why it's so important for someone like Kyle and his background? People know you. You're doing various things, professional athlete and entrepreneur and more. Myself, with something of a platform. And
there you go. You have a platform. You got to be involved with me. I got to go get more of my friends around here. We all do, right? It's the accessibility. That's why this is killing so many, in my view. It's the accessibility. It's your story yesterday at our symposium. So we had a health symposium, and Zach Oz spoke, and the moment was just like in the room, everybody's like, the mother sitting on the couch next to the child, the kid, I don't know the age, but literally is ordering off the internet something to be delivered that person thought was going to be okay for them. The mother is sitting next to the kid, and that's how he died, right?
Absolutely. The cartel is in your house, on your couch, through your phone.
So these conversations work in your experience. If enough people are talking about it with different backgrounds, that makes it more comfortable for people to talk about. Like, does it work?
Absolutely. The idea of a back alley drug deal, that's gone. That you never have to meet your drug trafficker. You never have to see the person who gives you the pill that kills you. And that's a lot for people to comprehend. This is in every household of America. It's infecting everybody. 100% of people know somebody who knows somebody who's lost their life to fentanyl.
Before I get your football expertise, if people want more information, if they want to join this initiative, if they want to keep going and be a part of the solution, is there a path? Is there a website? What do we do?
Absolutely. DEA.gov/onepill. Okay. That's where you can go. We'll give you prompts to start conversations in your own home, at barbecues, at the grocery store. We want you to start talking about this. And the answer is, it's not worth trying.
For our audience, I have to ask.
Here we go.
We have to.
The game.
And I've been cutting people off who are not giving any Eagles hope. So what's your feelings on the game? Or am I about to cut you off?
You're cutting me off?
Not you two.
Hey, I grew up in Missouri, so I'm going to lean towards the Chiefs.
But it's a lean.
I'll go lean because, look, the Eagles, they're salty, right? I like the salty teams. I do like salty teams. Hey, they didn't just get here because they were born on third base. Sometimes you have to earn it. We earned ours, right? Yeah. We earned everything we did. And internally, when you start earning things like that, you get to that game, and you actually have started to build this expectation, like it just crescendos. Whereas Kansas City's on the other side, like, well, we're supposed to be here. Okay. I'd rather be on the edge of, you know what, we're crescendoing. Are you ascending or are you descending? So I'm leaning towards the Chiefs. I'm going to go with the Chiefs.
Tougher.
Sorry.
But we're tougher. And it's the what is it? The Lions.
I know. I'm looking in the Philly market.
Right,
I know.
Thank you.
But if he's asking me to be honest.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
I didn't ask you to be honest. I asked
that's true. That's a good Philly statement, too.
Better,
I didn't ask you to be honest.
That's a Philly thing. No one likes us. We don't care. That's the quote. But I think what is the quote? The lion climbing the hill is always more hungry than the lion at the top of the hill.
There you go.
Now, here's Mike.
There you go.
There you go. All right, so I'm going to edit this.
I think I'm totally done.
He picked the Eagles. Can we edit this live? All right, guys, thank you. I appreciate you spending some time with us.
Thanks for the time.
Can we show them rings?
Thank you.
We've been showing people rings. I got to get a ring.
Me too.
At the pro shop? Can we do that?
Yeah, they'll make you something.
We'll be back. Stay with us. Superstream 59, Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube page. YouTube, be nice to him. This is a good cause, and follow the initiative and the information.
That's right.
We are back. We're here. I keep saying it because it's going to get to be old for the people watching. I'm just like, yo, we're at the Super Bowl. We're on Media Row, and the Birds are playing.
It's been exciting. I have been giddy for like the last week, just waiting to get to this point. Sunday can't get here fast enough.
So I'm sure you recognize on social it's the Philly sports guy.
Correct.
You're here just kind of making the rounds, talking to people, enjoying the atmosphere.
100%. This is my first time on Radio Row, so I've been asked to come on, do a couple of interviews and things like that. I guess everybody starts to see me now, not just locally, but nationally. And this has been an amazing experience. Who would have thought that just being a fan and I've been able to grow the brand so large that it's known nationally.
People want to talk to you about it. I feel like in this particular instance, we're kindred spirits, right? So I'm working. We're here 5+ hours a day, but I'm wandering around here like a fan. Like it's fun experiencing all this.
You know what? You can't help but geek out. I mean, this is like football heaven right here. You see all the flags of all the different Super Bowls. You see different players walking around. Bert Kreischer was here and doing interviews and just walking around saying hello to people. It starts the electricity. It's like this is like for all media people, but like for me coming in here, I am a fan. I am geeking out on everything. Like, oh, look at over here. Oh, look at over here. It's just an amazing experience. And it's a shame that the public doesn't get to see this, but I can imagine it would be a whole different experience if the public got in as well.
Well, and it's interesting because you're getting a chance to see it, and I guess surprised is the wrong word, but security is thick. Coming in, it's like TSA level security.
100%, and the NFL wants to make sure that everybody remains safe. The unfortunate situation that happened about a month ago, kind of put everybody on alerts, and I feel much safer walking the streets. I don't expect that there's going to be any issues or problems, and if there is, there's going to be a lot of people right there to make sure that it gets resolved very quickly.
I've had my face scanned quite a bit. All right. So here, walking around, talking to different folks, getting the energy. Have you gotten a chance to just walk around New Orleans a little bit?
I have. So obviously this is the second time we've been in New Orleans this season. Week 3 was nice. It was nice and hot, and I was here as the Philly sports guy, and it takes me a long time to get anywhere very quickly because I do take a lot of pictures with people. I like to try to remain accessible to everybody. But I got around. I did Frenchman's last night in Bourbon Street a little bit, without the paint, so that I can just kind of relax for a minute. But the rest of this week, it's go time. This is work and play all at the same time.
Most of the time, I'd imagine you travel because we travel so well that walking up and down the streets, it's go Birds, go Birds, go Birds. Do you feel like that Philly fans have the advantage here so far? Are you getting more of that, or is there a lot of Chiefs folks walking around?
You know what? I feel like that at this moment, it's about equal. There's not a lot of people here just yet. The rooms were really expensive, so I think people were being very money cautious before they come here. So last night was a little bit on the slower side, and I think I saw as many Chiefs fans as Eagles fans, but I suspect by Friday, it's going to be probably about 70-30 Eagles to Chiefs.
We take over.
100%.
We're getting ready to take a break, but we just had the guy from StubHub on, and you were talking about the cost of things. They were saying that the average get-in-the-door price right now is $7,300 for a ticket to get in the game, which actually is lower, than in Vegas. He said you can get in the door now for right around $3,000, which I don't know because I don't do that. You go to a lot of the different games. That's a lot of money, but does that seem like, okay, we do it for the Birds?
Yes. I mean, obviously, Super Bowl tickets are worth their weight in gold, so it's going to cost a small fortune to get into the game. But $3,000 is actually a great price. I think about it 2 years ago, getting in the door was about $4,500. So, again, the rooms here are a little bit more expensive, so you're going to be spending the money one way or another, whether it's to stay or whether it's to get into the game. Ultimately, I think that the ticket prices are going to level out, and they're going to be about the same as they were about 2 years ago when all is said and done.
Before we take a break, they find you on social. You've got the podcast. What's the best way for people to kind of keep up with what you're doing?
You go on any social media and see the Philly Sports Guy, and you'll find me. Just Google me, the Philly Sports Guy, and you'll see everywhere I'm at.
Appreciate you, man.
Thank you so much.
Go Birds.
Go Birds. Yeah.
feels like a mic drop moment, right? What can I add after that? So let's take a break. We'll be right back to continue on. Stay with us. It is Fox Local, Fox 29.
You're hot.
And we are here, live media row, Super Stream 59 is what we're calling it, from the Super Bowl here in New Orleans, from WIP. Jack Fritz in the building. Well, you've been in the building.
Been here, yeah.
At our table.
Yes. Excited to be here. Yeah.
Appreciate you coming over. How is this for you guys? You still having a good time?
Yeah, it's good. It's New Orleans is a lot. It's definitely a lot. But it's cool. It's cool being here, and I mean, you know, we got a Super Bowl to still win. I'm ready for the game though.
Are you?
These next 3 days are going to be they're going to drag.
I feel like from a person and working standpoint, there comes this moment where you have to remind yourself, I'm at work.
I know.
You know, and you kind of got here. I had that moment last night where you're a little tired, not feeling great. There's a bunch of parties and things going on. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go watch the Sixers game, like back in the room and just chill.
I was in bed at 10 last night.
Were you really?
I was like, this is great. Well, because I have a...
Yeah, you have a newborn.
I have a 1-month-old at home. And, of course, my wife's like, you better come home refreshed. And I was like, that's going to be hard to do.
That ain't going to happen.
It's going to be hard to do.
So what's it been like? You guys got people coming through. What's the energy been like? I know that well, I'm sorry to say Birds fans are excited. Sports radio fans can go either way. So how are we doing?
Well, it's funny because whatever topic we bring up, like it just always comes back to, I think they're going to win. And the whole reaction is, well, good. I'm glad. Eagles fans, I think, have gotten to the point, you know, in Philadelphia, there's only 2 meters. It's either cocky or distraught. Right. And I think we've fully reached the cocky level of the Eagles fans. So people are fired up. And the interesting part about it is, you know, the national media will tell you got to respect the Chiefs. You got to respect the Chiefs. Mahomes, Andy, blah, blah, blah. I don't think it's not that they don't respect those guys, but I don't think they care. I think there's so much trust in this Eagles team that I think it's almost overshadowed any quote-unquote fear about the Chiefs and Mahomes and Andy.
It's interesting. Were you at media night?
Yeah.
On Monday night.
Pretty brutal, right? I mean, it was hard to move around.
Yeah, it was a lot. But what I do think is interesting, because we got a chance to talk to some of the players,
sure,
as I'm sure that you did, that whole concept of you respect the Chiefs, but you just don't care.
Yeah.
that seemed to be the energy of the players too, and especially the young guys. They were like, "Listen, we're here to play football. We're not afraid of them."
Yeah,
it's because it was interesting.
Because on one hand, sure, they're great, but this Eagles team is I think if I was the Eagles this week, I'd be using a lot of internal motivation for how much it's being talked about with the Chiefs and how it's impossible to beat Mahomes and use all the stats, and because I think what we're watching right now is truly, for my lifetime, the best individual Philly sports team that I've ever seen. And I think when it's all said and done, because I think they're going to win. I do think they're going to win. I exited last weekend thinking like a 50-50 coin toss. Like I wasn't super confident, but now as the game's getting closer, I'm starting to get more and more confident they're going to win. I just think that for a prideful team like I think we believe this Eagles team is, I think they need to use all this Chiefs propaganda and use it as internal fire to go out and prove that you are also one of the best teams in football and one of the faces of the league.
What kind of vibe are you getting from the quote-unquote national? Because I'll be honest with you, we're batting like 0 in the week here in terms of people picking the Eagles. They're all
really,
yeah. In terms of the non-partial people, and they all Bill's gotten to the point where he just cuts them off because we're not getting anything. I mean, besides Francesca from Barstool, who's a Eagles fan.
Right, yeah,
but so have you gotten the same? Are you? Because I think everybody. It's weird to me because everybody says it's a better roster.
Sure.
And we all get the Mahomes thing and the Reed thing, but they just won't pull the.
We're scared of the legend of Mahomes and Reed.
Well, I think they've gotten to the point of Brady Belichick, where you just don't bet against Brady and Belichick in this kind of spot. But as we learned in 2017, that can kind of happen. So we've kept it more local. Like we'll have Glazer on later today. So we haven't gotten totally a bunch of national people over. But I mean, ESPN I saw today was 41 of their experts. 41 picked the Chiefs and 25 picked the Eagles. It feels like it's a 60-40 split nationally.
You mentioned ESPN, that ticker that they do across the bottom,
sure,
where they have the spread and they have the Chiefs favored, but I don't know what that percentage is. But that percentage they have said that there's a 56% chance the Eagles win.
That's that analytics stuff they do, which God knows. I mean,
I don't know where it comes from or what it means.
The worst is during the baseball games, which I know Jack's a big baseball guy. They have the who's favorite to win, and it goes inning by inning, and you're up 1-0 in the sixth, and it's 70%, but then somebody hits a 2-run homer, and then you're down to 10%. It's the dumbest stuff.
Well, what I hate is it's only the Apple TV games is they say hit probability or home run probability. What are we talking about?
I know.
It's like you make it up on the fly. But I just was like, I was happy to see that all these people who are against the Eagles, their analytics said we're going to win the game.
I think, and I can't get a read on it. I can't get a read on who the country's rooting for. Because I know nationally people don't tend to like us.
Right.
And I know there has to be some Chiefs fatigue, but also do people want to see the three-peat? I actually think that a majority of the fans in the are just objective. I feel there's more Eagles rooting interest than seeing the Chiefs three-peat.
Yeah, and I thought a couple weeks ago, if the Bills were here, it'd be all Bills. Everybody
100%.
would want the Bills.
Yes.
But the Chiefs, there's an argument. People don't want them. And then there's the whole thing, we're going to boycott because we don't like either team. Well,
sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, and the refs thing, which is just I'm a little tired of ref talk.
I do feel like it's slanting towards – you listen to the conversation.
Sure.
And even if you listen to the Chiefs and all the things that they were saying, they're presenting themselves as if we're fine being the villains. It's like, when were you guys listed as the villains? Now all of a sudden you want to take on the no one likes us, we don't care mindset, which makes you wonder if they're kind of hearing a lot of this support for the Eagles as well.
Yeah, I mean, and Mahomes, I think, does have that Jordan factor to him, where he's looking for any little bit of slight to try to capitalize on it. So I can't wait for it. Even as an Eagles fan, I'm looking forward to it. But if I was an objective, just sports fan,
want to watch the game.
I just think it's going to be a great game. It really does feel like it's going to come down to the last 2 minutes, and Mahomes in a tight game is definitely concerning.
Hopefully it comes down to the last 2 minutes. We're up and have the ball.
Sure.
And Saquon just has to run the clock out.
Sure.
Yeah. You want to ask him your question?
No, it's his question. Actually, he's been doing it. So it's it's the whole. I asked him what you guys have been doing about the 4 up, 4 down thing.
Yeah.
And what's your answer on that?
So I would rather have Jalen have the ball. I would rather be down Shockingly enough, I would rather be down under. Spike says under 3. I'm more of an under 2 guy because I feel like under 3, like you could just you get the ball back.
You get the ball back. Yeah, but when I was saying to him, I said 2 minute, like a 2 minute drill.
Exactly.
And it's like, and I think that's the consensus too. And it's not because we're all that confident in Jalen, but it's more like you don't want Mahomes having
the ball in Mahomes.
Right. Well, and the stat that came out last week, I think, is really just sticking in my mind. I mean, he is 7 for 7, under a minute, needing a touchdown in the playoffs.
That's insane.
That's Brady, his career's 46%, and we think Brady is the best.
That's insane.
7 for 7 in that position? It's crazy.
Yeah. So don't put the ball in his hands.
Bad idea. Bad idea.
It. Let's take a break. Appreciate you spending some time with us.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Superstream 59, Fox Local, Fox 29, YouTube, all those things. We'll be back. We just got guests and guests and guests that we're going to be talking to, and that's without all the people who are just...
So we're here. Folks are walking around Superstream 59, Media Row, and somebody just walked over and hands us the bag and says, "This is from Cam Jurgens." Cam Jurgens, Eagles O-line, and it says he's the chief beef officer for, what is this? For Jergy Jerky. We've got, yes, he's got Cam Jurgens has a Jergy Jerky company. And they just walked by. So here's the information on the Cam Jurgens Jergy Jerky. 9 grams of protein, so it's healthy. They come in teriyaki, hot honey, original, cracked pepper, and mango habanero flavors. All here. That's good work by you. And he made his nickname on the back of this, Cam Jurgens Beef Jerky. So I got one. What's this? This is the contact information of the new company. And I got original and teriyaki. We'll have to check that out during one of the breaks. So we've got a lot of stuff going on, guys. It's hard to believe back in Philly. It's only 11:35. Excuse me. A lot of folks walking around, making the rounds here again. We're expecting a couple more guests who will be joining us shortly, and we're going to continue to do this all throughout the day. So as we move around just a little bit, we continue to show you, I'm seeing folks who are being grabbed off in the distance. Philly Sports Guy is being interviewed by some folks over here. There's several different podcast interviews, and some of the professional athletes are all spread around over in this area. You can see a bunch of the shows, and unfortunately, the step and repeat, the background, stops us from being able to show you what's on the other side of this. It's the NFL Players Association and Alumni Association has a booth over this direction, and they have kind of had a pretty steady stream of former players who are making their way into the discussion with a bunch of different initiatives and the agendas that they're talking about. And so it continues to expand. We can move a little bit this way as we continue our walk around. Yesterday and a couple days, all of this area was not filled up. But now, as it continues to expand, you can see that all of the different shows are all here. They're all doing their live broadcasts. They all have multiple guests making their way in. Over here is one of our Philly tables. I don't know if Dave can get to it as I slide around because I don't want to interrupt their shows, but you can see multiple shows doing their live. Over here is Mikey Miss and his program. They're talking to Jay Glazer, sports commentator, and so we're going to try to get him on just a little bit as well. Right past them, you've got, let's see if we can hold up on this. So I'm making my way around, just exploring, seeing how far the mic will go. So there's a bunch of setup over in this direction that are Kansas City teams that are set up to do their different shows. They're not here yet. So at some point we will grab them and get them to come on with us as well. But they're all spread throughout this area. The area that was not here up and running before is now full steam ahead with all of the different groups all set up. I'm trying to gracefully talk to different people. What's up, man? How you doing? Gracefully talk to folks without continuing to interrupt their shows, because all of these shows are live. So if you're walking around and talking to people, you're trying to do it in a way to show some of the things that are going on without just interrupting a show that is going on live. There's also a bunch of athletes, and there's maybe it's an insecurity thing. It is reminding me that I am not as big as I'd like to walk around and think that I am. That was Brandon Marshall, I think, that just walked by me. He's a wide receiver, and he's a big dude. So for the wide receivers to be towering over people as we make our way around, that is interesting. The Ross Tucker show we showed you before is over there and set up. Somebody walking around over here with a football helmet as their camera. So that's some of the interesting stuff that we have seen. Of course, people getting their free wings. We have to make our run to go grab some of the wings. So just kind of showing it all to you, letting you soak it in as we wait for our next guest to come up and join us and spend some time with us. And also that consistent challenge that we have, because there's so many people who are walking around, all in a lot of ways doing the same things, interviewing various people, talking to them about the things that are going on. Oh my God, what? What? Wait, come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah, yes, you walked right in front of the camera. See the camera right here? But that's okay because I'm wandering around. I'm not supposed to be doing that. Who are you working with?
Oh, I can't say.
You can't say. You're handing out cards and stuff.
Sodexo Live, the official food provider for the Super Bowl. They're going to have a setup at 12 if you want to sample some of the great Louisiana food that they're serving.
So what was the scary thing that you're not allowed to say that you're working for?
I can't.
She was like, I can't say what I'm doing. It was like, but you're handing these out. So if we want to come and check out gumbo and beignets.
Yes.
Okay.
Go next to FanDuel at 12 and you'll get some free food.
Okay.
Yep.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
There you go. We're going to check out gumbo and beignets, and we're going to investigate why she doesn't want to know who she is. Are you from Philly? All right. Well, then we probably wouldn't know anyway. So it's all good. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. She works behind the scenes, so she's not supposed to be doing this. The whole chant going on. What's up, man?
Energetic man out here. You've been keeping it moving, and I got an exclusive news for you.
Tell me.
I heard they're calling it Birdman Street now because the Eagles and the Philly fans are let loose right now in New Orleans. So both teams, last night we learned this, they're doing like a Mardi Gras type parade, right? Mm-hmm. Both teams had the floats made. So you got to go Eagles float and you got to go Chiefs float. The Eagles said, not so fast, we want ours to say Geaux, go, like they do down here.
Okay, we're authentic.
Authentic. So maybe the Birds really dialing into the New Orleans roots. Maybe it's the difference maker. And they want it, they're going to bring it in front of their team hotel.
Okay.
Eagles flying high.
Introduce yourself to our folks.
Charlie Boots, NFL alumni, and man, it's just been so entertaining to watch what you guys are doing and the way you're hitting the live angle. It's the most energy on Radio Row.
I appreciate you. Absolutely. We're just moving around trying to have some fun.
Absolutely. Go Birds.
Keep doing big things. Go Birds. Spelled Geaux.
Yeah, exactly right.
That part. Appreciate you, man. Thank you very much. So we're taking over. Like the Hard Rock. We're taking over here on Radio Row. We're accumulating all the different food. We've got the different events, the things that are taking place. In this next break, we're going to try out some jerky and then go wander around and talk to some of the more folks who are here. I'm looking at the list of people that we have scheduled. So we have another guest from 97.3 joining us very shortly. Colleen Wolfe from the NFL Network is supposed to join us a little bit later on. She's from the NFL Network, but she's family. She worked at Fox 29 for quite some time, and then she kind of blew up. And now she's a superstar. But she's going to join us, and the list continues. We've got various folks. Oh, there she is right there. We were just talking about her. That's Colleen Wolfe from the NFL Network, who's coming over later. She was, I wonder where Shred is. So she worked with Shred in the sports department, left, went to the NFL Network, and then just became the Colleen Wolfe that so many of you will now know. Look at the people and the free wings. I wonder if they believed when they started handing out wings that people were going to come over and get 4 and 5 boxes of them at a time. And they don't even care because they're handing them out for free. That's the type of thing that is going on throughout the area. So we do have plenty of guests that we are expecting to join us shortly all throughout the day. Some of our people will hopefully join us a little bit later. Aside from announcers and commentators, we've got gospel performing artists. We've got social media influencers. We've got Paige Spiranak is coming through today, who is an influencer as well as a golfer. She's actually a former pro golfer who now, after golf, her career actually took off and now has millions of followers on social media and is doing the social media life. So a lot going on, guys, to go ahead and soak it all in. Part of it, so there's Van, the guy I was talking about before from TMZ. He's no longer with TMZ, but now he's got his own podcast, Van Lathan. He actually, I see him off in the distance, walking around in his cowboy hat. I'm going to see, I was trying to point him out so that Dave could see him and go ahead and grab him. He actually is kind of diagonally through here, off in the distance. And a lot of you will remember him because he used to do regular segments with us on Fox 29 when he was working with TMZ, but now he has his own podcast. Actually is really blowing up. He's doing some cool stuff. So we will try to grab him as well as several others. I am very aware of the fact that as I do these random wandering segments, there are all of these different, what's up, man? There are all of these different shows that are actually going on live now. So as we wander around, I'm trying not to just walk into people's shots. And you see that their crew of folks who are all kind of sitting there saying, you do know that we're live. So take a pause for just a second. So we will try to grab Van as well as several others who are all here. We've got another guest who is getting ready to join us momentarily. So just stick with us, guys. This is the way things are going to go. This is day 3 of our Super Stream 59 as we wander around and approach the 1 o'clock hour back in Philly, the noon hour here. We'll have another guest coming up in just 1 second. So we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. There's Brandon Marshall again, seeing him just wandering all through. We got to grab him and talk to him too. Stay with us. Superstream 59, continuing our walk around, showing you all the things that are going on behind the scenes here at the Super Bowl in New Orleans. It's day 3. We're going to continue to be here throughout the entire week, talking to all of the various folks who are doing things here, doing the interviews, they're doing their shows. I was talking to you about Van Lathan, who you are, I'm sure, familiar with from TMZ and now from his podcast, kind of growing and blowing up. I just went and talked to him. He actually is doing an interview right now, said that he would come over and talk to us in just a little bit. And that's just kind of the way that things are working here as we wait for different guests to come through, people who are going to spend a little time with us. They get pushed back. So we have had a series of guests who were scheduled. I remember you. Appreciate you. Good, my man. We've had a series of guests who have come through. And they're scheduled to come and sit down and talk to us. But what happens when you take a look around and you see all of this, making it from, 100 yards away at the entryway down by the Sirius XM setup and coming down here, if you are somebody who is scheduled, what ends up happening is a lot like what we've been doing. And that is you go to walk by a table, somebody grabs you and says, I only need 5 minutes. Give me a second. So I can't really be mad about that because that's exactly what I'm doing as people walk by. So I respect the fact that people are doing that and grabbing as many guests as they can. But sometimes the other side of that is that it ends up delaying us and some of the people that we would like to interview as well. I'm watching around right behind us. There's some things that I wish we could show you. Our Fox Sports and Fox Radio setup is right behind us. They've got shows going on over there. We've talked to a couple of their people about potentially grabbing some of the guests that they have set up over there and bringing them over. But it also gives you a look when you sit there and see even the Fox Sports Radio setup. It gives you a look at just how much people invest into this, and the structure and the setup, and the fact that there are all of these things going on. And just how important this is. Now, obviously, we are your Super Bowl station, so it's going to be on Fox. So that means that there is a significant investment because of Fox and the importance of the things that they're doing over here. I strolled around to try to jump into Dave's shot, but he is continuing to grab all the things that are going on. So you can see the significant the setup and the way that they've got this going and the different shows that are coming through. And there's a couple of major outlets like Fox, because we are your Super Bowl station, that are continuing to set all of these things up and doing the live shows here. Fox Radio is right here, Fox Sports Radio. But then they also have an interview segment that you can't see, unfortunately, because of all of the buildup off to the other side. And we try to shoot a little video of all of that to get you the things that are going on so that you can see it and play it for you. Also, at some point, I'm going to need to sit down, and yesterday towards the end of the show, we had a situation where one of our guests who was scheduled got delayed and got here towards the end of our time on the air. So what we did was go ahead and do the interview, record the interview, and it's about a really cool movie that this film director has made. It's a documentary that follows the journey of some young athletes and the fact that they have made their way through navigating the whole NIL situation. So we're going to play that for you shortly, and we will sit back and discuss that in just a little bit. So we are going to, sorry guys, I'm doing a lot of things at once, multitasking, trying to figure things out. We are getting ready to go to our next guest. I'm sitting here looking at social media, and while I'm doing that and things are popping up, apparently people who were watched the interview with the person who stopped by from Australia, who was talking about Mike and Alex going viral from Australia. And so they reposted them coming on with us, tagged me in it, and so now I'm sitting here getting updates, Tom, of all the things that are happening as people are tagging us on Mike and Alex's viral moment. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I called Mike and Alex. I told them they may want to swing by here because they're going to get more recognized than some of these players, because everyone's been stopping us since yesterday morning asking if we work with them. So
They
it's
went
a whole thing.
viral.
They went viral, so I guess it worked.
It's crazy. Mike Gill, 97.3. How are you, sir?
I'm doing all right. I saw Mike last night. He was the hit of the media party last night. He was frolicking all over.
It really has gotten viral like that.
Well, I you just mentioned Australia.
Yeah.
I just got home from Thailand, and I met a lot of people from Australia while I was there.
Okay.
But I still saw that video. I still saw the video because I've just been home for like 3 days. So, guys, I don't know what day it is, what time it is.
Yeah.
I'm still like 12 hours ahead. It's like tomorrow for me right now. But I'm happy to be here.
It's an interesting balancing act, right? Because it's exciting. This is something you've done for a minute, so
Yeah.
it's not new to you. But it is still fun, right?
This is my 7th time at the Super Bowl, and they're all different. They're all unique. But I think New Orleans, everybody says they're the best host. Okay. And so far, the town is small enough that you can kind of walk everywhere and do things. You know, Vegas last year, I thought the game got swallowed up by Vegas. Phoenix was kind of cool, but it's spread out so much. This is really a cool, unique, like how small it is, but big. I mean, the event feels like it's the only thing happening here.
Tell people, we've been trying to give them a taste of what this is like for the people who can't be here. So we're on camera, we're walking around, we're showing them. Describe what this energy is like for the people who can't be here walking around the room.
It's mayhem. I mean, you're at table 134. I'm at 150. So okay. We're 150 tables of media and everybody converging. And you see these people like once a year, and it's just the energy of saying, hey, man, it's almost like, a family gathering. It's like a Thanksgiving dinner almost where everybody comes here for the Super Bowl. And then the unique part of it is like, you guys are in Philly. We're down in Atlantic City. We are the Eagles affiliate down there. So we get I feel like an extra special lift of being here because we've been at the games, at the event when the Eagles are not in it. And you kind of feel kind of like a little side. The fact that the Eagles are here really adds to the energy and excitement to just not only the event, but the game itself. Because sometimes the game becomes just an event, but the Eagles being it makes the game so much different for this event, for what we're doing.
I feel like that boost that you're talking about, we've kind of felt that too, because there's hundreds of media outlets, international media outlets here. But there's a lot of people who are interested in talking to you and us and, some of the other stations because we represent the Eagles.
That's the big difference is, what we do in local radio is you get guests on and they talk about different products or whatever, but you try to make them fun. Like, we've had a couple former coaches on, so we're trying to get their perspective on what they think of Nick Sirianni. And if you have a former tight end on, what do you think of how the Eagles can defend Travis Kelce and how can you get guys? So you try to get their perspective on certain things. But what we do realize is, hey, you're the Philly station. Do you want this level of guests? Because they know we have extra ears this week getting ready for the game. So, you do notice a little difference of, hey, this guy is available to talk to you, where maybe if the Eagles aren't here, maybe he's not available to talk to you.
So how's your feel so far? As the week goes, you say you just got back in the country. Generally, as the week goes on, sometimes your feel for the game changes. Like we were talking to everybody. So far, the neutral folks we're talking to seem all to be leaning towards Kansas City, like the people who don't have in the game. How about yourself? How are you feeling about the game so far?
Well, 2 years ago, I was adamant. I thought Philadelphia had the better team. I just thought they were better, 53, but it was Reed and Mahomes. But I felt that the Eagles would overcome that. I feel very similar this year, but I feel like this Eagles team is better than the one 2 years ago, and the Chiefs team is not as good as the one 2 years ago. So I feel pretty strongly again. Now, they lost 2 years ago. Now, you can make an argument that, Jalen had that fumble. Yep. He played out of his mind, but that fumble really changed the dynamics of that game.
Right.
I feel like right now it's Wednesday. I think in my head it could be Thursday, but I think right now Philadelphia is the better team, and it's their time. I think last year the Eagles won all these one-score games, and we'd say, well, good teams find ways to win. That's what Kansas City's been doing until somebody better gets them. And I think that's what my feeling right now is, that somebody better is finally going to end, because I don't know that Kansas City has won that one-score game against a team as good as Philadelphia.
Are you getting the same people that you've spoken to? How do you think their view?
Yeah, it's funny. We just had a couple head coaches on, Brian Billick, who won a Super Bowl, and we asked him, like, hey, if you were to pick a team to get ready for this game, he liked Philadelphia. Mike Smith, who was the head coach with the Atlanta Falcons, and we said, pick a defense. Which defense do you want to put a game plan for together this week? He said Philadelphia. So it seems that a lot of people like Philadelphia's roster. Some people don't want to say, I want to pick against Mahomes and Reed, but I think they are acknowledging that Philadelphia may be the better team.
It's just the legend. We were talking about this yesterday. If you could somehow take the two teams and remove the legend of Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, I think the overwhelming majority of people would be picking the Eagles roster.
Absolutely.
Now, it's just that whole, can you overcome, and there's also the Philly inferiority complex, like we can't have nice things.
Yes.
So when we get here, we're going to find a way to be better and not win it. But I feel similarly to you. I think we're the better team.
Yeah, and it's funny, like in 2017 they had the underdog mask, and it's almost like we want to bring that back, but I do think it's interesting. Kansas City was the favorite when the line came out 2 weeks ago, and it really hasn't moved all that much. I'm a little surprised by that. So it kind of goes to what you're saying, that outside of our bubble, I think people just look at Mahomes and Reed and say, it's Mahomes and Reed. That's all that really matters. But I think the Philly fans are not taking the underdog feeling as much this time around. I think they're saying, no, we're better. Why aren't you saying we're better? Which is a kind of a unique kind of way, right?
I thought the line was interesting, too, because I think 2 years ago the Eagles were like a 1.5 favorite, I believe, when it came out. They came out at 1.5 underdog this time. We spoke to an odds maker earlier in the week who said he would have liked to have made it 3.5 Kansas City favorite, but because of where the money's going to go, which surprised me, because once again it gets back to the roster from top to bottom. You think the Eagles have the advantage.
Yeah, and one of the big spots in this game, Jalen Carter, every guest that we have talked to so far points him out. Yeah. And, the weakest spot for Kansas City could be in the interior with Caliendo having to step in and play. Joe Thuney has to go play tackle. Now, you get the two guards are probably the weakest spot on the field for them, and conversely, Philadelphia's best spot might be there. Now, that is a spot where can Jalen Carter, he's kind of had a coming out year, but this is the game that you go from star to maybe superstar.
This is
and that to me is
$200 million game for him. He's he's a year away from getting big time money.
That to me, this game for him is, are you Jalen Carter, the Pro Bowler or the All Pro, or are you Jalen Carter, the biggest
Aaron
disruptor?
Donald.
Yes, the biggest disruptor that this league has.
Well, and it's interesting because the position he's playing, if he is that huge disruptor, it's the perfect position to, if you can do anything to Patrick Mahomes.
Yep,
it's
get pressure up the middle.
His face up the middle, so he can't just kind of sit there and pick you apart.
Yeah, and the other, I guess, interesting thing will be last year in the game, Kelsey had 9 catches. They kind of went after Oren Burks. People forget that. He played for San Francisco in this game last year. He had to go into the game because Greenlaw got hurt, and they just threw him out there. They went right after him. Keep that in mind while you're watching the game because Travis Kelce, this could be his last game. Hey, do we want to put him out on a high note and have a big game for him? Oh, that's the guy we can go after. We know that guy from last year. We know we can go after him. So that's one area where I think you got to be a little worried is, do they want to put Kelce out on a high note and go after a guy that they know struggles in pass coverage?
And I know we said that maybe they gave it to him last week, but the one guy who hurt them in the championship game was Zach Ertz. So covering the tight end is a concern. It's been for a long time. It wasn't this year up until Nakobe got hurt as much.
Yep, and we were talking about Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis and the role that had in Zach Bond. I think Zach Bond's going to have a big role in this game as well because if you remember the game 2 years ago, the Vineland High kid, Isaiah Pacheco, kind of had a big game against them. They kind of, out of nowhere, used him in a couple different ways. They've got Hunt. They've got Pacheco. So do they try to get somebody lined up on Bond? Because Bond has had a tremendous year, but you got to finish it off, right? You can't have the game where they say, hey, we think we can go after Bond, make him prove to us that he is an all-pro player. So those two linebackers, we talk about linebackers in Philly all the time, guys. They could have a big role in this game.
It's almost funny that everyone is talking about. The plan is you got to figure out a way to stop Saquon. You got to figure out a way to stop Saquon. And you do that, and you make Jalen. A couple years ago, Jalen didn't have Saquon.
Right.
And
they didn't run the ball at all in that game.
And was right there to win this game.
Yeah.
It's another thing to look at. If that game was different and we had somebody you could hand the ball to who could just end the game.
Yep.
You'd never get
Close
back
it out.
to Mahomes.
Right.
And we have that now.
Yeah, Jalen had 70 yards in that game rushing. He was the whole running game that night. You know what's funny, too? We talk so much about Jalen. Is he great? Is he good? Is he this? Is he that? The best game he ever played, he lost. You think about that. The best game as a quarterback that he ever played was that night in the Super Bowl. He was amazing, and he lost that game. So this goes back to the messaging of Sirianni, when he said, we could run for 300 and throw for 1. We can throw for 1 and run, and it doesn't matter. And I think that's what this game is all about, is pulling out all the stops. Does Jalen have to run for 85 yards? Does he have to throw for 85? I mean, whatever it takes to get it done, I think that will be the cool story at the end of this game is that if the Eagles win this game, did they do it in an unconventional way that everybody has to say, well, they won it, and it wasn't the way that we – in our minds have to see it all the time.
It's an interesting point you make, and maybe that's what they're thinking because you now have Jalen played out of his mind. He had the fumble, but he played out of his mind. Best game he's ever played, and they lost. Do they go back and say, I don't care what you guys think about all of this. We've seen what happens when he's got to get us 400, to go out there and win. Now, get us 2. We've got a guy running who could also get you 2.
And, we haven't seen a lot of Jalen running the ball this year. I think he has a big game running the ball on Sunday. I think you see a lot of RPOs where, in the year they went to the Super Bowl 2022, it felt like, so see if you agree or disagree, it felt like on the RPO, he made the right decision on whether to give it to Miles Sanders or take it from Miles, 95% of the time. He would give it, you're like, perfect. He would take it, perfect. He made the right decision all the time, and he had a special year. running the ball and throwing the ball. But running the ball that year, he was very special. And then last year, it just didn't seem the same.
The RPO disappeared last year. I mean, every time he took it, he got – I don't know if that was – some people say it's because they're putting emphasis on the illegal man downfield or whatever it is. But, yeah, the RPO has gone away, and it's why we have Saquon now. But maybe you can bring it back.
Maybe you bring it back for a game like this where you're not as concerned about, hey, him getting hurt, not being available for us for 3 to 5 weeks.
Yeah. Well,
there's no tomorrow, right?
And you've got a guy in Saquon who can make a bad play into a home run. So even if you make the wrong decision and give it to Saquon, there's the potential in every play that he takes.
Well, this is where the ultimate, you overthink because you have 2 weeks. But, do they come out throwing and then have Kansas City kind of break out of trying to stop Barkley and then you hit him with Barkley later? Or do you set the tone with Barkley to start the game? There's so many different ways this thing can be played. And then you wonder, if you're coaching and getting ready for this game, are you overthinking as much as we are? Do you have the game plan from day one? And this is, I think Fletcher Cox said, I had him on at the Super Bowl last year, and we were talking about the game itself. He said the week before, that's the week that's the most important. It's not this week, obviously, because there's craziness. They're practicing and they're doing their stuff. But last week was the one where they implement everything. And we just talked to Malcolm Jenkins on my show, and he said in the Super Bowl in 2017, Jim Schwartz was concerned about all the substitutions that New England was going to throw at them. So he had all these, or the speed, speed that New England, they were, and he had all these substitutions ready, and Malcolm, they said, they went to him and said, no, we're not going to do something different than we've done all year, that drastic, because he's like, we were just information overload. Yeah. And they ended up not, going that direction, I guess, and they win that Super Bowl. Now, that was a shootout type of Super Bowl. So, to the coaching staff, I think Vic Fangio, you'll be fine. I don't know that he's an overthinker, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he's that. Is he reading Inner Excellence?
Right? We actually talked to that guy yesterday.
Yeah?
Have you interviewed him?
No, but we have his book over there. All our guests have been signing all this week.
So he was here yesterday.
Yeah, was he?
I'm sorry we didn't send him over there to you. That guy is everything that you would expect from that kind of book. I was trying to get him excited. I was like, yo, you went to #1 after
He said,
he
goes, oh, yeah. He goes, I spent 2 weeks in a row and sold 21,000 copies each week. And we're we'd be going nuts.
He sold 2 or 3 a week
before
leading up to that. And then sold 21,000 after it showed up on the next day. Went to #1.
Unbelievable.
And I was like, I'd have been all Dave Chappelle, I'm rich. And he was sitting there going, well, I took some time in the desert to sit there and I'm like,
yeah,
okay, that's why you're writing the book.
That's why he's got a book like that.
There you go.
Yeah.
21,000.
Back-to-back days or back-to-back weeks.
Yeah.
Well, and it's still, so it was #1, #2, and then this was the following.
I'm wondering, Fox has the game. Are they going to implement him into this game somehow, or this whole story?
I don't know, Fox. Are you?
If I'm producing the game, I'm finding that guy.
I'm thinking of A.J. Brown. It's hard not to come up. If A.J. Brown has a big game, that's somebody might bring it up, or somebody's going to make a joke about it anyway.
Yeah, like in the leading up to or if he has a big catch or a big moment, kind of foreshadowing how he got to this catch, in the events leading up to this game, and there was a book, and
I mean, the guy's definitely. If they win, you got to think he's parade worthy. He's part of the story.
He told us yesterday his speaking tours. Obviously, he's booked a lot more for his speaking tour.
I would bet.
It's thank you, AJ. How do I get AJ to wear my custom T-shirt on the sideline?
Right, exactly.
We'll roll with that. Appreciate you spending time with us. People want to find you. Obviously, they can find the show, social media, all that good stuff.
Yeah, we're on 2 to 6 every day, 97.3 ESPN Atlantic City. At Mike Gill Show. Our show airs live on YouTube. At Mike Gill Show, you can subscribe. So if you think I'm making any sense in this conversation, you can follow me there. Subscribe to the YouTube channel.
Yeah, it would be me. I'm rich! That's what would happen if we got it. Let's take a break. We're going to keep the discussion going. Superstream 59. We're in New Orleans. We're at Media Row.
And we are back, continuing the conversation here. We were talking about some of the things that we were going to do over the next hour or so, but I was trying to queue up. We did an interview yesterday. Adam Kaplan's here with us. How are you, sir?
Good to see you.
Inside the Birds. Appreciate you spending some time with us. I had these headphones cranked way up. Let me turn these down.
A little loud.
Just
it's all good.
A little bit.
All good.
Thank you, and coming over.
Sure.
You've been doing this for a minute. How's this one compare?
This is my 25th, Bill. 25th Super Bowl. My first one, 24th or 25th, the game was awful. It was the Bucs Raiders in 2002 in San Diego, but the week was awesome. The weather was fantastic. I had a great time, and it's an experience. Is this your first or second? Or
This is my first.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah,
I would rather ask
first.
you, what's it been like for you?
I'm having a ball. And
It's wild.
For me, it's a strange balancing act because I'm a lifetime Philadelphian.
Oh,
so
where'd you grow up?
I'm a fan in Mount Airy.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm from Cheltenham.
Nice.
Yeah.
So we're there.
Yeah. I didn't know you were from Philly.
Absolutely.
How about that? You see, you don't have the accent.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I don't know. We're good.
We got to try that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
But so I'm still I'm fanning.
Sure.
And
cool.
people who are walking by, and
Sure.
you get a chance to just kind of be here and enjoy that.
Yeah.
Is that ever hard? Because you're a Philly guy.
I'm not a fan because I'm a reporter by trade. So, for instance, like part of my job this week is I work for Sports Grid, which is probably the biggest sports streaming network in the country, other than ESPN. And I'm actually doing what you guys did with me. You're grabbing celebrities or people who cover the league or anyone who's anyone, as you're doing.
Right.
So I'll by the end of the day, I'll interview probably 20 people. By the time I'm done, all 3 days I'm here, I'll interview probably 60 or 70 people.
Yeah.
It's a melting pot. I do more business here in anything in my career than the Super Bowl, by far. It's not just we're here for the game. It's the Eagles, right? I have a company also. I know you had Jeff Mosher on, my business partner, for Inside the Birds. Yes, we're here for that. But I'm here renewing business contracts. I'm here getting more people in my network. I didn't think it would be like that. It's been like that the last 5 years. It's been very cool that would happen. I would not plan for that. It wasn't like that the first 15 years, but, man, it's been great networking here, and the fact that the Eagles are in it is just mind-boggling. It's phenomenal for us.
I think that's one of the things is we're trying to, we're walking around and showing people things and grabbing the wireless mic. And that's part of the picture we're trying to paint for them because I don't think – and again, this is new to me, not to you, so you tell me.
Sure.
I don't think people can fully understand all that's going on here, in the networking and the business and the people who are here and all the things going on.
So there are probably, let's say, between podcasters are huge now, right? There are probably 75 podcasters here. Okay, they're TV networks, they're radio networks, they're local television. Fox 29 obviously should be here, and they're here. It's a melting pot. Then you've got former players. There will easily be probably 30 to 30, 35, maybe 40 former Eagles here. Guys I met, one of my childhood heroes, Charlie Young, for those of you who are over 50 like I'll just admit it. I just admit I'm over 50. I know he's traded for Ron Jaworski. It was like the coolest thing. I met him here 2 years ago at the Super Bowl in 22. That's the other thing, Bill, is someone who you grew up in Philly. Yeah. You meet guys who, I don't get to be a fan much these days. It was super cool. And Charlie was like, who I am? I'm like, yeah, what are you kidding me? I know you were trading for Jaws. Are you serious? Of course I know that. That's the cool thing. And then, I'm doing my show with Jeff Mosher, Inside the Birds. I see Ryan Leaf. I know Ryan Leaf a little bit. Yeah, hey, Ryan, can you come over here? I just grabbed him. So we talked 20 minutes about the quarterback position, how it changed when he was drafted. So as you correctly said, you're very right. There's so much going on here. And by the way, it's not just football players. You'll see hoopers who are retired.
Yep.
You'll see baseball players. Their season's off. You'll see some baseball players. And the big thing here is former and current NFL players who are promoting products. That's why they're here.
Yeah. Well, and advocacy and activism.
Sure.
So the NFL Alumni Association is right.
They're all over it.
Yep.
Yep.
And we've spoken to several of them, and a lot of them are now involved with causes and anti-drug causes and depression. And country singer came through with Alzheimer's, talking about advocacy because his mother had Alzheimer's.
Marcus Smith, okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Marcus Smith, the former Eagle, who's had his challenges. I know he for mental health. He's here. We met Marcus a couple years ago. It's really cool. I'm so glad you brought that up because you really never know what motivates people or why they're here. Sometimes it's just to do the right thing, and I think it's great. And the Super Bowl was not always like that. When I first, early 2000s, it was much smaller. It was a lot of former players just promoting products. Now it's like you said, it could be for just doing well off the field. It's good stuff.
Is it, I mean, with Inside the Birds and your other businesses, those are kind of an example, I think, of how this whole industry is growing. Like, we are obviously Fox 29, but also our streaming platform is, in a lot of ways, the thing that that's what we're doing, focusing on here. Looking around this, having been in Super Bowls, Media Rows, previously Radio Row.
Yeah.
Do you see, I mean, are you impressed by all of this? Like, some of the biggest setups and structures here are not the networks.
Well, it's interesting. So I've worked for SiriusXM since 2004. I helped start NFL Radio as a host. They have a huge setup.
Yeah.
The other company I'm here with, Sports Grid, they're right in front of them. They're a streaming company. Streaming is huge. Yeah. I mean, here's the great thing about it. You don't need, if you have internet access, you're good. You don't need a lot of equipment, okay? I do it. Jeff Mosher and I do Inside the Birds off our laptop, okay? Now, just another thing is, and COVID's been a game changer with Zoom. Networks don't want to fly me. They rather me do Zoom. They still pay me my fee, but they don't have to fly me in. Okay. I didn't know what Zoom was before COVID. I mean, I wish COVID never happened, but if you want to be real here, streaming and Zoom is because of what happened since the pandemic. And by the way, it works.
Yeah,
you know?
It changed the industry.
Yeah, it did. It is what it is, you know?
You talk about your experience here and how it's changed and how you kind of understand how to work in this environment now. Yeah. Switching to the game a little bit, how important do you think it is for the majority or the amount of Eagles players who went through this 2 years ago and dealing with it this week and being ready for the game?
Yeah, that's been brought up. There's no question of that experience. Now they know what the week is like. Now, I would say they're still – the Eagles are much younger than the Chiefs are.
Yep.
So there are a bunch of – look, you got Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean.
Jalen Carter.
Yeah, Jalen Carter. Now, for Carter and the Georgia guys, they've played in big games, national champions, but there's nothing like this week. Because plus, you know, when I first started covering the league in late 2000s and then come to the Super Bowl in 2002, media night was not media night. It was on Tuesday, and it was at the stadium, and we'd be in the stands. It's complete. Now it's an extravaganza. It's because of entertainment. So that if you want to know how the Super Bowl week has changed, that right there is how it changed.
It's a spectacle.
It is.
Did you? And we were down there. You enjoy that, or is it kind of like, all right, this is a lot?
I don't go anymore. Yeah, I don't go to. No, there's really. I'm an information gatherer. So as a reporter, so, you know, I'll see. Everything I do, like the Senior Bowl, where I just came from Mobile, that's good for me. I get information about teams there. I go to the NFL Combine, I get information. It's really where could I get information as a reporter, or for Inside the Birds, like, okay, where can I get Eagles information? So I'll get a little bit here, but the Super Bowl is no longer just for the NFL. It's about everything else. As you set this up for today, it's not just the game. But turning back to the Eagles, it's great that they're here. And you mentioned the Eagles players. They'll grow. They'll grow with this experience. Hopefully they win. It's good for all of us if they win. You know, to be honest with you, I'm secretly cheering. I shouldn't be because I'm just call it down the middle. But it's great for business, man.
I stopped trying to like. I
get
started off. I was wearing jerseys the first couple days.
Hey, we interviewed.
Go ahead and go with it.
The governor's office called us to talk to him. We had a great interview with Josh Shapiro. I was shocked that he said, "Oh, I freely admit I'm an Eagles fan." What, are you kidding? He goes, I'm showing my Eagles bias because I always thought like politicians had to be like non-biased. Hell with that.
Nope.
Can I say that? Is it okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. I won't curse, but look, I was shocked. Like he came out right and admitted it.
I'm getting ready to put this back on.
I got it.
It's getting a little cold. I'm waiting for the pro shop to open so I can get some more swag.
Okay.
Today. So with all of the breakdown, the fun, the atmosphere, the football side of it, we're struggling to find people who are analyzing the positives of the Eagles. You're not going to pick a side. But most people they're skewing towards the legend of
Mahomes
and Reed, and that can't be beaten.
But no one's talking positively about the Eagles.
I mean, they say good things about the Eagles. They just don't think we're good enough to.
The large majority of folks, you know, we've talked to national, like not one way or the other. Asked it for pick. They've all ended up leaning towards Chiefs just because of Mahomes factor, which you understand. But then if you look at these rosters, I think most people would agree, top to bottom, the Eagles have a better roster. So how do you weigh that?
A little bit. You'd have to go position by position, but the Chiefs have the experience, and that's the thing you can't substitute. But it's so good, as Bill brought up, that they were here 2 years ago, and you were talking about as well, is that you bank that experience. The young guys are going to have to grow up. They're just going to have to handle the moment. But the thing that I love about this, opposed to last year, if we go inside football here, last year Nick Sirianni and some of the defensive staff, they just didn't have it together. Nick let it get out of control a little bit when they lost 6 out of 7. I just don't think he had a really good hold of the football team. Okay. To be honest with you, based on what I know from the inside, and he knew he had to take a better hold of the football team, got a better staff, particularly on defense, and here we are. I call it the varsity staff last year, the JV staff. To be honest, I mean they didn't have it, and Nick realized his mistake, and he grew up a little bit as a coach. You have to remember, Nick was a guy that not a lot of people knew about, kind of like Andy Reid when the Eagles hired him in '99, and who guy had never been a coordinator. But Jeffrey Lurie, you got to give him credit, Bill. And Joe Banner, who used to work with the Eagles, and when they hired Andy, this organization, other than Chip Kelly, I mean, Doug Peterson, nobody wanted Doug Peterson. He won a Super Bowl with the Eagles. We forget about that.
Are you buying? And I know that I'm a fan. You're a journalist. We'll sit there and talk a little bit about that. We were down at media night and got a chance to talk to a lot of the players, the younger players, and they at least project that they are completely unfazed by all this. Like, they just seem like they're just having fun. Like, that's what they do. I'm worried about the game.
Sure.
All this is cool. Landon Dickerson was like, I mean, he very nicely Marshawn Lynched us. He was like, I'm here because we have to be. We talk to people. Like, I want to go play football.
Sure.
Are you buying that cool, or do you think that this is a lot for the young guys?
Dickerson was here, I mean, the Super Bowl 2 years ago, so he knows. It's too much. That quite frankly, I think they're doing too much media. It's not their call. They have to do it. Because now they're going to cut it off at a certain point where it's just all ball, which is what you really need. I think it becomes a problem for guys who don't know how to handle the moment. But from what I understand from talking to just some agents who have players on the team and just Eagles in general, Nick Sirianni's done a great job of understanding the moment because he's been there and getting everybody focused. And you know what I also love? He's got Vic Fangio as the defense coordinator. Yeah. This guy's been there, done that. Yeah. No-nonsense guy, veteran coach. And it is, Bill, a very veteran coach. All of a sudden, like, it's funny. They're like the youngest defense in football, but yet they've brought in a very veteran coaching staff.
There's clearly an adult in the room who's making the decisions,
no doubt.
And they're taking that personality.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. How do people find you again? They obviously can find you
on X, on Kaplan NFL, CAPLAN NFL, Inside the Birds on any platform, podcasting or YouTube, and we'll be doing a post-game show, pre-game show with Greg Cosell from NFL Films, who's our guy, and this is our 8th year, but 2025 will be our 8th year. So thank you, Howie Roseman, for getting it together and getting it right, because
it's you guys, and if it's your 8th year come up, they've been to the bowl 3 times.
I know. He's done a great – listen, Howie and I have never agreed on a lot, but he's done a great job. I have to give him credit. The drafts he's done, for all the criticism he got, look at
we've
been phenomenal.
That's been my thing this week. If you look at the top 3 rounds the last 4 years, they're 12 for 12.
Even Jordan Davis. Okay, well, Jordan Davis definitely not quite what they thought. Let's be honest, but he contributes.
And even Tyler Steen hasn't broken in yet, but he stepped
had some good tape.
2 weeks ago.
No, you make a great point. So no, it's get it right in the draft, and he's great at free agency. So it's great, and they're set up so well for the future. So guys, I hope we see you next year.
Sure.
Appreciate you.
Thank you
for spending some time with us. We'll be back. Superstream 59, Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29.
Guys, I'm just following around. I don't even see if Dave can see the guy who's walking around with that ridiculous Chiefs jacket going off. I mean, I guess we kind of have to acknowledge it. It's just a, yeah, whatever. A lot of people continuing to walk around, talking to all the folks who are doing things, making our way through, and part of this is we get a chance to let you see the crowd. So we've got a couple of people who we have lined up coming through in just a moment. I'm actually kind of enjoying the fact that I just start wandering around, wandering through and talking to people, and we're one of the few, because of the technical skills and creativity of Dave Eitzen, who is behind the camera. I feel like we might be the only outlet that is kind of getting up, walking around, exploring some of the other tables. Everybody else is in the kind of the little square space that they have assigned to them and are just kind of staying there. And, you know, okay, I don't know if we're breaking rules. So I think the whole concept of wandering around and showing insight and seeing the things that are going on. There's Breland. Breland's walking through, doing her thing. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? I was just talking to my agent. Do you want me to come sit down?
Nah, I mean, we can. I'm kind of doing this because I like getting up and walking or moving around just a little bit.
Okay.
We were sitting at the table, but we can walk back to the table. Your agent's here?
Yeah, my agent was just sitting over there. Everybody's here. I just ran into my bestie, Deion Dawkins, offensive lineman for the Buffalo Bills. We went to Temple together. He's nominated for Welch Rate Man of the Year. So he's walking around today. A ton of people walking around. I have to go do Kansas City radio in a little bit, but we can chit-chat if you want.
Let's go. Just sit down and chill.
I just came from media availability.
Right. They're telling us sit because we've got all the folks that are kind of around. We're making our way. So did you see, put this on.
Yeah.
You saw the Mike and Alex craziness yesterday.
That's a lot going on there.
Somebody stopped us today, and now that's also going viral because media from Australia saw it and came up and were talking to us about that. And that has now been posted.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I don't really know what to say.
I'm not sure what to say. I'm sitting here. I got tagged in it, and that is now going on. It's like a split screen of the viral moment, and then me talking to the people from the guy coming up from Australia and talking about everything that was going on.
You know, that's something. I don't. Yeah. That's not my realm. I've been with the players since like 7 o'clock this morning.
Nice.
So like I don't.
So
that's not me.
So what was happening?
So I went to both Chiefs and Eagles availability.
What? Oh. Talk to us. We're streaming right here.
Yeah, you can see it right here. Also on Instagram or wherever.
It's on Instagram.
Yeah.
Alex is there. I'm going to see if she will. Maybe she'll collaborate me.
Yeah.
So that people can see it on my page as
there
well.
You go.
But right now you can see it on
Alex's
TV.
Instagram. Yeah. So I woke up this morning bright and early, was at the Chiefs the Chiefs Hotel for media availability. We talked to Carson Wentz. Remember that guy? Yeah. No. We talked to him a little bit. He was good. Okay. I didn't know how he was going to react when it came to Philadelphia. I didn't know if there was any hard feelings still. There don't seem to be. And, you know, I talked to him a little bit about his role being slightly different this time around.
Okay.
So you're going to hear from him later on at 5:30 on Fox 29. But I also went to Eagles availability after that. Talked to Isaiah Pacheco, who is from Vineland, New Jersey. That's big Eagles country. And he was talking about how great it is to be going against his hometown team, which is super fun for him. And then Justin Watson went to Penn. So, and do you remember Todd Pinkston?
Yes.
Yes, he is a running backs coach now for Kansas City. So he sure is. So I was talking to him a little bit.
Does he still weigh like 160?
No.
He got swole? Todd blew up?
I mean,
Todd was like
you can watch it later on at some point.
6'2", like 150. 160.
He does not look like Devontae Smith anymore. Let's just put it that way. So anyway, so we talked to him a little bit. Bing, bang, boom, and then packed our stuff up, went to Eagles, and we talked to a bunch of people at Eagles today. So that's going to be super fun. And
we'll see this on sports.
All over the place.
Fantastic.
So, yeah, So you guys can watch. We do stuff at 5, at 6, at 10, and then we also do the Fantastic Sports Show at 6:30 and 11:30 every night, Monday through Friday. Then we also have those Chase for a Championship specials coming up, and that's super cool. I talked to Jahan Dotson about what it's like to play for a team that he kind of grew up around. And, I mean, he was a Lehigh Valley guy, Nazareth Area High School. I went to his high school as well before we left, and I talked to them about it, and he kind of gave them some flowers today as well. So a lot going on. If you want player access, if you want this stuff, you'd be right here. But player stuff, you can find.
You should basically
Fox
just be
29.
all things Fox 29 and Fox Local up through, because we're your Super Bowl station.
Yeah.
Breland and Jason and Shred and Fantastic and the specials and sports, they have access that nobody else is getting you.
Yeah,
so you need to be watching.
I'm all over the media availabilities, and I'm the only one that gets to go in those. So like, it's kind of a thing that you probably should tune into. You know?
It's like
It's fun.
we're supplemental coverage of each other.
Yeah.
Because then all the craziness that's going on around here and all the people that we're grabbing and talking to, and it's just like wall-to-wall coverage of all of these
So
things.
you guys cover Radio Row. We have people on Bourbon Street. We have people all over the place. And then I can give you the media availability because I'm credentialed to be in
That
there.
part.
And right now, like I said, it's been crazy. Like now I have to go to Kansas City radio, my friends in KC. So
we love Breland, but I don't know
I'll
how I
make
feel
sure.
about the whole Friends thing with the Kansas City people.
Oh,
now.
come on.
No, I'm petty. I'm okay with being petty.
Yeah.
I'm
well,
petty. I'm gonna need you to be like, look, we'll be friends after the game.
I've been hanging out with Chiefs media people. Like I said, I was hanging out with Deion Dawkins earlier. He came down the escalator and he was like, oh, there she is, Miss Philadelphia Eagle. Miss, I go to the Super Bowl basically every year. And I'm like,
Yeah,
listen,
that's
Deion, I just bring a culture of winning anywhere I go.
All right, here, clip that viral moment. Jahan Dotson.
Yeah.
I'm just curious
Mhm.
because he is, I guess it was A.J. Smith. Somebody said that he's just playing his role. Like it might have been Donovan McNabb.
Mhm.
Not Donovan McNabb, Jalen Hurts. When you get a chance to talk to him, because Jahan Dotson, by all accounts, is a really talented guy.
Yeah.
Who has settled into that role, largely a distraction, occasional deep ball threat. Does he seem okay?
I think so. He's really proud, number one, to represent the Lehigh Valley, and I think it's really cool for him to be with Saquon Barkley as well. Those two kind of came up together, and I covered both of them when they were in high school, and it was a joy to watch both of them. They were so talented in the Lehigh Valley, and so the fact that he's able to play with Saquon, and I think at the end of the day, yes, you do want to be a star in this league, but most players, I think, that I have met and encountered, winning is more important. They want to be on a winning team. They want to win a Super Bowl, even if they're just a contributor and they're not the guy.
Right.
A.J. Brown has had to take a back seat as well this year, and so has Devontae Smith, because Saquon Barkley the offense is running through him, and that's okay for them. Every single time. Now, you can read into the reading on the sideline or whatever you want to go with narrative-wise. But what I have heard from A.J. Brown is that they are a very selfless offense, that they just want to win a Super Bowl no matter how it gets done. And the most important thing is taking care of the football and not turning the ball over, things like that. But they really don't care how they win. They've proven that they can win in different ways. And so for a guy who's basically a little bit of a role player like Jahan Dotson, he just wants to be on a winning team. He's coming from the Commanders, which, no shade, they had a great season this year, but not when he was there.
And he was wanted. So I think that part of it, like, we traded for you. It's not like you were just somebody. Like, this team wanted you here.
Exactly.
And that kudos to Howie, by the way, in that particular capacity, because you talk about the selfless nature of the team. I think it's a lot easier to be selfless.
I don't know. They got a lot of stuff going on behind you.
They're like the world. That's some kind of,
I don't know.
Somebody got there.
Anyway, sorry, continue.
The
Keep
grandma
going.
serving dish?
I know.
Looks like a soccer player.
That's crazy.
We got to figure out what that is.
Yeah.
But Howie made sure those people were paid.
Yeah.
And it's a lot easier to go in there and Saquon talked about, I'm out there playing, not concerned about the security of myself and my family. A.J. Brown can read books on the sideline when he's not getting catches because he got his contract. He's not concerned that I'm not, putting up huge numbers this year and renegotiating a contract.
And I don't feel the discontent that some people have run with. Maybe that's just me, but from my experience in the locker room, every week. I don't feel that level of discontent, that narrative that has been going around, that people are unhappy with being with this team. They want to win. They are winning. They are successful. Yep. And no matter how it gets done, at the end of the day, what matters is the fact that they want to bring home that Lombardi Trophy, and they're one game away from doing that. I really don't think it matters in terms of stats and yards and things like that at this point. Like, they just want to be part of, and that's super cool.
Player availability this morning, you talked to all the folks. Is to rest of today, is there more going on? Is it, I mean, you obviously got a bunch of shows to do.
Yeah, I have to, I mean, nothing in terms of availability. I have to turn things around. So after I'm done with Kansas City, I'm going to go up. I'm going to turn my stuff around. I'm going to get myself to the French Quarter. I haven't eaten yet, so I should probably do that, but I probably won't.
Did you get some beef jerky?
Oh, Cam Jurgens' stuff. Where are they?
People came around and said this came from Cam Jurgens.
Oh, that rocks.
Like he sent us a box. See, we all got them.
Oh, see,
beef jerky. You want some beef jerky?
I might need some beef jerky.
I'm willing to share. You want original or teriyaki?
It doesn't matter. Whichever one that you don't want is totally
fine.
fine.
I don't care. You're my people.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's like what's for dinner, but on Radio Row.
And
you know,
beef jerky.
It's beef jerky. So after this, I'm gonna try to find a time to eat since I've been awake since 5:15 this morning.
Nice.
And then we're going to go down to Bourbon Street. I'm going to do the 5, the 6, the 6:30, the 10, the 11, and the 11:30. And then we're going to be right back at it again tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
Protein bar?
You know what?
This is how we're living. We come in here at 10 o'clock local time in the morning, bounce at 4. The free wings are good.
Yeah, between not eating and walking everywhere. And I'm going to lose weight.
Took a walk this
probably.
morning. I went back to the supermarket this morning.
I'm tired.
'Cause I wanted some fruit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't even go to. There was a party last night, a media party.
Oh, I couldn't.
I went home, watched the Sixers game, and ate takeout in my hotel room.
I've done 4 Super Bowls, and I've never been allowed to attend the media party.
Really?
I've been working every time.
It's not cool.
This is part of it, though. Like, it's fine. I was on Bourbon. I was having a good time.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna go do more radio.
Things.
I'm a lady on a mission.
I think Colleen Wolfe is up next.
Ooh.
She's gonna come over and talk to us. She's right there.
Oh, fun.
Sitting
All right.
there chilling. I don't think we're gonna keep Breland away from Colleen Wolfe because we don't want you to be the Colleen story. So she was there working with us. Then she leaves and blows up and goes to the NFL.
My
network.
agent is right over there. I told you that. I'm just saying.
You know that they can see us.
Yeah. Well,
like people can hear us.
No, I'm kidding.
Like, we want you here with us.
I want to stay here.
That part.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to take a break and then go renegotiate Breland's contract. We'll be back. Fox Local.
Superstream 59. So, guys, I was a little bit distracted because I think they were going to, maybe not. I thought they were going to the Fox Sports. There's Bo Allen. He's a former Eagle. Let's see if we can grab him. Let's see. He's making his way through. See if we can get them. How are you, sir? Let's see if we can grab them. Can we talk to you? Real quick, or are you en route? It's super quick because we're here on Fox 29. Yeah, man. This is your local team.
I swear.
Do what you feel.
Yeah. All right. We're on air right now.
We're right there. This camera right here. We're just sitting here talking. So, tell us about the energy and all the things about being back here.
Super Bowl's great. It's a great atmosphere, especially when the Eagles are playing. But it's fun. There's a lot going on, a lot of good stuff. But let's not forget that there is a game this week. You know, we're still early in the week. Big game this week, and I'm excited about it.
Okay. Do people forget that? I mean, this is a spectacle. Does it make it hard to focus on football?
As a player, it does. As a washed-up former player, I'm here for the media stuff. So, but yeah, no, I mean, let's not forget that there's a huge game to play, and that's kind of the whole thing. It does make it hard to focus at times, though.
Just walking through, talking, what's the fun reason that you're here making the rounds?
So I'm here as part of Greenlight Podcast with Chris Long. Chris Long is a former Eagle, two-time Super Bowl winner, and we're just catching up with old teammates, talking football, and hanging out and enjoying the sights and sounds of lovely New Orleans.
Just having a good time.
Yeah, always.
We just wanted you to shout out. So shout out the Eagles fans. This is Philadelphia. What do the fans need to know?
Go Birds. That's it. Go
Simple.
fucking Birds, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Just dropping bombs.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Sure.
you. Wait, where can we hear and see the
Check
podcast
out
and all that?
Greenlight Podcast with Chris Long. We will be dishing out the finest content from Super Bowl week in New Orleans. A lot of interviews with players, past, current, and just, a lot of good stuff.
All right. Appreciate you. Yeah. All right, man. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm not sure whether or not, thanks, guys. Appreciate you. I'm not sure whether or not on the streaming platform I have to apologize for the profanity that just made its way onto the stream. I will, largely because I would like to apologize to you and because I would like to still have a job tomorrow. So, in his defense, I did just kind of walk up on him in the middle of the room and say, hey, man, can we talk to you for a minute? And he's like, I have like a minute. I'm on my way someplace. So he stopped and talked to us, but that's the nature of doing things live and just rolling up on people and seeing what's what. So that was Bo Allen. Another person, and real talk, that's almost exactly what you expect. When he's sitting there, he does a podcast with Chris Long, who is equally as real, authentic, say what they feel, and that's kind of the direction the authenticity of doing streaming is that a lot of times people just give you what they feel in the spur of the moment. And I think that's part of the reason why a lot of these shows now being hosted by former players are taking off, because people really respect and appreciate people who are just sharing their authentic view. They're just sitting there talking. They're calling themselves washed-up former players, but they're washed-up former players who have participated in Super Bowls and understand all the things that go into that. So it's another one of the cool things. How are you? It's another one of the cool things about just kind of being here and seeing all the things that are going on. There's the one table over there that I sit back and spend a lot of time talking to and focusing on, because of the fact that they have a bunch of professional athletes who are sitting there and making their way in and doing their thing. And so I keep kind of checking in on the things that they are doing. We were just talking about a superstar. No? You're not ready to own that? You're not ready to embrace the superstar status?
For myself?
Yeah.
No way. What?
I feel like...
Please.
So I wasn't at Fox 29 when you were there.
Okay.
Like, I was coming in back and forth, like, doing pundit stuff because I was doing talk radio.
Ah.
But I feel like your family, who has kind of grown on to superstar status.
Oh, my God. Well, thank you so much. I will come on the show anytime.
There you go. Tom's looking at me like, what?
Nothing. It's all.
You were there.
I was there. You know.
We were in the trenches.
Yes.
Oh, my God, Dave, what's up? This is great.
See? Family. I'm the only person who wasn't there. Colleen Wolfe, NFL Network, among other things, superstar.
Okay. Well,
All right.
that is so nice.
So what's this?
I can't accept a compliment. I don't know how.
Right. Okay. Do you miss Fox 29?
I miss Philly a lot, and I miss
See?
all of the people at Fox 29. It was so much fun to work there. I had such a blast. I laughed so much with Tom Shredencheck.
He's here.
He is?
Yeah,
I
he's
mean, I don't know
making
if
the
he's here
rounds.
at this moment, but he's
This is
here.
very exciting. The fact that the Eagles are in this, it's a family reunion with so many people from Philly here, especially so many Philly media members here. So I feel like this is almost a wedding at this point. Like I get to, except we don't have any cocktails,
No.
which is kind of a bummer. That would make it better.
Actually, cocktails making their way around.
You know, wait, really?
Yeah.
Got
all
me
kinds
back
of things. We
here?
had a guy who was on yesterday, a country singer who was walking around with wine.
No way. That's the way to do it. This is the way, people.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, and you would get a lot better interviews probably too, because
If we
people
were
would be
offering
saying
up
all sorts
wine,
of stuff. Yeah.
Go ahead and get this sponsored. This is now something that you've been doing for a minute.
Yeah.
Watching this kind of evolution, is this cool? Is this different? How is this year different?
This is I've been at the network for 11 seasons, and I didn't get a chance to go to the first Super Bowl when I was there. So this is my 10th Super Bowl, which I have been so lucky to be able to go to all of these games and be involved in such an event like this. But the last year, I did the in-stadium hosting at the Super Bowl, and that was really cool to be on the field, to see it from a totally different vantage point. And I get to do that again this year when the Eagles are in it, which feels like it just keeps getting better and better. And I keep thinking, well, I'm not going to be able to top that. And somehow I'm doing it, and it's been really, really fun.
You grew up an Eagles fan.
Yeah.
Like we both did. Now, you've done this for 10 years in a row. Now, 3 of the last 8 years, the Eagles have been in it.
Uh-huh.
How crazy is
It's
that?
so
knowing how it was us growing up.
I know. I feel like I really was here at the right time, because so many years you're just like, oh God, not again. Or
And
like,
you wear it on NFL Network all the time. So
I do. People are always like, how do you stay unbiased? I'm like, I don't.
No, you don't.
It's not really.
I love that.
I don't. I can't.
But it makes it a cooler job. We were just talking to Adam Kaplan.
Yeah.
And he was talking about I'm a journalist, and I was like, I'm wearing Eagles gear. Like I'm good with that.
Right. Like, I'm not breaking hard news here. I'm talking about a game that's supposed to be fun and it's entertainment. And also, I'm a really bad liar. So if I try to do and be something or someone that I'm not, it comes off as weird. Like, it comes off even more awkward than I already am. So I need to just lean into it.
I lack the poker face.
I can't do it.
And I tell people all the time, if I think you're full of it,
Yeah.
you're going to know.
Exactly.
Just looking at me.
Uh-huh.
I'm just like.
The face. I can't control the face or what it does.
So is it cool? Is it cool being in a place that encourages you to have the face?
I wouldn't say that they encourage it.
They allow it.
They tolerate it?
They tolerate it is definitely something that I would say about them, because the first few years they were like, maybe tone it down a bit, and now they're like, we can't control her. We don't know what to do. She's off on her own. She's a monster.
And it seems like the culture is flipped that way too, where that's more like the thing. Like, obviously you're going to do your job, but everybody's got their angle, and you just embrace it.
Yeah, I would like to think that I'm a trailblazer.
You are, yeah.
You
risked your career for
exactly.
others.
Right. Just breaking down barriers,
Right.
doing things.
Yeah, but it has been nice, because the Eagles, since they've been good, I've been able to do a lot of positive things on the Eagles and flex on the people I work with a little bit, which makes everything just a little bit more fun. I'm petty, so I like that.
I feel like we're kindred spirits.
Yeah.
Didn't I just say I was petty like in the last block?
That's great.
And
we were meant to be
comfortable with it
together
and
here.
live with it, right?
Mhm.
Look at this. So what are you doing this week? What are the fun things that we can expect to see from you?
So I have a lot lined up. I'm actually I'm trying to go up in one of the Ospreys for the test flight before I think that's on Friday. But I don't even know what my schedule is, quite frankly.
She's got
because
NFL Game Day morning, Sunday morning.
Pages. Yes, I'm doing NFL Honors on Thursday. I'm doing the red carpet for that. And then there's an 8.5-hour pregame show on Sunday that starts at 9 a.m. Eastern on NFL Network. So that's also going to be a party. There are so many people involved in it that the graphic is sort of a Where's Waldo of everyone.
Okay.
So, yeah, it'll be fun. Tons of guests, tons of interviews. Really fun.
I feel like that whole concept, when I was talking about, they said, you're going to do 5.5 hours a day from Media Row. And I was like, oh, that's a lot.
Yeah.
And then you just kind of slide in the 8.5 hours.
They had to add the half, too. Like, it's not just 8 hours. It's 8.5 hours.
It's like a full workday with a half-hour lunch.
Yeah, I know. And I'm doing that, and then I'm going to the next job, which is the in-stadium hosting. So if you guys have any, caffeine or whatever
Cam
tips,
Jurgens dropped off jerky.
Whatever.
Cam Jurgens just dropped off beef jerky. If
Can
you'd
I
like
have
some.
it's called jerky?
Jerky, yeah. He started his own. You got
jerky.
I'm also hungry. Can I take
one of
these?
You got whatever one you want. It's all yours.
We got jerky.
That's
we got
great.
protein bars.
Ooh.
Cracked pepper or hot honey.
Free wings.
Oh, yeah. I'm going with the hot honey.
There you go. It's all yours.
You got hot honey?
Yeah. I got hot honey.
Colleen's got hot honey.
Hey.
All right, so you're Philly. You acknowledged you're a fan.
Yes.
So do we even ask how you're viewing this game?
Well, this is not going to be an easy game by any means, but I think about the last Super Bowl between these two teams, and the two biggest differences are Saquon Barkley and Vic Fangio running that defense. And now I cannot believe the career resurgence for Zach Bond.
Yeah.
Going from a primarily special teams player here in New Orleans to now an all-pro in Philadelphia at linebacker, I feel like what Vic Fangio unlocked for him it's just been really cool to watch him grow. Honestly, both Zach Bond and Saquon Barkley, to see them reach their potential that was there the entire time, but they just didn't have the right pieces. They didn't have the right coaches, and now they're here. And for Zach Bond to return to the city to now, as an all-pro, to now play in a Super Bowl is just kind of wild to me. I think it's really cool. But both of these teams are so talented on both sides of the ball. I think Steve Spagnuolo, the Chiefs defensive coordinator, has done a really good job. You never know when Spags is going to blitz. He has so many different things up his sleeve. Even last week, or whatever it was at this point, who knows? Days don't even exist in my life.
Everyone keeps saying that.
The Chiefs played the Bills, whenever that was, Steve Spagnuolo showed looks that he hadn't even showed all season long, and it even fooled Josh Allen. And Josh Allen, it was like on the corner blitz, he had a lot of explosive plays that were right there that he could have taken advantage of, and Steve Spagnuolo fooled him. So that's always something that could happen.
All right. She didn't give us her pick.
Go
Can't
Birds.
give us your pick.
Go Birds.
The Eagles will win.
Okay.
There you go.
They will prevail.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
So they can see you on the network, follow you on social, all those good things.
Yes, at Colleen Wolf on Instagram. I don't really tweet a lot on X, but I'm on Bluesky. Is that a thing still? I don't know. I'm everywhere and
All right.
nowhere all at once.
I'm going to make sure I'm following.
Okay.
We got it.
We'll make this official.
Yeah. All right. We're going to take a break. Thank you so much for spending some time
great
with
to be
us.
here. Good to see you.
Super busy. You'll see the rest of the Fox 29 family that's
Yes.
all around here. We'll be right back. It's Super Stream 59. Fox Local, Fox 29, the YouTube.
time.
It's Superstream 59. We're live from Media Row, talking about and to all the people doing cool things. And, of course, Mikey Miss is in the building. How are you, man?
How are you, Bill?
I'm good.
Good to see you guys down here.
Everything's good.
Everything is really good. This is an amazing. I've been here for like 3 different times. This looks like it's like out of control right now. The Radio Row and all the people that are here, all the podcast type of ventures. So it's exciting.
It's the first time I've done this, so I'm still fanning out. I'm just walking around having a blast with it. But you've done this, so is it changing? It is a big deal now with all these.
This year looks like a bigger deal. I mean, you've got all these betting companies that have their exhibits, and you get. I mean, look at how much they spent on that. They've got like a digital billboard advertising their show up here.
These are legit TV sets, like all around
it's pretty extensive. But it's fun for what we're doing to grab guests on the go. That has to be relevant to the show. Like, you can just get any old guest and throw them on. And I think a lot of sports talk radio people do that just to kill time. But like, we have Malcolm Jenkins floating around, so like, boom, like that's a guest we want to get. We're trying to get Chris Sims for tomorrow because he's the guy that said in the Rams game that if you took away the 3 touchdowns and you took away the turnovers, the Rams would have won that game. It's like, you got to be accountable for that. You need to account for that comment. So we're trying to track him down for tomorrow. But we try to look for guests that could add something.
It's like when Micah Parsons was like, except for the score.
It was a close game against the Cowboys.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. But I like to. We had Jay Glazer on, and Jay Glazer told a story about his battles with depression, ADHD, but we also had a connection with him because he's the guy that said that he reported that during a break that Brandon Graham and Big Dom went to Jalen Hurts' house to say, you got to be a better teammate. Your team wants you to be a better teammate. And so he reported that, and later on, Brandon Graham came back with a tweet laughing as if it wasn't true. But it was true. And so I asked Glazer about that, and he goes, yeah. What? He says, I call the guy, I say, what are you trying to do? Well, it's true. So like little things like, I want to connect to the Philly audience is how we do these guests here.
Is this still, and I've been a fan, listened to your show for years, and part of it is holding people accountable. Like, it's not just the casual kind of sports talk conference. Is that still fun to you? Because you don't seem to mind the necessary confrontation.
I don't know. I started out as a newspaper guy, and you're trained to do the job in a certain way where you just try to get the truth. And so I just tried to carry that. And that's made me a lot of enemies at Sports Talk Radio because a lot of people don't want to offend. But, like right now I'm chasing down Daryl Morey. I think he needs to be accountable for what's going on. I think I kind of look at myself as like an advocate for the fans. Like, if you're not doing right by the fans, they deserve more than what you're presenting them. And we've had so many years in this town where they haven't been accountable to their fan base. This is a large market. Like, it's the 4th largest market in America. So you should be doing your best to produce really good teams. And fortunately, the Phillies have been in the hunt. The Eagles are obviously carrying it right now. The Sixers, I don't know what's happened.
You don't love the K.J. Martin deal today?
Well, they got rid of both Martins. They saved 6 letters on the back of a jersey. Yeah. Actually 12 now with Martin. But, it's ridiculous what's going on with the Sixers. So, I try. Like, I can't come and like, we broadcast the Sixers game. So I'm sure that the Sixers don't like the fact that their organization is getting criticized by their flagship. But I don't know how to do it any other way. I can't soft pedal anything, so.
Does that make it's interesting, because we had a couple people on we were talking to earlier in the week who were talking about the balancing act between criticizing things that take place and the fact that I still need my Super Bowl credential. And there are some who have not gotten their Super Bowl credential when you make an enemy of the league.
Yeah.
Does it make it hard to do what you want to do?
It's a balancing act, but here's the thing. Like, they don't pay me. Like, the audience, I have a job because the audience responds and listens. So my consumer really is who I have to be beholden to. And if I come out and I say, well, no, the Sixers have the right idea how they're building it, and blah, 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 people are like, well, you're a phony, So I can't, and once I do that, I lose the base of people who are listening in the first place. So I've always got to be conscious that the audience comes first. the team, if they're going to get mad at me for, like, I'm trying to be fair. I'm not trying to take gratuitous shots at anybody, but I just feel like I have to get the truth out, and the people that need to be accountable have to be accountable, or at least I have to try to make them be accountable.
You've seen the whole evolution of the Eagles over the years. I was just talking to Colleen Wolfe, and she said she's been in the last 10 Super Bowls. And I'm like, how crazy is the Eagles been 3 of 8? How good is this Eagles team compared to the other teams we've seen?
Tom, I think this is the best. I really do. I mean, when you look at it, first of all, I really get jazzed up when you can stop a team. And they have the number 1 defense in the league. That's really difficult to do in this kind of environment where there's so many superstar athletes. So that impresses me right away. And they found a formula. It's amazing how they found a formula that wins, which is, like, not conventional. Because there's a passing league now, and they said, you know what? Here's what we do best. Let's stick to it. And that's a transition that's not easy to make. You have to have your quarterback buy into that. You have to make your offensive coordinator. And he came here as this motion, fancy passing type of guy. You know, you got to be disciplined to go to admit this is the best thing we do, which is to run the football. People are going to look at it and go, you can't win that way. You need a quarterback that's going to make plays. Well, at least how's it working out? Yeah. You know, it's like so far, like who's been able to now refute that they don't have a passing game, so that's going to prevent them from winning the Super Bowl. Now, I say that going into Sunday, if the passing game prevents them from winning a Super Bowl, then they have the ammo back. But I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think anybody can stop what they do with the running game with Saquon Barkley.
It feels like such a weird anti-common sense argument that people are keep trying to make about the Eagles game, because if you're rushing for 300 yards, there's only so many yards to be had. You know, so why do they care so much whether 300 comes from passing or 300 comes from running if you're still getting the explosive play that you go out there and
well,
score?
There's this notion, Bill, that if you stop the run, that then he has to beat you with his arm. Who stops the run? No, this is like one of those years where you can't stop that guy. It doesn't matter what you try to do. You may be able to stop him for a little while. All of a sudden, he finds a crack, and you miss a blocking assignment, or you miss a defensive cadence, and boom, he's gone. And he breaks your heart because he can take it 60+.
Right.
And not many running backs can do that anymore. You know, he busts you apart, and you go, oh, man, we just played great defense, and now he, you know, and it takes your heart out. And that's what he does, and you just keep working it. You know, for him to average the amount of yards he's averaging this year is just phenomenal, man. It's like running backs get stopped. Running backs will have games, and they'll have 45 yards. They held him 45 yards on 16 carries, but it doesn't happen with this guy because he will bust you for 60.
You know what's funny is that there's a meme going around on social media, the quote that came from from Joe Shane, the Giants GM. You're sitting there like, I'm not paying a quarterback $40 million to hand it off to a $12 million running back. And then they just showed the clip of Jalen handing it off to Saquon. It is kind of like rubbing that in the face, because in a lot of ways that's exactly what we're doing. You just have a quarterback that can make the plays when necessary.
See, that was the big flaw in thinking for a lot of NFL general managers that because Saquon leveled off at the Giants, but he didn't have a quarterback that defenses feared, and he had a terrible offensive line. So for them not to put that in the equation, well, he's expendable. He's more expendable than our quarterback is right now. That's the exact opposite way they should have thought. Because that quarterback wasn't good enough for them to think that way, and that running back was good enough. He just wasn't getting enough help. And
on the flip side, defensively, talk about Jalen Carter. And, you hear the Jerome Brown comparisons. You hear, obviously Fletcher Cox has been here. How good is that guy?
He's been the dominant. He's been Aaron Donald. And he's going to be Aaron Donald for a lot of years. He's the preeminent tackle in the game today. I mean, he's just he's unhandleable. You have to double team. It's going to be interesting to see what the Chiefs do with this guy, whether they double him and all game long, and because that's going to open a lot of pass rushing situations for the Eagles. Now, the thing about that is, even if you rush that guy, he'll throw a ball behind his back, between his legs, and complete it. Like, that's the big fear. Even if you get to him, he'll make some kind of goofy play that breaks you.
It's a little scary. All right, so what are you hearing from everybody? I'm going to get your analysis too, but all the people you're talking to, you got the insiders, the fans, the whole nine. Can they win this game?
Oh, they can definitely win the game. In fact, I looked at the line. I get a big indication from the line that Vegas sets. I think they're the smartest people that analyze football. We all try to be as smart as that. We're not. They extrapolate every piece of data that's out there. So when they set it at 1.5, and it didn't move for a really long time, it just moved down to 1.
Did it?
So
Okay.
people now betting the Eagles, which means smart people are betting the Eagles. So I really like the fact that went down. Maybe by game time it'll be a pick 'em, which I think the Eagles. At that line, I think the Eagles win. I think it's going to be close. There's this amazing stat out there. The Chiefs haven't lost by 8 points or more, like only 5 times in the last 149 games, like something phenomenal like that.
Okay.
So that tells me it'll be a close game. I don't think the Eagles are going to blow them out. There's a lot of people that say, the Eagles are going to blow them out. No, that team's too good to blow out. They really are, and that quarterback's too good. So I think it's going to come down to the Eagles aren't going to allow explosive plays. The Chiefs get down the field methodically, which puts them in a position where they're going to kick a lot of field goals, I think. But if the Eagles can score touchdowns to balance that out, they're going to win the game. I like 27-24, somewhere in that area.
And just don't let the ball be in Mahomes' hands.
At the end, yeah.
You need to run it out.
Yep.
Appreciate you, man.
All right,
You can
guys.
Check out the
Thank
show.
you, man.
Can follow him on social. He's doing good things. Mikey Miss. We'll be back in just a second. Superstream. Superstream 59, Fox. You good, man? You all right? Fox Local, Fox 29, continuing to keep you updated on all the things that are taking place as we roll around. Listen, I can't be upset with people who are walking through when every time I'm getting up and just kind of wandering through the room. Like I said before, I feel like we're the only ones who have gotten up and just kind of taken the walk to show everybody all the things that are taking place. Wandering up to folks, sharing the information, showing the different shows that are going on throughout, grabbing people as they're doing their various broadcasts. I don't know if the camera can follow me as I go over there. So there is a whole table that's set up back here. It's a gigantic booth. I think you could see it on day one when they were setting all the things up. So there's, hey, let's see the nails. Philly.
Philly, baby.
Hey.
All right.
Completely unbiased.
Completely unbiased, though.
Appreciate you. And you can see over there, you can see up at the top, it's the Wings on Bounty. And we have all been kind of making our way over there every now and then to grab the occasional free wing that they have, and then being impressed by the quicker picker upper nature of the napkin that they give us as they're promoting the free wings. So we're taking the stroll and kind of wandering through. It's just getting a little bit more challenging because all of the shows are now up and running. So the shot that we had going through, what's up, man? Good. The shot that we had going through all the way to the back is now not there anymore. So you kind of have to shoot in between the different angles and catch people as they're making their way around and stop in and talk to some of the folks, all at the same time trying not to be the one who is just standing directly behind. There's our friend Coach O, who's continuing to do her show. They've had people rolling in and out the entire period of time. I'm trying to see if our camera can still see us as we are over here checking out the Coach O's couch. Women's National Football Conference. Who she have next? Who you got next, Coach O? The first black woman to coach in the NFL. Coach O is over here making history. I don't know if you guys can see it because since we started, there's all kinds of things in the way. We're going to come back and talk to Coach O. But Coach O's been busy the entire time. Constantly folks coming in and out, doing their thing. What's that? What happened? They're talking about, I don't know if our camera can see all the way over there. I was going to go walk over and sit down on Coach O's couch, but I don't think Dave, even with his 13 Emmys, can get the shot that goes all the way through to Coach O's couch. Huh? I can't make him move. That's his table. So we're continuing on as we do the stroll. We're just joking, man. No, you're good. You're good. I appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Listen, we're the one booth who is just getting up and wandering around and talking to all the other folks. And on day one, nobody was here. So now that it's all built up, you're sitting there catching shots, going all in like that. How's the show going?
Great, buddy. Great. Outstanding. Yep. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. You guys had a lot of folks coming in here. What's their breakdown? Say goodbye because your show's getting ready to start. They're picking Eagles, right?
One guy, Chris Johnson, the former Tennessee running back, great. Everybody else, Chiefs Kingdom.
What do they know?
Exactly. Yeah. Take the dog.
Get those guys. Enjoy your show. What do those folks know? He's smart because he understands it's about the Eagles. What's up, man?
What's up?
How are you? That's a big dude. That's Sean Merriman? That makes sense. He was walking around like this. It was. Guys, they sent me out here. I know that our managers are watching. Y'all understand you sent me out here without security. I'm walking up on dudes who have no neck. We just went up on him. I was like, hey, man, how you doing? He's like, I'm good. How are you? Got on a shirt that's probably like a 2 or 3X and looked like an extra medium. Barely busting out of the shirt. And that's like everybody, as you wander around, that becomes the challenge because there are all these former football players here who are all, how you doing? Good. Who are all still kind of living their football life. All right, I'm going to go sit back down. It's making me feel like I walk around. I remember back in the day, and I weighed probably about 220 pounds. And I had been lifting a lot. I had gotten big. And I used to explain that that was not overweight. That was 220 pounds of heartbreak and headache. So I was explaining to people. Now, when I walk around and see what 220, 230, 240, 250 looks like when you're actually in professional athlete shape, that was just overweight. It wasn't anybody's heartbreak. I mean, it was heartbreak, but for different reasons. All right, we're going to take a break, keep the conversation going. We still have, I keep trying to get to the point where we can play the interview that we recorded yesterday about this cool film that we have going on, but we will see. Nah, he's upset.
back, guys. We're calling it Superstream 59. So we've noticed Marcus Smith walking around multiple times, and I feel like every time you walk by, I go, that's Marcus Smith. He was on with us on the Pulse, former Eagle, but doing a lot of things now. And it's interesting to kind of see you here with your ongoing message and advocacy. So what's that mean being here?
Man, it's been a lot. It's been good talking to you on the Post. We've been doing a lot. Now with the Circle of M, we've partnered with other treatment facilities to help guys get into treatment and just being a force in the media space in a way of just talking about faith and trying to get guys to talk about their mental health more. And it's a good thing to see because a lot of guys are talking about it more, and that's what we wanted.
It's when you started doing it, people weren't talking as much. I feel like even sitting here, we've talked to multiple people with the NFL, Players Association. It feels like you've kind of started breaking down those barriers and people are now more comfortable expressing. Like, do you sense that also?
Yeah, I do. I think being a pillar in that space was something that I always wanted to do, just wanted to be a voice, just be able to push the message if I could, right? And when I started to be vulnerable about it and talk about some of the stuff that I dealt with, I think it made it easy for other guys to kind of speak up, but not just speak up and then walk away from the game like I did, but speak up and get the help and still continue to play the great game that we know today is football.
It's eye-opening, and I keep making jokes about the fact that I'm walking through and seeing guys your size and NFL players walking through, but then talking about some really important, issues and things that they're advocating for. It's got to feel good that that's becoming a much more comfortable thing for people to do.
Yeah, it feels great. Even Monday, A.J. Brown was still talking about some of the things that he dealt with, and you have those type of players because kids really look up to football players, basketball players, a lot of athletes. And so when they see some of their heroes talk about mental health, then it makes it okay for them to talk about it as well. So, and that's just the message that we continue to push. And we'll continue to keep going. And as people talk about it more, the league starts to talk about it more. And now it's even better for the people and for the kids.
So are you doing the podcast here? You got interviews and stuff set up?
So I got interviews. I'm here with Faith on the Field in partnership with the Circle of M. So we've been doing interviews. We just had Sean Alexander, and he talked a little bit about his faith and where he was and how he is now. So it's been good. It's been fun.
And if people want to find you, I'm not going to keep you because I know that I actually walked over to his booth. They're setting up, and I was like, can you give me 5 minutes? Yeah. If people want to find you, follow you, continue to kind of support your journey.
Yeah, you can go to circleofm.com. You'll be able to see all the stuff that we're doing, the programs that we run in the PG County, Maryland area. We just started a program for the youth to continue this initiative of talking about mental health. That's where it starts with the youth. So if you want to find me, circleofm.com, and yeah.
And obviously you're picking the Eagles.
Yeah, for sure. Come on, Jalen Hurts. You got all those guys. I want them to take down the Chiefs. Come on, can we just get them to take down the Chiefs? We need them to.
Good, my man.
Right.
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is Marcus Smith. He's doing big things, guys, and we had him on the Pulse, and it was cool because he was one of the first. And you saw, let's say, a large man who was going on podcasts and stories talking about his vulnerability and challenges and how to help other people. And now more and more professional athletes are coming out and sharing their stories as well. So we appreciate him talking to us. Let's take another break. We will keep it going. We've got more guests coming in. Chris O'Connell's in the building. He's here making the rounds. I told you, Fox 29, we're all over.
Superstream 59, we are here. As I said, going into the break, Chris O'Connell is here. He's part of the Fox 29 team that's just been deployed
all over the
New
place.
Orleans.
All over the place.
How's it going? I haven't seen you since we landed and kind of all went our separate ways.
Yeah, I think, 17 of us here?
Yeah.
I think we're in 5-6 different hotels.
Yes. We got lucky, by the way.
Well, we're just glad we're here, number one. Number two, we're glad we're near the convention center here because this is the kind of the hub of the activity. So we've been real busy. We've been all around. Of course, I've been focusing on 10 o'clock.
Okay.
5, 6, 10 o'clock news. So we've been out all day doing stuff like the security, which, if you ever been to, I don't know if you've been down here?
No.
First time?
I mean, I've been in New Orleans.
Well, if anyone's coming down here and you know Bourbon Street, it's going to be a lot different because, it's like a military zone. I mean, there's lots of, National Guard. There's blockades at every block. There's bollards to get into the French Quarter that, restrict vehicular traffic. So it's kind of different. And not just being here before, but talking to people that live here, they said the French Quarter is much different, especially because what happened last month.
Yeah. So it's locked down. You can't just kind of party up and down the streets crazy as people are used to.
And again, doing the security story, this is a national security event. Yeah. So, I mean, you see the helicopters, the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, was here, and there's just police all over the place. But that's typical for a Super Bowl.
So security is crazy tight. That's typical. Coming in and out of here was actually interestingly tight. Like the whole scans of your face and everything now has stepped up. Or is that just kind of commonplace for what you've seen?
It seems like all the World Series, the Super Bowls, and they do the facial recognition. Now as fans, you do that. So it honestly, I think it makes things a little bit easier.
Okay.
But you kind of sign up for it when you sign up to get credentials. You're going to get facial recognition. So they keep it safe, and they should. They should. Again, especially what happened a month ago here.
Security, part of your story. Fans, like what are the things that you've uncovered that we need to share with the audience, giving them that taste of what they haven't seen?
Well, if you're coming down here, it is a very walkable city and designed that way. So if you're in the French Quarter, if you're staying outside, we're staying at the right around here, the convention center. It's a 20-minute walk from here, 25-minute walk to Bourbon Street from here. The people are great. The food are great. Is great. They are trying to roll out the red carpet for us. They've been planning for this for a long time. It's a big. But I also noticed too, they're still getting things together. They're still building sets and things. Did you see the Frito-Lay deal?
No.
So Frito-Lay, did you see this?
No.
Frito-Lay has the company. They have a whole city block. We're giving them free advertising, but they deserve it. The money they spent.
Yeah.
They have a whole city block. And each of their brands has its own storefront facade. It's like this whole neighborhood. It's a whole neighborhood. Tostitos has their own Fritos. Doritos has their own. It's crazy. The money that is being spent on the branding and just stuff like this. Like this table costs money to be here. I mean, and multiply that and just the money being spent. And it just proves the NFL is a machine.
That's what we've been pointing out all week, that Bounty has a huge thing in here, and they give out wings every day, and then they say, hey, you need Bounty after you have our wings. It's been just in here, and it's not even open to the public. So the amount of money, and like you said, you look around here, look at the sets that people build and everything else, the amount of money is crazy.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. But that, again, it kind of shows you the NFL.
Yeah.
And Super Bowls are fun, though. It's but, this is my 7th Super Bowl. I was at one as a fan, but look at this coming by. Is that like a robot?
So
I didn't see that yet.
We interviewed them earlier. So there's a local hospital that has kids who are
remote
incapable of coming out, and so they're controlling the robots from their hospital room.
That's
with
amazing.
Like, joysticks and things. And then they're they're going around getting interviews and seeing things. And we talked to one of the kids earlier.
And you guys have been doing a great job here. This is great. This is what the Super Bowl's all about. The people, the celebrities walking by,
it's been interesting. It's like your head on a swivel.
Right,
so I'm sitting here, we're doing the conversation, and Tom's facing that way.
Yeah.
So every now and then I'll kind of see him going to go,
and you're trying
Should we
not
pull
to
that
just
person?
completely turn around.
Yeah, Bill jumped Bo Allen earlier, and Bo had, he may have dropped an expletive at first, but he came over and talked to us, so it was all good, you get what you expect.
Yeah,
I can't imagine the kind of the expectations for some of these guys who are coming here. Some getting paid, some not, but it's so much fun. Super Bowls are always so much fun. And it's not just the game; it's the whole lead up to it.
Yeah, it's almost like and we've said this multiple times this week. There's an event and a game breaks out at the end. Like, all of this seems to be the thing that there's all this attention on it, and there's millions of dollars being spent in this room. And there's sets that we showed Monday that we can't see anymore because more things have been built around them that they got here a week ago to start building.
Right.
And some of the biggest stars have started to say they're arriving over the next couple days or have been here. Like, this, for someone who it's the first time we're doing it, certainly live from Media Row, it's just been like,
yeah,
just this eye-opening experience.
It's overwhelming. So I got to ask, when do you think this will happen in Philly?
I don't know.
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
2034 BR3 because I think what's the lease up in 32. It's going to happen. It's just a matter. It's like not even a reason to fight it. It's going to have just a matter of will it be retractable and can we get them to keep it open during a lot of the cold weather games? Because I'm going to miss that, but it's going to happen.
But Jeffrey Lurie was asked about this on Media Night. Oh, did you hear what he said? I only saw a clip of it, but what I got out of it was he definitely wants – he didn't say this, but he's making the case for a retractable roof, and how he made that is, you got to talk about – but he also said we also want a Final Four to Philly.
And that's the thing. The Final Four and the Final Four will only go to domes now. It doesn't go to arenas anymore.
So I think, can you imagine, like, what would it be like? What would Super Bowl, convention center would be this, right?
Well, I would hope the weather would be a little better, but, we did the Minnesota thing.
Yeah.
We were both there.
Yeah.
When it's cold, it's a different game. I also did New York. That was the other one that I did.
That was cold, too.
It was ridiculously cold, at least the first couple days.
Yeah.
Everything's inside. As much as I would love Philly to get that bump, it does, I think, lose a little something because it's harder to, and then you have the weather risk.
Right.
Now, New York, they rolled the dice and did it an outdoor game. That won't happen again, I don't think, but you have to build a dome.
And you have to have the right city, too, because I was in Jacksonville for, the Eagles
They'll
Patriots.
Never go back there.
No, that was just, they were just not prepared for that. It didn't seem, it just wasn't big enough. It didn't have enough hotels. I mean, even a town like this, I think, is kind of pushing the hotel limit. And they're used to big conventions.
And you can tell by
what they do here.
And you can tell by the prices. Now, you were down at Eagles Jacksonville. That was the Eagles' first in 24 years. So the whole city kind of went down there, and you heard a lot of those reviews. You have a pulse of the fans. Have you started to see the influx of them, or when do you expect that? How many Eagles fans compared to Chiefs fans are you seeing out on Bourbon Street? We've been locked in here.
There's definitely more Eagles fans, but keep in mind it is really early.
That's what I mean. It's early.
So I think tomorrow we're going to be going into the airport. I know several fans that are coming in tomorrow. I know one that came in last night. I know a few that are coming in tomorrow. I know a bunch coming in Friday. So those are the days. And then, because this is a town, to be quite honest with you, a week here is a long time.
Yeah.
It's
just like being in Vegas.
Yeah,
you wake up after day 3 and you're like, oh.
Yeah, there's only so many times you can go down Bourbon Street. But again, this is built for conventions. It's built for several day stay, large amounts of people, Superdome, restaurants, place to go, French Quarter. But they've rolled out the red carpet, and I love the city. It's a great city, and I wish I could explore it a little bit more.
Wish we had a little bit more time. I think we're going to go later today after we finish the show. My plan, because I've admitted to people that I've been the go back to the room and grab dinner and sit there and chill. I haven't done. I'm getting up and walking around and seeing things, but I haven't done the go crazy on Bourbon Street kind of stuff. You feel like you got to get up in the morning and do 5.5 hours. That's a lot. But we're going to go explore because the experience opens today.
Yes.
And the pro shop and everything opens today.
Yes.
So we can go see all the different swag and go kind of upgrade our looks for the rest of the week.
Get a lot of requests for the white zip-ups that the Eagles had.
Everybody
at home,
available?
Everybody at home
That's what I was wondering. If I see them, I'm buying.
Well, that's what everybody. I've got a couple of messages from people at home. Can you see if they have them down there? Because nobody at home has them. They don't even know. They might not even be available to the public, but everybody wants them.
Yeah, they last Super Bowl, the same thing. They were really cool, and they came out opening night, and everyone wanted one. And
were they available?
They were. Yeah.
Okay, so then it's
but
possible.
limited. I remember it was for just a few, just like maybe a week or so, and then they were done.
Because they had yesterday, and I didn't get over there because we were live here. Yesterday they did a media preview of the Pro Shop and the fan experience. So I didn't get a chance to see if any of that stuff was there, but I was getting the same text messages. People were like, "Are those sweats? Like, I don't know if you get the whole sweatsuit, but can I get the jacket?"
Yeah.
And everybody wants those things.
Bring your wallet and your credit card and possibly a mortgage payment because that stuff's expensive.
You travel a lot for the station.
Yeah.
We can't talk them. And I got a text message, so management is watching.
Yeah.
I feel like we should be able to expense that.
You didn't?
Not yet. Like, I feel like we should be able to expense this. We're wearing these on camera representing the station.
Can we write it off on our taxes?
Something. Like, I feel like this is a legitimate business expense.
Yes.
There you go.
You try that. Let me know how it works out on your expense form.
We're going to see. So
an IRS agent comes.
Yeah, Eric Smith on line 2.
Every questionable comment that I've made about various things, we're getting text messages in real time.
Yeah.
So we'll see. So management who is watching back at the station, I mean, it's just us, right? Just
Couple
the three
grand.
of us.
Couple grand.
You think? For a sweat jacket?
Yeah. If you get more, yeah.
We need 3. You think they're 300 apiece?
You're probably pushing
we
1,000.
We got to bring the bosses something.
So
pro tip: always bring the boss
5.
home a souvenir.
So we need 5, and then we'll expense it. Aaron's behind the camera, so we need 6. All right, now
we got a few bosses too.
Starting to spend some money. All right, we need to take a break. So, what's the plan for the rest of the day?
I'm going to. I'm actually off to do a live shot for our Detroit station because unfortunately they couldn't be here. Sorry, Detroit Lions. Sorry.
Feel bad. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, and then I'm going to open with the NFL Experience. That opens in a couple hours, an hour and 20 minutes. We'll be there when that opens. We're going to hit the merch. We're going to hit all the stuff. We're going to, if anyone's coming down, you'll be able to come here and experience all that. So we're going to do that, show you both 5, 6, 10, and 11. You'll have plenty of stuff as the Eagles fans start to arrive for this big event. Can't wait. It's you really, like last night I felt it, going around. We were at Jackson Square, we were at St. Louis Cathedral, we went down to the Bourbon Street, we went out for a nice little local dinner across from the vibe is starting. The vibe's starting. The party's starting to happen. So if you're coming down, looking forward to seeing you.
So we're one of the hotels that the fan trips booked, and I don't think they get here until tomorrow. But there were packages starting at like $13,000, and there were like 3 or 4 hotels.
I can tell you the Green Legion. I don't know if there's more than one a trip. The Green Legion they have. I don't know if it's more than one, but my brother's on that trip.
Okay.
And they're flying in the Baton Rouge. They couldn't even get a flight in here. That's a chartered flight.
Well, we've talked to somebody from StubHub earlier today, and he said the airport is already becoming a little bit of a mess.
Did you have him on?
Yes.
Okay, good, because I had to call him back.
Yeah, he was.
Sorry, we're doing business.
Yeah, he said that the get-in price right now is $3,000, which
to get in the door,
which is less than it was in Las Vegas, but as we pointed
out, price is $7,300.
But there's 15,000 more seats here than there is in Las Vegas. So that's supply and demand. But he pointed out the college football playoff. Usually people wait. You say, I'll wait till the day of. It'll drop. College football playoff this year, they went up day of. So you're kind of rolling the dice if you're playing that game.
Well, hopefully you spend that money, you get a win. But you know what the play is? A lot of people, they come down for the week and then they're home Saturday and then home for the party. Because when we win, I am like. Honestly, the last place I want to be is here.
Yeah,
I want to be home.
But you're here for the game.
I'm here for the game. I'm blessed to be able to go to the game, so hopefully we'll see a win. I was disappointed last time.
Chris O'Connell, you will see him all day. 5, 6,
sick
10,
of all
11. No, it's good stuff. We keep telling people we're taking over. Like, we are your Super Bowl station from like 5 o'clock in the morning through midnight. Like, we've got you covered in all the different places. So that's what we're doing.
All right.
You come back. There's a guest coming on a little later that you should come back.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. The influencer.
Okay.
You probably enjoy golf.
I do enjoy a round of golf.
There you go. It's all about golf.
It's all about golf.
We'll be back. So at Superstream 59, that was a hard turn. So full disclosure, making sure our high-tech graphic is up. Full disclosure, for like 10:30 our time to 4 o'clock our time, 11:30 your time to 5 o'clock your time, we're basically here. And so the only time we're not on camera or a microphone or doing something is those 2.5-minute breaks or so. Or if there's another, like one of our Fox family comes over and we ask them to hold it down for just a second. So a lot of times we're either trying to grab a wing from Bounty or something and eat it during a 2-minute break. I just tried to eat beef jerky during a 2-minute break and do that very quickly. And as I'm sure you can understand, beef jerky is a chewable event. It's something that requires a little bit more time. So just as we were coming back on, I'm like chewing as quickly as possible. And then Tom, who's over there, counts us in. He's like, 2, 1. I'm like, I had to swallow the beef jerky to come right back on to the discussion. So these are, I mean, we said full disclosure. We said we're going to give you all the behind the scenes, all the things that are taking place. That was just part of that. So coming up next with us, again, one of the things that we have had to respond to is the fact that all this that we've shown you, how you doing? All of the movement, all the things that are taking place, all happening in real time, means that many of the people that we may want to interview are also being interviewed by other people. So you can see there are shows over here, all with live guests. There's the table right behind us that we spoke to briefly, all with live guests. I see, they're looking for us. She's going over to our table, so I'm going to come back over to the table and talk to, hey, what's up, man? Come back over to the table. Our next guest is here and ready to go. as I continue to go on walkabout, just like grabbing the mic, powering up microphone, wirelessing it all out, and then just take a walk. That's kind of how we're getting down here.
I like this. I like this fluidity. You're like up, you're down, you're taking a scene, you're taking guests, you're doing it all.
Yeah, it's completely unstructured.
I like unstructured. Unstructured is more fun, right?
It is, until you're wandering around going, what next? And you sit back and they go, all right, so from 10:30 local time till 4 o'clock local time, we're going to be live. You go,
okay.
Okay.
And what does that mean? And what are we doing?
Okay.
And what's happening?
No, and we're surrounded by quality people. So we have a whole list of guests like yourself. Give me checks.
Yes.
That's not your government name.
That's not my government name.
Okay. That's your
It's just the thing. You know what's funny is I wanted a Facebook, and my mom was like, "So about that, you're not putting your real name on the internet." And she was like,
"Really?
Yeah, we should just do Kimmy Checks." I was never called Kimmy. I was never called Kimmy Checks before. My mom was like, if you want to have a Facebook, this is what you have to do.
So this was pre-NFL Network.
This was
stuff.
this was like
high school,
like 12 years old or 13 or 14. I mean, whenever the hell I had it.
And then it became.
And then it became a thing. Yeah. Unfortunately or fortunately, it stuck.
No, I mean it stuck and it was cool. And your government name is a little harder to say.
It's a little bit harder to say and
so
spell.
Kimmy Checks works.
Yeah, exactly. It gives a little bit of
Especially when you're doing 5.5 hours and trying to announce our next guest is
you're like, ooh, do you have the phonetics of that one?
I probably would have called you Kimmy Checks anyway.
Exactly.
And just say if we were cool like that.
So shout out to my mom on that one.
There you go. NFL Network, we spoke to Colleen Wolfe. She was over here earlier. You guys just seem like you're having fun with all of this.
We are. We are. I think we have fun. To be honest, we have a really, really tight-knit crew, which is great. All of us get along so well. And it's like this is the time where we all get to see each other. So that makes it part of the magic. It's like, oh my God, we're all off doing our own thing during the season. So having a week of Super Bowl all together and in one place and having fun and giving hugs and seeing each other in the hotel lobby every night, that's really fun.
You also have a fun kind of journey. You're not, I'm going to be sports journalist from the jump. You've kind of taken the different steps.
I think I always knew, sports content and journalism and being on air and being a storyteller was the ultimate end goal. But getting there, I knew I didn't necessarily need to have, a super linear path. I was really lucky that the NFL has been, my only job ever since I graduated college. Yeah, I started with the NFL when I was 22. I graduated from the University of Iowa, left Iowa City, moved straight to New York, and started working for the league office as a business analyst, as a part of a junior rotational program. And I got to have time learning the nuance and the minutia and the business of the NFL, which in and of itself is massive and so nuanced. And being able to then have that background and cater it to now my voice on air is incredible and something that, is a journey that's very, very unique, but really powerful.
It's groundbreaking. I mean, you're young, so kind of doing that whole rotation, but you do see more and more women in these power positions like yours. Is that part of, it's obviously the talent and the skills, but there's also a concerted effort with these rotations and learning the business and kind of coming up through the ranks that I think is really paying positive dividends.
It is. And, you look around and you're like, wait, I'm not the only one. Yeah. I'm no longer the one that looks different or feels different because now it's become the norm. And, to be a part of any of that is incredible. And to have any, young woman out there who's like, gosh, she's doing what I want to do. And now I understand that that's possible. That's that is the most rewarding part of any work that any of us do.
Yeah. Now I can. Because we believe we can be what we see.
Exactly.
And then there is, okay, I can change my name.
I can change my name and do the dang thing. I can.
Right, so aside from all of the fun, what's this week look like for you guys when you're here?
It's busy, but, we all are going a mile a minute in 5 million different directions. I think that's the magic of it. So this year, it's a nice chance for me to get to breathe a little bit. I hosted opening night and our opening ceremonies on Monday between both of the teams. Yesterday was kind of a chill day to just recoup and recalibrate and get ready ahead of our Sunday show. And, today I get to talk to media and kind of get the national flair and talk about national conversations, obviously about the game on Sunday, but even, the other 30 teams across the league and, things that they need to do in the offseason and bold predictions and free agency and draft and, all of that craziness. Then we've got honors tomorrow. We've got more shows all throughout the week. Then we've got our big show on Sunday, our pregame show ahead of the big game. So, we're all in a million different directions, but it's really fun to be able to soak up each individual day and kind of get a different flair for the Super Bowl festivities, our responsibilities, but also the city of New Orleans itself.
Have you done Media Row? I
have years in the past, but this feels insane.
Feels different.
It feels different. It feels bigger. I don't know. It's just, I think since New Orleans is so good at hosting big events, it's like all of the facilities are equipped to handle all of us. So it makes it like so much fun. And I know Vegas, was incredible and huge last year, but there's something about the city and the magic of it and just like the soul of New Orleans where I'm like, the ancestors are talking to us. There's good energy. There's good vibes. And this is going to be a really fun week.
So with all that work, you do get a chance to have some fun.
You get to play just a little bit. Yeah.
So
are my husband and kids listening? Yeah, no, I'm working.
Probably.
I'm working literally so hard. Like
constantly.
Oh my God, it's so hard. It's really tough.
To have all of the knowledge to do all these things that you guys are doing.
Yeah.
All of the teams, all of the details and things about the two teams that are playing here. That feels like that's a lot of work. Like,
no,
people
it's
think
so
you
easy.
kind of show up and talk.
What are you talking about? It's so easy.
That's a lot
of it's beyond
research.
It's beyond. And, for me this season, I'm just coming back from maternity leave, and I had a baby in August.
Congratulations.
So thank you. So, I came back in the playoffs, which was great. It's like, all right, first assignment, you're back on the road, you've got wild card weekend. But it really was like, while I'm at home and, have this baby, I watched a lot of TV. Okay. Got to watch a lot of football, got to watch a lot of NFL Network, but getting like kind of back into it and retraining your brain of like, okay, and now I need to know every single detail of all 32 teams, not just as a viewer of television, which is much easier as opposed to someone who's contributing to the television and contributing to the analysis and content around it. It's a big feat for sure.
Is it harder? Because you guys oftentimes in these situations are either sitting next to players,
yep,
interviewing them or what have you. Is it harder to be that prepared with people who are actually playing the game? Like, it feels like you would almost have to know
you can't fake the funk with any of those guys, know, and I think that bleeds through and people can kind of feel that. But if anything, I think it's easier because, it's like I have my perspective, but a good example is Steve Smith Sr., who I was on the road with the last few weeks, and he's an incredible teammate, an incredible friend, an incredible player, just an incredible human. And, our producers, we're going through the rundown of what they want us to talk about, and I'm like, hey, I think I'm going to tee you here about this. Like, how do you feel about that? And he's like, don't love it because of X, Y, and Z. And to have and to lean on the guys to be like, hey, this is the route that I want to take. This is kind of my perspective on it. Like, how close is that to reality of actually playing? And being able to get that feedback from them real time, it makes it like my job so much easier. Because then it's like, no, I'm having a conversation in which they're really engaged because they believe in what the subject matter is now.
Okay. And you guys really are that cool. Like, I think a lot of people,
so cool.
They watch and they wonder. I mean, it's hard to fake getting along.
No,
with
it's
people.
hard. It's very hard.
But you guys seem like you're just having fun.
We have fun, and we have a really great crew, and that's a huge testament to the network itself. But yeah, we have fun. We're like one big, crazy, fun, weird family, and we all have our different roles. We're all in different Brady boxes, but we all come together, and it works.
Love it. Before we break, I gotta get some of your football knowledge.
Yeah.
All right. So, just for context. This is a Philadelphia station.
I literally see the eagle holding the football on your chest.
I'm not pretending to be a journalist.
That's totally fine.
Not pretending to be unbiased.
That's
We've got a gigantic Philadelphia banner in front of you.
It was hard to miss. I see it.
So what's your thoughts on this game?
I don't want you to hate me.
I just met you. It'd be hard to do.
I know. Okay. Like let's just be cool.
I feel like if that's where we're starting, I'm not gonna
we're just gonna be cool. I'm from Kansas City. He just rolled his eyes, which is so rude to do to a guest.
It's timing. It's context.
No.
It's context
it's so rude
and
to do.
timing.
No, I'm from
when
Kansas
you
City.
said it.
I'm from Kansas City.
You also know Philly, how we are.
I know. However, I love Philly. My husband grew up outside of Philly. Like,
really?
We're cool.
So you make good choices.
Yeah, we make very good choices. I have a lot of incredible friends who are from Philadelphia.
However,
who are Eagles fans, and I love them. And I'm just so happy that we're all here in this moment together. It's
However,
beautiful. It's really special.
However,
yeah,
how you see the game playing out?
I think it's going to be a really good game. I think it's going to be a great game. I think a team's going to win, for sure. A team's going to win. Somebody's going to get a Lombardi at the end of it, which is incredible.
So we should just leave this as friends.
I feel like we should leave it as friends.
Okay.
I will say that this Eagles team has been so fun to watch. And, I remember a few months ago, it's like there were different conversations about this Eagles team. I'm like, oh, is our coaching staff right? Is our quarterback right? I don't know. Are our receivers happy? It's like, you're in the Super Bowl. And to me, that's incredible. And to see kind of the grit of the team and the fact that they got there and they did it. It's so good. I'm not good.
Good. I almost forgot that I asked.
No, this is so good. I love Philly. I root for them heavy. I think it's going to be a battle. And to be honest, it's like I'm not giving a single person any prediction about the game because I don't need to do that. We're not going to jinx anything for either side. But I think it's going to be it's going to be
competitive.
It's going to be a
somebody's
battle.
going to win.
It's literally it's going to be a battle. It's going to be really really great.
I'm following you on social. How do we find you on social media?
You can find me at Kimmy Checks, my non-government name.
Okay.
It's KIMMICHEX.
Got you.
You got me. I
I'm
got you.
following
We're
her
friends.
now.
I love Philadelphia. I love
Philly.
I love Philly. I love everybody. It's so great. And a few years ago, look at this and then you'll be like, oh, okay, she's cool. A few years ago at the Combine, Coach Sirianni and I did a little game of mini hoops. And I'll just leave it at that. I'll give you a little cliffhanger.
Okay.
And ever since then, he's been so kind to me and so cool. And the Eagles fans have been so fun and so great to me. So leave it at that. See, I have a relationship amongst all
We'll
the
be
teams.
watching. Appreciate you spending time with us. You can follow her at Kimmy Checked. You can watch her on the NFL Network, get all the analysis, the fun, and you can find out what she really thinks about the game later on in the week.
Nope.
Yes.
Love all 32. I love
that.
all 32.
channel, all the outlets as we continue to be here live from the Super Bowl. Like I keep saying, the excitement of Media Row Super Bowl. And film director Derek Dark
one half of the Dark Brothers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
joins
sir.
us.
I walked away, and you guys can't push the right button.
Next man up. Welcome. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me, man.
Tell us about this.
Man, Blue Chippers, man, it's a documentary, groundbreaking documentary about the landscape of college football recruiting. I follow 4 kids who is all based in the Southern Louisiana area. They was a part of the 2021 signing class.
Okay.
So there was the first signing class that was able to get NIL during recruitment.
Yeah.
So we get we caught NIL and how it transitioned in real time. You know what I mean? So I think that was, one of the neat things about this documentary.
Why is this document? I mean, it's a big thing, and everybody's starting to kind of explore NIL. Why was it so important to you to do this?
Well, I'm a high school teacher and coach. So, with my ability to make film, I thought it was just important to make a film to, to show kids who's coming in, because parents and athletes who comes in high school have these expectations, about recruiting and wanting their kid to be recruited, and they don't even know to have. So this piece is just merely just to educate our people, right, our black folks, right, about this film and about the recruiting process and how it's a business, So we got to approach it like it's a business. So this is what this film is for. This film is a guide for people to just to look at and kind of follow to see how you can, attack this recruiting process.
What? You were at the front end of the NIL. Like you said, it was the first recruiting class to head NIL. When you went through the process, what was like one thing that really stood out that maybe surprised you or surprised the kids that what and stuff involved in it was beyond the money? Just like what really caught them off guard? Anything?
I think what really caught what was different from each recruit. But I think for Jalen, right, Jalen Lucas, who was a 3-star, right, he was the lowest rated kid out of the bunch.
Okay.
He had to go to a crap ton of camps, so he had to camp a whole lot more than the usual, but that also, worked in his favor. So I think that was one of the most surprising things about.
So, guys, we unfortunately we were having a little bit of a challenge getting the volume so that you could hear everything about that interview. That interview is, excuse me, we were about 2 minutes in, but you couldn't hear it. So we're going to take a step back. That was with Derek Dark, who is a filmmaker about a film called Blue Chippers. And now I believe we worked out the sound issues, so let's give it a try again.
Guys, welcome back. Fox Local, Fox 29, the Fox 29 YouTube channel, all the outlets as we continue to be here live from the Super Bowl. Like I keep saying, the excitement of Media Row, Super Bowl, and film director Derek Dark, one half of the Dark Brothers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
joins
sir.
us here. Talk a little bit about your film, Blue Chippers, Next Man Up. Welcome. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for having me, man. Thank you for having me, man.
Tell us about this.
Man, Blue Chippers, man, it's a documentary, groundbreaking documentary about the landscape of college football recruiting. I follow 4 kids who is all based in the Southern Louisiana area. They was a part of the 2021 signing class.
Okay.
So there was the first signing class that was able to get NIL during recruitment.
Yeah.
So we get we caught NIL and how it transitioned in real time. You know what I mean? So I think that was, one of the neat things about this documentary.
Why is this document? I mean, it's a big thing, and everybody's starting to kind of explore NIL. Why was it so important to you to do this?
Well, I'm a high school teacher and coach. Okay. So, with my ability to make film, I thought it was just important to make a film to, to show kids who's coming in, because parents and athletes who comes in high school have these expectations, about recruiting and wanting their kid to be recruited, and they don't even know to have. So this piece is just merely just to educate our people, right, our black folks, right, about this film and about the recruiting process and how it's a business, So we got to approach it like it's a business. So this is what this film is for. This film is a guide for people to just to look at and kind of follow to see how you can, attack this recruiting process.
What? You were at the front end of the NIL. Like you said, it was the first recruiting class to head NIL. When you went through the process, what was like one thing that really stood out that maybe surprised you or surprised the kids that what and stuff involved in it? It was beyond the money. Just like what really caught them off guard? Anything?
I think what really caught what was different from each recruit. But I think for Jalen, right, Jalen Lucas, who was a 3-star, right, he was the lowest rated kid out of the bunch.
Okay.
He had to go to a crap ton of camps, so he had to camp a whole lot more than the usual. But that also, worked in his favor. So I think that was one of the most surprising things about about the recruiting process. And the second thing I would say, just about talking to the recruits on the phone, because you got to think about it. If you got 15, 20 scholarship offers, every coach is trying to recruit you, right? You spend a lot of time talking, right, communicating with these coaches, man. So the amount of hours that they put into it is crazy.
Are the young people who are going through this, I feel like with all that we see right now, we see the Travis Hunters of the world. We see, and it's all over the spectrum, like Travis Hunter in football, but there's, I can't think of Livy Dunn in LSU,
right.
In gymnastics.
Yeah.
And people see that and think this is the NIL process. So if I get out there, if I post a lot on social media, like I'm going to be a multimillionaire. Were those some of the challenges that you saw, or are the young people featured in your film, in your documentary, more realistic about this process?
I think they were more realistic than anything, and this was the first show, so they was kind of a little bit timid,
They didn't know what was coming.
Right, they didn't really know, and like a lot of people really didn't know like how this NIL stuff was going to evolve, but from filming it and seeing transition, like we kind of knew what it was headed. Which you see now is, they doing, some schools are doing like revenue split shares, right? They putting maybe a few million, right, $15, $20 million aside just to split with the athletes. So, at first it was kind of like timid, but as it progressed, right, things got a little bit, heated. You know what I mean?
When you were talking about the 3-star who had to go to a lot of camps, is that one of the realities that a lot of kids have to know? Because, they might be a star in high school, but not everyone's going to Georgia, or not everyone's going to a top, a Power 4 school. You could still go to a great college and get an education, but it might not be LSU. Is that the reality a lot of these kids have to face?
Oh, yeah, that's definitely a reality. I mean, if you just look at it, right, the transfer portal, right, kind of eliminates, right, a lot of recruits or what a college coach may go to first, right? They'll go to a transfer portal player before they will go to high school, right?
Yeah.
So it kind of affects the process a little bit. So one kid may have an offer, right, and it isn't committable.
Yep.
And now what happens is when the offer ain't committable, well, you're going to have to go to this, Division I AA school or this low-tier Group of 5 school to, to at least play. You know what I mean? So it hit realistic, not hit realistic. It gets real for a lot of recruits that's on the level, on the high school level.
So you talked a little bit about the 3-star recruit, Jalen.
Yeah.
Walk us through the film. What are we actually going to see in the film as it kind of follows the experiences? How many, kind of the journey that they went on? Walk us through it.
Well, for Jalen, right, he's like that little engine that could, right? And you get to see him go through all the adversity that a player can ever go through, right? Being from southern Louisiana, we deal with hurricanes, right? Hurricane hit. Jalen's school was, like, damaged, right? Heavily, had a lot of work to be done, so they was out of school for, like, a month. So by him wanting to play at a bigger school, he needed those games, so he had to transfer schools. And when he transferred schools, right, he didn't play like the first 4 or 5 weeks, right? He had to learn the offense. He had to learn the way of that school. He had to be where your feet at.
Starting from scratch.
Starting from scratch. And then things got better for him. Quincy Wiggins, he was a guy who only played 1 year of football, right, in high school, right? On his second game, he got like 3 scholarship offers, right? A college coach came into, they was recruiting another kid and saw him just so happen walking in the hallway and said, hey, look, if you come out and play football, I'll give you a scholarship, because the kid went to the school to play basketball. He was 6'6", like 260,
okay,
right? And, he went on to the basketball, went from the basketball court to the football court, and things changed for him. And now he's playing at Colorado with Coach Prime. Then Lathan Welch, he was hit with injury ever since his freshman year, right? He never really played a full season of high school football. And, he always had to solidify himself, right? So you would see him go through adversity. And then he actually gets hurt. He actually tears ACLs in the film, which is crazy. So you get to see how recruiting is, how it's revolved around when someone's going through injury, right? And then you have Jacoby Matthews. He was the best of all best. He was the 5-star guy, right? I never saw anything like it. Like, coaches was flying in from all over the place, right? Coming to fly into this little bitty private airport and in this small town in Louisiana, come see this kid play, and he just lights it up. So that's what you kind of get to see. You kind of get to see their journey of their senior year, right? Starting with the camp that they went to in Atlanta, which is a Rivals 5-star camp. Okay. And this is a camp where all the top-rated kids are in one area now, and they get to compete against each other.
What do you hope that people who see this take from this film?
I want them to understand what the recruiting process is like and know that this is a business. You know, this is a business from the athlete standpoint and also the coaches. You know, both sides are trying to feed their family, and both sides are trying to, trying to get to a certain point, right? They have a goal they have to reach. So I want people to understand that this process, this recruiting process is very, very tough, and it's not for the weak.
You've got other films on Tubi where we want to see this. Like, this is the one now. Where do we get this so we can check it out?
So you can actually go to Apple TV. Okay. It's available on Apple TV, and also is available on Amazon Prime. So you can go visit those places to check out the film.
And then finally, what's next for you? This one now is there. We can check this one out. What's the big plan for the next one?
I definitely want to. I actually want to turn this into like a docu-series, because that's what it was when I first was developing it. That's what the intentions were, to make this into a docu-series. So that's what I would like to do next. But there's a whole bunch of projects. Maybe one of my friends, great friends, he's a part of the Gina 6. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Absolutely.
I was thinking about doing, there's been talks about doing that. Also, the New Orleans Bounce documentary, The Origins of Bounce, showing how bounce music transitioned into this national phenom that we know today, and all the huge artists are kind of like biting from this genre, right? Or sampling from this genre, shall I say. So there's a couple things online that I can do, but definitely I would love to do a docu-series of this.
Okay, so meaningful projects are what you're all about.
Oh, definitely meaningful projects that's gonna have an impact.
Okay. And to find you online, social media, where do we get you?
Yes, you can follow me on Instagram, Threads, and X at I am Derek Dark. That is I am, and my first name Derek, D-E-R-E-K, Dark, D-A-R-K. And also you can follow the Dark Brothers, T-H-E-D-A-R-K, brothers, because I'm an identical twin, so I direct everything to my brother. Sorry he couldn't be here today, but we do this thing called Birdman and Slimming. That's a verb that we use, So I'm Birdman, and my brother's Slim. He's in the background a lot.
Okay, yep. Fair enough. No, you saw some of your people around here, so you can go talk to some more folks.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to go holler at them, a couple of my people, man. I ain't seen them in a while, so I'm going to go chop it over.
Appreciate you spending time with us. Check out Blue Chippers, Next Man Up. I'm going to go check it out on Apple TV. I might go do it now. Go back to the hotel room.
Go do it now, man. He's waiting on you, man.
Check it out. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming in.
Appreciate you.
And we are back. It is Super Stream 59 is what we're calling it. It's basically our opportunity to celebrate the fact that we're at the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
That's cool, right?
That's pretty cool.
It is.
It's pretty damn cool.
And we're sitting here doing this broadcast. All the people walking around, cool people like you guys are stopping by the table. And I'm just trying my best to be a professional while fanboying out on all the stuff that's taking place. So that's my full disclosure. Thank you so much for spending some time with us.
Thank you for
we
having us.
Appreciate you coming in. So Erica Jackson and Baron Flannery.
Yes.
And Pylon.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Okay. Tell us, what is Pylon?
Pylon is a platform for high school athletes to be seen by media outlets for recruiting and exposure.
Okay.
It is a game that is played club, so it's club teams, and you're playing 7-on-7 is the game of football. If you watch a pass play, take away the line.
Yeah.
And the reason I explain it like that is because a lot of times people get confused flag football for 7-on-7.
Okay.
And those are two totally different things. Flag football is grab the flag, but they have rules that don't match the game of football rules.
Right.
For example, the center can snap the ball and then go out in flag football. In 7-on-7, that can't happen.
Okay.
So it's the five eligibles in the corner, in the quarterback, and then you have your defensive backs and the linebackers.
So it's basically, and people who watch football, it's basically the opportunity to highlight the skilled players.
Definitely.
And kind of see the things that they're doing.
Yes, for us.
Okay.
For, say, the Philadelphia Eagles, it's a practice drill.
Right.
So it's for camaraderie, timing, play calling, and things like that. So we took an actual practice drill and then just turned it into a game.
Okay. Why? Why'd you guys decide to do this?
When I was in high school, I was pretty heavily recruited, and I ran a bad 40, and I lost all of my scholarship offers. And I did not think, and I did not think that it was an efficient way to evaluate high school talent. I graduated in 2001. At that time, high school players were not really training with trainers outside of their school. And then I'm also from Pennsylvania, so Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, which is great. But in terms of the resources that you have to training for specific drills like the 40 and the shuttle, we just didn't have access to that. And so for me, I didn't feel like that was an efficient way to evaluate high school players. When you're coming from college to the NFL and you're going through the combine, you'll do those. But you're also going to trainers that are teaching you how to prepare for those drills so that you can put your best foot forward. Well, if you're in high school and you don't have those resources and you go out and run a bad 40, you lose a ton of scholarships like I did.
Wow. So you guys are the founders of Pylon.
Yes, and the creators of the 7-on-7 circuit in its entirety.
Okay, and we hear your story. Why was this something that was important to you?
You want the real?
I want the real.
The real is, first of all, Baron and I are first cousins. Our moms are sisters.
Okay.
Baron is definitely a visionary, right? He knows how he wants things, what he looks at. He kind of brought me in maybe a few years later after he started, because when he first started, he was putting teams together on his own. There were no teams.
Okay.
But when he saw it started to grow, he needed somebody to come in and help him with the nuts and bolts of everything, like put everything together at this point, right? Mm-hmm. It's kind of like a man knows what he wants, but he has his lady that kind of makes everything work, right?
The visionary and like the implementer business person.
I'm an integrator.
Is that fair?
Yes.
She's
the integrator.
So like it was,
EOS.
Whatever it takes to get it done.
Yes.
So this was inspired by your own kind of story.
His own situation,
and
yes.
wanting to do better.
Yes.
But since then, you guys are here.
Yes.
Since then, there have been like major players
major
now participated in all of this, and you're seeing the fruits of your labor.
It's very cool to see these kids that were in 8th grade, 4th grade, come all the way through our platform and then go on to college and into the NFL and, you know, see these guys like Jaden Daniels and Malik Neighbors on Radio Row. It's crazy, really. I mean, it makes me feel older, you know, seeing these kids that were once 10, 11 years old at our events and then going all the way through 18 and then now as grown men playing in the NFL. It's kind of wild.
So there's a bunch of, and I'm kind of looking at the list. So there are plenty of your alumni who are actually playing in the game.
Yes.
To some of our, like Devontae Smith from the Eagles went through your thing.
Yes, he won MVP of our Dallas tournament. He played with a team called the Bootleggers. Little skinny kid. He was only in 11th grade at the time. No, he was a sophomore. He was a sophomore when he played. He was an underclassman because usually seniors don't play. So it's 11th graders going into their senior year because that's how that recruiting cycle works. So Devontae was actually in 10th grade when he first came, and he was just as skinny, but he was fast as lightning. He was catching everything. Nobody knew who he was. He ended up getting the MVP of the actual tournament. I gave him the game ball.
Wow. You guys feel like you're changing lives?
Yes, but not because they go to the NFL.
Okay.
There's kids that, will say to us, do I have to bring a towel to the hotel? Or do I bring sheets to hotels? Because this is a different experience. Where I go to hotels for that is kind of giving it context. With the 7-on-7 platform, and teams travel a bunch. And so a lot of these kids have never left their communities. Yeah. A lot of these kids have never stayed in hotels. A lot of these kids are meeting players from all across the country, different walks of life, seeing different things. It's transforming lives in that way, which to me is the thing I'm the most proud of, because these NFL guys, that's their journey, right? And so for me, I like being a part of that journey, but my journey is Pylon, and Pylon is a platform that's giving exposure to all kids, not just the NFLers.
So for the folks who are watching, as we're going to have to take our next break, how do they get involved? If there are people out there saying, I want to be a part of this, I got a kid who wants to be a part of this, y'all can change their lives too.
Yeah, we get those questions all the time, whether it's parents or that have a son that are looking to play, or whether it's a coach that's saying, hey, I want to start a new team, how do I do that? For coaches, I always say you got to have a quarterback. Once you have your quarterback, you can build around that. But we do bridge gaps because we've been in the business for so long for athletes that aren't familiar with 7-on-7 or aren't familiar with the teams. So we do bridge those gaps, like if you're in a certain area, like, hey, here's some teams that you can call. Because coaches are really looking to get extra talent, and there might be one person that is on the same level as a Travis Hunter or a Jaden Daniels that you've never even heard of, but all of a sudden is like, hey, I want to get involved, and so we do bridge those gaps. And
you do that at Pylon 7on7football.com.
Yep, our IG handle is Pylon 7on7, the same as X.
I think it's cool. I thank you guys for spending some time with us. This is cool. It's changing. You really are changing lives. And to have a challenge that you discovered and decide to fix it, those are always the journeys I respect.
Superstream 59, Fox Local, Fox 29. So, guys, yesterday we spoke to Brian and Natalie Vines. They're talking about the Wounded Warrior Project and sharing our respect for all the good work that you guys do. You left us. I wish I could sit back and say I knew then that there was a big surprise coming and I was just really good and hid it. I didn't. You guys left us, and what happened?
So today we were awarded by the NFL 2 tickets to the Super Bowl. And, I mean, we are just dumbfounded, speechless, every adjective and adverb you can think of that's going through us right now.
You're just glowing.
I am glowing. This is a big surprise, a lifetime experience, and I can't wait to go to the Super Bowl now.
It's got to feel good because we were talking yesterday about how everybody obviously respects the Wounded Warrior Project and the things you do. But to be recognized like that when you were just walking around sharing information, like there was no expectation that something like this would happen, it must feel good that people are really saying that we care about your journey.
Correct. I'm very humbled, and I can't thank the NFL enough for their support to Wounded Warrior Project. And that means a lot to me because I'm here today because of that and for their donations and helping me heal.
I appreciate you guys. This is cool. This is all right. Now, yesterday the big thing was the whole Texas thing. Yes. You guys, Cowboys fans, we were kind of overlooking that. But you did point out all the Texas players who play for the Eagles. Correct. So now that you're going to the game, it seems like it only makes sense that you're rooting for the Eagles.
Well, I tell you what, we were all for the Chiefs yesterday. Today, and particularly after your interview yesterday, we're 60-40, but still for the Chiefs.
Congratulations. We appreciate you. This is amazing. Enjoy the game.
Thank you.
I can't believe I'm that happy for Cowboys fans, but because of all the cool stuff you guys are doing, I'm really glad the NFL did that. That's amazing. Congrats. Enjoy the game.
Will do.
Go Birds. I'll say it. Go Birds. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. That was cool. So we talked to them yesterday, and it was just kind of a casual discussion about all the great work that the Wounded Warrior Project is doing. I almost forgot for a second that I was actually on camera. So I was sitting here trying to do the smooth transition from one microphone to the next, trying to act like nobody was seeing me sit down and leave the wireless mic. Yeah? All right, we got to put the headsets on.
Let's do it.
So that we can hear you. And it was halfway before I sat down that I was like, oh, wait, I'm on camera.
Wait a minute. Something's not working right here, right now.
Yeah, I might as well just go ahead and
I don't have the right jacket on.
What I'm doing.
Right.
Because of this. So I met your coworker, colleague.
The boss.
Yeah. This is Brad Edwards from the NFL Players Association. You're the
NFL alumni.
Alumni Association. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. We love them too.
Yeah, they're all right.
Yeah, right.
So we were wandering around. Like we came over to your table, saw all the cool things that you guys were doing, met my new best friend at your business,
right?
Your organization, and wanted to talk to you about all the things you guys are doing. Because we've spoken to several folks who are just advocating and doing good work. So tell us about
it. It's again, the Alumni Association, the NFL Alumni Association was founded in 1967. It is the oldest and most well-recognized alumni association in pro sports in this country, made up of 37 chapters, tens of thousands of former players, coaches, cheerleaders, front office staff. And we live in that universe between the league on one side, the Players Association on the other, and we get up in the morning going to bed at night, pretty much thinking about a couple of things that are all mission-driven. We are a 501c3. We raise a little north of $1 million a year for third-party charities, impact tens of thousands of kids and their families and communities, on an annual basis, and provide all the framework for players to come together and do their philanthropic work at a local level. So we do all that, all the compliance, all the accounting, all the legal work for them, so they can put on those events locally and raise that money, across the whole chapter framework. We also do a ton of work for our membership and former players. Caring for our own is part of our mission, and that is filling in the gaps of care that former players may have. There are a lot of wonderful benefits that come to former players in the ecosystem of those that provide the league, the PA, us, principally. But sometimes finding those is really difficult, and you need a directional agent to do that sometimes, and then so many of those are really geared toward vested players. And the preponderance of players have really been those that are non-vested. They might have been in a camp, 1 year or 2 years, or played, one or two, a game or two, 1 or 2 seasons. And that's probably the largest majority of former players, are those that came to camp, part of that 80, person camp roster that then didn't make the team. So we really care for all of those people, and then caring for kids, caring for community are the other 2 legs of that stool of our mission. And 82 cents on the dollar that we raise goes back to one of those mission-oriented services or programs, which is really strong for a membership organization that on one side does a lot of membership activities. We get guys together, we help them, with their chapters, putting all that stuff together. We have a host of benefits that we provide for them, as well as some healthcare benefits on our own. But then that whole other side of what we do is all about raising money and running awareness campaigns around healthcare initiatives, cancer, shingles, right now fatherhood. We've done COVID. We've done a ton of these major initiatives. CDC is probably one of our biggest partners. We have a huge campaign right now we're getting ready to kick off called On 3 Weight Health Hike, which is is awareness campaign around healthy lifestyles and the importance of healthy weight and healthy lifestyles, which is particularly important for players, who, when you leave the league, a lineman who may be, bulking up, trying to put as much weight on as they can, for obvious reasons, and then when they're done, how do we manage that in a way that's healthy, that adds to long-term health?
You played obviously for a lot of years. It's been interesting to me, just going back and forth to your booth and talking to several folks, that focus on charitable support and advocacy and what have you. As a former player who has now moved into that, is it cool to be able to share that there is so much more to these players and former players than people may have initially thought?
100%. And, I've been doing that a little bit, not a little bit, but not the right term, a lot bit, throughout my life. And in the last 24 years, I spent as a college athletic director. And so I've been doing this, for a long time. And what I found out as a player was that, and a good bit of my career, most of my success came with Washington. And I looked down through the press guide one time, and there's something like 80 or 90 charities that were represented by the players, which just was astonishing to me. And so what I found out is that, or what I've realized is that charitable intent does not go away when you leave the league. It grows. Yeah. And guys really want to leave a legacy. They want to leave a mark. They want to leave this place better than the way they found it. And getting that message out there is important to them, and it's important to us. And for us to be able to do as much of that as we can. And it's just a question of scale. How much revenue can we drive mission oriented so that we can scale and do more good work?
It really has been eye-opening, because we've spoken to several people, and each of them comes over, and it is kind of, listen, I played, or I have this platform, so people are in some ways listening to me because of that, but this, and then kind of points to it. So that's be cool. Just continue to expand. So is that the plan? Just keep expanding? It seems like you have no shortage of players who want to be involved.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the idea, is how do we continue to scale up in a way that we can touch more people's lives? And it really is only a question of capacity. Okay. And we have great partnerships. We are a standalone C3, but we operate really more like a quasi-auxiliary with the NFL. We have a great relationship there, and they've been super supportive of the work that we do, and the commissioner obviously really cares a lot about former players, I believe, and he's been very vocal about that, and I think they've been supportive. And so I think it's just a question of people power, for us, and we want to I really want to walk away from this thing called life and put my head down on the pillow and say, I did everything I could do to leave it better than the way I found it. And thousands of other former players that feel the same way.
So how do we, if we want to be involved, if we want to support, are there things that we can do to be supportive?
Absolutely. Awareness, for one, being vocal about that, driving people, raising the brand of NFL alumni and what we do is critically important. Helping drive that interest from third parties, funding partners that can help us. Obviously we can't. It takes funds, it takes money to do things. We do compensate our players in many cases who are ambassadors, and it's amazing because if we're doing an awareness campaign, say right now we've got the one we're getting ready to kick off, the On3 weight health hike, and our players come in and they are those beacons of trust and inspiration back to underserved communities. With this message of, hey, you got to be healthy. You've got to manage your life in a certain way that's important to your long-term health and those around you. And it's just a great way for us to drive resources back to them as well for their advocacy and helping them monetize their own name, image, and likeness, which is part of their health.
Yeah. I appreciate you spending time with us.
Thank you. This is great.
Making everybody, we got to show them the ring.
Yeah.
We got to show them.
I'm not giving it back.
Boom.
It's gaudy,
like
but it's wearable gaudy.
You gotta wear that.
I'm putting that sucker on.
Yeah. I feel like I would never take that off if I had one of those.
When I went for a like 30-minute run, I'm like, everybody's like, "What's that on your hand?" No, that's that thing? What do you mean that thing?
Like right here?
Right?
Like never
not
take
giving
it
it
off.
back.
Superstream 59, Fox Local, Fox 29, the Fox 29 YouTube page, all those things. Paige Spironic is here with us. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate it. So, former professional golfer. You done with that?
I'm done.
You don't want to do that anymore?
I'm done. It was too much for me to handle.
Okay, but then now working with Sports Grid.
Yes.
Obviously doing the influencer kind of thing.
Yeah.
And when you sat down, I said, well, wait a minute. I don't know if we're going to do this interview. I was told there would be a wheel.
There was supposed to be a wheel because we created Lost Pages, which is this destination for gambling and betting and casino lifestyle and all this stuff. And we created Gimme Props, which is the first show. It launched February 2nd on the YouTube channel, so you guys can go check that out at Las Pages. And people write in with prop bets, and then I have to see if I can beat them or not. And if I lose, we spin the wheel. And so we were going to bring the wheel, but it broke yesterday because, it gets a little crazy on Gimme Props. So for example, the second episode is a double-stacked burger, and I have to get it all done in 5 bites.
What?
Yeah, I know.
So, okay, so I don't even know where to start with this.
I gave you a lot to handle.
So this is the show. So explain that. It's bets, it's challenges. Like what?
Yeah,
You're eating a burger in 5 bites.
So people can write in and give me prop bets, and they can be anything from food challenges to a golf challenge to really whatever they can think of. They're wild. Very fun prop bets. And we want to make it where I think sometimes when people hear prop bets, they get confused and overwhelmed, and sometimes if they don't like betting, they're just tuned out on it. So this is really sports adjacent. We try to make it as fun as possible, and the prop bets reflect that.
So do you, like Super Bowl, kind of getting involved, do you like the whole sports grid prop bet stuff? Or is this just more of the fun thing for you? Are you going to be like gambling expert who's going to tell me how to make all this money?
Are you betting on the Gatorade color?
Yeah, or those kind of bets.
Yes, every single year
bet.
you have to. And then national anthem, the over-under on that, how many songs will be in the halftime show. I mean, there's something that you can bet on across the board.
Now, we had somebody here tell us, just so you know, that the purple is the favorite color Gatorade in New Orleans, which who knew that?
Interesting.
And it's been the last 2 years for the Chiefs.
I know. I'm going to go with lemon lime, yellow.
There you go.
think it's just, you got to do it.
Well, it's almost like green, so we're
So
Eagles.
this is just fun. Like,
Yeah.
You're just having fun with it to go out there and place the bets. The lemon line is what you're feeling.
It's what I'm feeling. I mean, yes, you can go back and see, like, okay, there's trends here and there. And when you do get into the nitty-gritty of sports betting, there's a formula to it.
Okay.
And you can bet based on data, or you can bet based on a gut feeling, and sometimes the gut feeling will win over the data, and that's what makes it so fun, especially golf, for example. I love betting on golf, but it's so unpredictable. There are certain trends where golf courses will fit certain players and when they tee off, and there's some luck to it, but it is really hard to pick a winner in golf.
Okay. So professional golfer, influencer with like millions of people following, now hosting the shows and having fun with that. How's all that compared to walking around Media Row for the Super Bowl? This is a lot.
Crazy. It's so intense in a really good way. When I shoot my content, I'm in my house or I'm on the golf course and it's just me and my camera, and so to see this side of it is really energetic and it's exciting and it's just so fast paced, where it's just not what I'm used to doing in digital content compared to more traditional media.
Okay, so fun.
This
is just a good time.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm going to need a very long nap at some point, but it's really cool.
Now, I know you said you like the fun prop bets. Are there any of the prop bets you're looking at for the actual game, and Eagles-wise or Chiefs-wise?
Well, it's really interesting. I'm leaning more towards the prop bets for this game because both my parents are from Pittsburgh, so I'm a Steelers fan. And
Pennsylvania fan.
But it is hard to root for the Eagles.
Pennsylvania fan.
They were the Steagles for 1 year at one point.
Yeah.
We're closer than Kansas. It's a Pennsylvania fan. But go ahead.
I will say that I'm a huge Saquon Barkley fan, and he
take it.
seems like the most humble, amazing human being. And so it is hard to root against Saquon. I would like to see history be made. I just think that's really cool for the Chiefs, and I'm a Taylor Swift fan, so I want.
But you know,
Taylor
Taylor Swift was an Eagles fan until something else got in the way. There's proof of that.
Yeah.
So the Taylor Swift thing. We had a question on one of our social shows.
Is it going to be the proposal question?
No.
That has been a big prop bet
No.
this week.
I know.
Oh my gosh.
It's a loyalty question.
Okay.
All right. So for the moment, you're Taylor Swift. You're from the area, Reading. You're a diehard Eagles fan, but your man plays for the other team. Are you going team or man as your rooting interest, partner as your rooting interest?
I think you have to go partner, and then if they're out, then you go for your team. I have a hot take on this. I'm very fluid with the teams that I root for. Obviously, my loyalty is with the Steelers, but there are other teams that when you're in sports, you just talk about different teams, different players, and there are certain fan bases that welcome you in and that love you, and so I want to root for them as well. I mean, I love the Lions. They have an incredible fan base, and the Bills and the Eagles as well. Because I will post in some Eagles gear sometime, and people go crazy for it because the fan base is so incredibly loyal.
I will take that as an endorsement of the Eagles. If people
they also scare me a little bit too, so I need to root for them.
Sure, yeah. Philly can be a little interesting. If people want more information, if they want to send you the bets, if they want to follow your show or Sports Grid, what's the best way to do all this?
The Lost Pages YouTube account, it's LAS space PAIGEAS, and then all of my social platforms are under my name, Paige Spranek, and then on Instagram, it's Paige Renee.
Yeah. I normally push people's social media, but you got like 11 million followers. So I feel like I tell people, make sure you go ahead and follow her. So now you have 11 million and 10. So you can go forward.
No,
thank you.
I love it. Thank you.
I appreciate you spending time with us.
Thank you so
We're
much.
going to go play some bets. Let's do it. Super.
It's Superstream 59 on Fox Local, Fox 29. Kind of taking another walkabout. These are the things that we're doing as there are more and more folks just kind of walking through. We have so many guests that we're trying to share information with you. We've been doing it since Monday. We will do it through Friday. I believe the plan today. So actually, what time is it? It is just about 4 o'clock in Philly, just about 3 o'clock here. And so in roughly 5 minutes, the fan experience and the pro shop and all those things open up for the first time. So my plan today, as you see, guys, I've been trying to come up with some sort of Eagles gear to wear. So my plan today, after we get finished here, after we pack up, I'm going to go down. So I don't know how much of a shot, maybe if you go a little higher, and you can see the length of the room that is here. All the way at the end of the room, down by the Sirius XM sign all the way at the end. On the other side of that, all the way down there, is, excuse me, the fan experience. So, honestly, I don't even know what is inside of the fan experience. All sorts of things going on. My understanding is you can run your 40 in there and try to get timed. You can go ahead and try the football toss. There is a pro shop that's opening up that is supposed to have all of the gear, the special stuff, the Super Bowl edition gear, all of the collectibles and things like that are supposed to be down at the pro shop, which is down there on the other side of the wall. So when we get finished, we're going to go down, explore a little bit. I know myself and Tom and several others have talked about it. There are a bunch of parties and things that are going on tonight. None of the official parties are happening tonight. How are you, sir? None of the official parties are going on tonight. So like on Monday night, it was the media night where all the players were introduced, both teams, they were all there. How you doing? They were all there, shook hands, did their whole thing. And maybe the highlight, other than talking to all the players, was these sweatsuits, these collectible sweatsuits that they had. And since the players, both Eagles and Chiefs, I don't care that much about the Chiefs sweatsuits, but people have talked about these sweatsuits. And if you go around and talk to all of the different tables, a lot of people were looking forward to getting into the pro shop and the fan experience to try to see if those sweatsuits are available. So we've all gotten text messages from multiple people who were like, oh, go in there and check it out and see if you can get those sweatsuits. I'm trying to take a walk down so we can see a little bit more, because right on the other side, so we spoke to this podcast a couple days ago. It's a couple of former players who have been kind of cycling in different players. They talked about Cam Newton. I don't know if that's Cam Newton's podcast set up. He was supposed to be here doing his thing. But you go over there, and we've been able to see a couple of the former players and then bring some of them over to speak with us. That's one. The same type of thing is going on over here as you move around the floor just a little bit more. You are likely to see several different former players like him who just walked by, part of the Fox broadcast team. Just went by us. And so you can see a lot of the different things going on. We keep walking to this basic area because that becomes about as far as we can get for you to see all the things that are going on without being completely cut off by all of the activity that's taking place. We're hitting that time of day where it hits almost a lull. So when you come in first thing in the morning, all of the morning shows are going on. So all of the shows that kind of start their day off, the morning shows are doing their thing when you come in first thing in the morning. And then that'll be kind of hectic, and it's fast-paced, and it's hours and hours and hours of the morning call-in shows. And that goes till, I don't know, noonish. And then there is a run on some of the TV shows. And because the NFL Network is here, and Fox Sports is here, and you know, right behind us, the DraftKings set up. All of these different outlets all have their kind of afternoon talk shows, all of the sports shows. And so it gets hot then for a while, and that's another couple of hours. Then it gets right to about now, where every day about now, the morning and afternoon shows have started to kind of wind down. And the evening drive shows, if they exist here, haven't started yet. So it's the first time where, like for hours, and you've been watching it, and you can see behind us when we're sitting down or when I do these walk-arounds, it's the first time where you kind of have the free reign kind of moving through when it's a little bit quiet. And quiet, obviously, is a relative term. So I don't know that anybody would describe all of this activity. And you can see the lights from all the different shows that are still filming, all of the booths that are set up. I honestly wish, and I know this will never happen, I wish for future reference because not everybody is as creative as us and award-winning journalist Dave Eitzen, who understood the concept of grabbing the wireless mic and just roll with it. I wish there was like a height limit to all of the barriers and things that could be there so that you can see all of the things that are there. And then when we take the walk, you can walk and kind of turn the corner. Like, for instance, as I make my way down here, I can get to this area. You can still see me more or less here, but straight down this row is another series of shows that are live right now, a couple of the podcasts. You can see that whole sea of humanity that I've been talking to you about on multiple occasions of, 6'5", 250-pound, 270-pound professional athletes all up and down. And especially since right here is the NFL Alumni Association, a lot of their folks are there. So still a lot going on, still several guests that we have for you coming up as we head into the 4 o'clock hour at home, the 3 o'clock hour here. Let's take that quick break as we transition into the next hour. I'm Bill Anderson. This is Superstream 59, Day 3. We got 2 more full days of people to talk to, more guests, including the folks that we have still coming up for the rest of the day here. We got a gospel artist who's coming on to talk a little bit about her performances down here at some of the parties. We've got a show, podcasters that are coming up. Michael Brockers is actually an NFL veteran, and Petty Pat. I don't know that much about Petty Pat, but I love the name. So we will spend some time talking to them. Another representative from the NFL Network will be joining us, and who knows who else. Let's take a quick break. We'll be We are back as we continue to make our way around what is going on here in what will be our final hour today of Superstream 59. I'm actually, during the break, we're sitting there walking around because I keep getting messages from more people who are texting me, talking about or sending me copies of the person now, the guy from Australia who's talking about the viral nature of Mike Jarek and Alex Holly. So now the guy talking about the viral video is becoming a viral video as people are kind of sending me the update going, yo, did you see what happened with the guy? I was like, yeah, I was here. Like I was talking to him. But cool nonetheless. Somebody is talking about calling me or Mike Jarek the OG Ron Burgundy. It's one of the comments. I don't know. I guess they're talking about Mike because they went on to say that Mike is a national treasure. I'll buy that. They've got the whole screen going on and the different comments that have come in from people who have seen it. The OG Ron Burgundy, Mike's a Neville national treasure. Someone said, I never expected to be so invested in local news. The things that are going on. Legend, the best news ever. We love Mike. My new account, I have to follow them. Went on and on and on. Best morning news team on the planet. Nothing like our Philly news. And so on and so forth. So this is my app. So this is actually, this isn't even the Fox 29 page. This is somebody else who reposted this situation. Okay. Anyway, that's my opportunity once again for gratuitous self-promotion. If you are just discovering all of the things that Fox 29 does, it's another reminder that we, of course, are your Super Bowl station. That means from 5 o'clock in the morning, as you've now seen with the viral videos of Mike and Alex, we're going around exploring various places throughout New Orleans, various restaurants, doing the broadcast from steamboats, all kinds of things, starting at 5 o'clock in the morning. Goes through. We have reports from Hank and from others in the after show that then comes on, and then we are live nonstop here from the convention center. It is Media Row here in New Orleans at the Super Bowl. So we're starting at 11:30 local time in Philadelphia, 10:30 here, going straight through for 5.5 hours, talking to the various people, giving you the behind-the-scenes look, because ultimately it's about sharing things that you otherwise wouldn't get the opportunity to see. And that part is kind of cool. The people who are just walking around and walk up on you, who are just in the room. There's so many of them, so many different shows, so many people. Hugh Douglas was on with us yesterday. I think it was yesterday, Monday. Days are running together, guys. But Hugh Douglas was on with us, and he pointed out, what? We're seeing Chris O'Connell. Guys, there's so much going on that you see something going on and you see the reaction on people's faces, and I'm standing out here with 1,000 things going on. I'm like, what? What did I miss? But Hugh Douglas was pointing out one of the cool things about being here, and I absolutely am experiencing it, is even though you're on TV, you see people that you watch on TV, or some of the players that you've been kind of fanboying over forever. And they're just here kind of wandering around, stopping and talking to people, sharing information, their stories, their advocacy work, all of these different things. And that's fun. Like, that is one of those things where you just kind of sit back and go, wow, it's very cool to be here. And so it is a pleasure to be able to share that with you who are back at home watching. So you can get a little taste of all the things that are taking place. There actually is Van right there. You guys remember Van Lathan, who is somebody who you have seen on multiple occasions, used to be on TMZ. He's right over here rocking the cowboy hat because that has become his thing as he moves around through the area. So you're going to try to grab him? You're going to see if we can grab Van and talk to him real quick. Look at Tom Loudon going ahead doing serious producer kind of things. Now let's see, because we get to watch this in real time. Just watch and see if Tom can go over and smoothly slide in and make this happen, or if he walks over, slides in, and gets denied live. So this person is going to block the view, so you're not going to be able to see it. Hey, what are you like, filming me, filming you? Look, there's a camera over here filming you while you're filming me. What are you doing?
How do you spell Eagles? Let's get this together.
I can spell Eagles. I know that our mayor challenged, she got a little bit challenged, but she got caught up in the moment. She's a teacher. She knows how to spell Eagles.
Who is this?
Tell me.
No,
We're just live. We're just doing social live right now.
And you making fun of our mayor?
No, I'm making fun of, I am not. I like Sister Sherelle. I just wanted to understand, after all of these years of being an Eagles fan, how you can't get the chant. It's very simple. Come on, let's do it together.
ELGLSES, capital P. The P is silent, right?
There is a P.
It's an apostrophe. Right. Everybody knows that.
Right. The school system.
We're going to give her a little bit of a break. She got caught up in the moment. She's good.
Okay. Hi, everyone. This is our sports.
I'm Bill from Fox 29 in Philadelphia.
We know that in Philly. We know we were in Philadelphia. The streets were crazy. Are you all expecting all of those fans to come here to New Orleans?
Quite a few. Philly travels very well. So there's a bunch of different trips that are coming into town. Tens of thousands are supposed to be coming in.
Okay, because I covered the Eagles and the Chiefs in Arizona, and it was all red. It was all red. It was really red. So as someone from the NFC East, I won't say the team that gave away Saquon, as a fan of that team.
Thank you. We thank you for allowing Saquon to come and make our team a Super Bowl contender. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
We're quite embarrassed about that move.
You can still cheer for him.
Oh, no. You have newfound fans that are cheering for Saquon only, not the whole Eagles team, only Saquon. They used to be Giants fans. Yes, because it's very important. We would like to see you guys succeed.
All right.
Right.
We appreciate you. EAGLES, Eagles.
Spell that however we do know how to. Thank you, Fox Philly. So this is
Appreciate you. All right. So you're filming me. Tom got denied? You got denied. So we got distracted while we were sitting there. You got denied. We had a behind-the-scenes moment.
I know, and I got the same answer you got.
Yeah, but mine didn't happen on camera. You got denied on camera.
What he said to me was, I still remember you guys. He goes, I got one more thing that I'm coming over. We'll see. So did I get denied yet? No. Did I hit a home run? No. It's kind of mid, which is pretty much me, so it works out. He said he's coming. Van Lathan with an N.
I know Van. Van Lathan.
He's like, I remember you guys. I got one more.
So Van has become kind of a big deal, guys. He was always fun on social media. He was always fun on TMZ. But he actually is a perfect example of the fact that challenges happen, obstacles happen. You don't allow them to slow you down, and you just keep going. What's up, guys? How you doing? Good. Appreciate you. How are you? And they had no idea. They were like, who is the guy who is all up in there? There's my friend, Coach O. So Coach O has been grinding. How many shows are you doing in a day? Are you live right now? In 9 minutes? All right. Can you still see her? You can't still see her? We're trying to get our camera to see if they can still see you. So they got lights and everything. Nobody ever expected that I was just going to pick up the mic and start wandering around because we had a booth. So now they're adjusting lights and cameras and everything over there. See, look, they're giving me the thumbs up so we can see it. Dude, whatever. We're sitting there saying, Coach, they said I'm a production nightmare because I just get up and walk away.
I keep knocking down the mics. Every time I get excited about something, I hit it with my head. It's a thing. So I'm not used to it being in one place. I need to move around.
It's not respect to the NFL, but this wasn't designed for us to be able to just move around and do things.
Because humans like to talk to each other and engage. What's up, Coach? You good?
See? Like that. Humans like to do that.
Humans like to scream at each other. It's a thing. We're gladiators in the ring, especially football humans. Right?
Is this fun? You've been going nonstop since we met the last time I wandered over and stuck the microphone in your face while you were building the set.
Listen, when you have a dream and a vision and you want something to happen, you will do whatever it takes to make it happen. So however many people I have to talk to about the idea of women being involved in football on the field, off the field, in all the ways, I'll do it. You know what I mean? Because we represent something so much, all of us, even you.
Even me.
Right? We represent something so much bigger than ourselves, right?
I feel like, so I didn't, and you know this, when I was just wandering around, I was not 100%. Look at these people stepped in front of our shot. Don't they know we're wandering around? Don't they know we're wandering around? But it was, and we have, since we met you, just kind of wandering around, we've mentioned to several people, there's Coach O over there. And I got to tell you, I didn't know that much about it, but I respect the things that you're doing. And I do think that it is a message that we need to work together to share.
It is, absolutely. I think if you love sports, then you love what sports does. Sports unites. Sports connects. It creates competition, all those things. The idea that women and girls should be left out of that is kind of wild, right? Like, if you think about it, your daughter can grow up to be anything she wants to be except for a quarterback.
It doesn't make sense.
It does not, like, it makes no sense, right? We are void of logic when we think that way. And I just think there are so many great athletes that are women and girls. And frankly, at the WNFC, we've got a very clear mission. I want the best athletes in the world who are women to play football.
Okay. Now, we mentioned you to some of the NFL. Well, we were sitting down with the NFL, Alumni Association, and what have you, and they all seem really intrigued, and they're asking a bunch of questions. Are you getting positive response from everybody?
We are. I think so many people are warming up because of what's happening in women's sports with basketball and soccer and tennis, and I think the explosion of women playing professional sports at the elite level opens your mind a little bit, and every time your mind opens a little bit, then you can think about what's next, and obviously football's next. Look at what's happening with flag. The growth of flag football is uncontrollable. Now the NFL, you hear Commissioner Goodell say yesterday, there's going to be a professional flag league. These girls also want to play tackle. You have to be nuts to think that she just wants to pull flags. Like, women want to get down. Let me show you some stuff.
I don't know. Can we go? She's going to show me some stuff. She's pulling out videos. Our camera is she's barely getting able to see us. Here, come on. She only got a minute. She got another show to do. But they're calling us.
Whenever Takeo walks over there, Takeo Spikes.
Oh, Takeo Spikes is coming on your show?
Yes. Linebacker and running backs, we like to,
All right, so now we're closer.
Okay, now you're closer. So look.
Friend, Coach O.
This is the WNFC. That is the WNFC.
Okay.
The top athletes in the world playing tackle football. Okay. The reason that we're here is because we know that for every hit, for every tackle, a woman can be involved. Okay. Right? This is everybody's game. If you love football, if you love the sport, if you love the power sports, then you're going to love the WNFC.
And if you support equality.
Of course.
An opportunity.
It's about balling, though. Okay. Like, these are basic human things. Like, everybody's like, equality, equity, inclusion. Oh, no. These are the things your parents taught you. Play with your toys.
Let me play.
Get involved. Get somebody an opportunity. Now, what they do with that opportunity, that's on them. But to say that because I have a uterus that I can't ball, come on now.
Yeah, and shouldn't even have the opportunity to try.
Shouldn't have the opportunity to try? That's wild. This is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. Your daughters, your aunts, your cousins, they're going to grow up. They're going to play professional tackle and flag football, and you can get on board or you can get off board.
Okay.
Let's go.
Now, what's this? Everybody's been showing the ring.
Yeah, that's championship ring. So Coach O happens to be 86-4. You know, the winningest head coach in women's tackle football history.
Okay.
Yeah. So
and that's the championship ring.
This is one of the championship rings. Yeah, I think this is 2021.
That's a whole lot of ring, Coach.
Well, you got to give a whole lot of ring for a whole lot of winning.
I got nothing. I mean, that's a solid argument. That's a solid
really
argument.
Big teams, the whole thing.
It's a solid argument. We've had a bunch of the NFL folks sitting down showing off their ring. Like that one. That one's right there with it.
Yeah. Well, we try. You know, I think the hardware, the celebrations, all that stuff, it's all the same. When you win a football game, you want to excel and you want to be appreciated for it, and that's what the rings are about. Show off a little bit. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Show your stuff.
I love Coach O. I appreciate you. She got to show. He's there. Her guest is there. Thank you, Coach. We appreciate you. Dude, I feel like I've made a new close friend in Coach O. And what we're showing you now, she ran right back over there. And what she's been doing the whole time, and because Coach O was so personable, and I just went over and wandered in and talked to her before, we've just been kind of talking and touching base during commercial breaks, during my walkabouts and walk-in talks. And that whole time, she's just been running in different NFL players. And it's really cool to kind of see the level of response and respect that these players so clearly have for her. So that's Takeo Spikes,
who just went over and sat down on Coach O's couch. Takeo Spikes is a very well-known and established NFL linebacker who actually played for the Eagles for a little while. So Coach O is doing her thing. Fun to meet her. Just another example of the things that are taking place. Let's take another break. We are supposed to have a bunch of guests that are stopping in. We're going to talk to some of them, or honestly, or not. We'll walk around and see who else is here. So much going on here. Day 3. That's Moose Johnson. I wonder if he wants to talk to us. Now. Superstream 59, Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29, YouTube page, all things Philly. And I've been explaining to you that aside from all of the people that we're meeting here, the performers, the athletes, there's also a lot of kind of marketing and things going on. So this gentleman just walked up to us while we were in commercial break and said, hey, you guys want some chicken?
That's right. We're Church's Chicken. We used to be in the market, and we're getting ready to re-enter the market. And I was walking by, I'm like, that's Philly. We gotta go talk to those guys. So everybody loves Church's Chicken. So I knew you wouldn't pass up the opportunity.
Oh, absolutely not. So from a marketing standpoint, this is just a cool chance to reach, honestly, millions of people.
Absolutely. We're here with Malcolm Butler. So it's his 10-year anniversary. So we're sponsoring him. We're going around to the different booths, handing out a bunch of food, and it's really a lot of fun. It's kind of cool to be around. Like we've seen Eric Dickerson, and I'm a big Chicago Bears guy. So you got Brandon Marshall over there, and so it's pretty. It's
You're having
neat.
fun.
Oh, it's great. It's awesome.
Right, so we're just waiting for you to come back to Philly.
We're coming back to Philly. We'll be here this year, 2025. We got 3 restaurants we're reopening this year, and we'll do another 7 to 10 next year. So look for us. We're coming. We're coming back.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, no,
Let's sit down and have some chicken.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Get some honey butter biscuit, right?
Honey butter biscuits. Look at this.
Right? Yeah.
Look at this.
Look at me.
Here you go. You want some chicken, man?
You want some chicken? Yeah.
It's like, look, I'm just giving away other people's chicken. Like, hey,
Ron, we can hire you.
That's a gospel recording artist right there.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I get a selfie with you?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Appreciate it. They want a selfie with you, not with
Selfie
me.
with you, Bobby.
I'm just here to eat chicken.
That is, while they're taking a picture, I'll introduce you to Bobby Lane, is a gospel artist who actually has performed with some of the biggest names and is performing here. That's crazy.
Yes.
Welcome to both of you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate you coming in. We sitting here with chicken in front of us. This is nuts.
It's nuts.
Like, have you guys done this before? Like media row at the Super Bowl? This is a little nuts.
Actually, this is both our first time.
Yes.
Okay. So tell us what's going on. What's going on with the career these days?
Listen, I just dropped an EP. It's called Light in the Dark Place, Unmatched Grace, and I'm so excited to be just sharing it with the world and just sharing it with people who need to be encouraged.
Okay, now, I went right to you. We didn't introduce you.
Oh, my name is Eric Jones. I'm her manager.
Okay. I just want to make sure people are sitting there like they're not saying, Bill, you're being rude. You got people sitting right here. So you perform with, what, Eric Benet, or you work with Eric Benet? Like, tell us some of the cool names
I
you've worked with.
performed on a show with him in Chicago. I just did a show with Anthony Hamilton. I have one coming up with him on Valentine's Day in Washington, D.C. I've performed with a host of gospel artists. I've been on the stage, shared the stage with Kirk Franklin, Deidre Hatton, James Fortune. And this summer I have a huge show that's going to be in Chicago with Marvin Saps, Marvin Winans, Kayla Carr, and just a host of gospel artists. And I'm so excited about that as well.
My family, my whole other side of my family was all from Chicago.
Wow.
My late cousin used to be on radio in Chicago and did like the jazz stuff there. Denise Jordan Walker was in Chicago and did a lot of things. So I have a lot of love for the things that are going on in Chicago. So you're in town, obviously.
Yeah.
In town, there's a lot of different shows and performances and things that are going on. So what you got going on while you're in town?
So I will be going to what's the name of the location
tomorrow? She'll be at Cafe Istanbul.
Okay.
It's an event being put on by Pastor Jai Reed. He's a local here in New Orleans.
Okay.
Gospel recording artist, pastor here. It's an event he's doing. It's like a mixture of gospel, jazz, R&B type vibe.
Okay.
And that's on tomorrow night. But she'll be also walking the red carpet on tonight at the Soulful Gospel Celebration tonight at the Mahalia Jackson Theater. So, and she'll be in that building as well. So.
Okay. Is this fun? Like, this is, I think if you haven't done this is my first time doing Media Row here. I think if you haven't done this before, this is it's like, whoa. And if you just spend some time, so even when you're done with us, you should just walk the room and see. Is it cool? Is it overwhelming? Is it just a great opportunity? Because there's every international outlet is all here.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's an amazing experience, and I am just trying to take it all in.
Okay, so what should we be looking for? What's the next big step? We need to support you.
Yes.
How do we do all that?
I need you all to follow me on social medias. On IG, it's I am Bobby Lane, and that's BOBBI. Not a E, not a Y, just BOBBILANE.
Okay.
And you can follow me on Facebook, on all digital outlets. If you want to get my music on all platforms, Bobby Lane, you can get everything that's out right now.
Okay, and you're walking the red carpet tonight. That Soulful Celebration.
Yes.
That's like, who's that? Who's hosting? Like Bill Bellamy?
Bill
I think,
Bellamy,
is hosting that.
Roxy Diaz.
Yeah.
She's a native of New Orleans.
Okay.
So Roxy, you remember she used to host 106 in Park with Terrence J. So she's the host. And, man, they got so many people on the Master P will be on the bill.
Okay, from here.
Ronald Isley from the Isley Brothers.
Okay.
He'll be there, and the list goes on and on.
Yes.
So Bobby will be in the building as well.
All right. Now, I said I promised I wouldn't make you sing. No? You don't want to give us, like, just a couple bars? Just give us a little something. Can you, like, sing us to break? You can pick something. Like, pick anything you want. Just sing us into break.
Okay. I'm just Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound. That's because so much going on in the world. I think we need Amazing Grace.
See, there should be. You're the manager, right?
Yes, sir.
You shouldn't let somebody who sings that well not sing in
Look, every
interviews.
opportunity given, she will sing somewhere.
Come on, you grab your chicken, you sing us the break.
That's right.
And we'll call it
That's
a
right.
thing.
What you got to tell him, though, before we go
What
about
you gotta
the
tell
Eagles?
him?
What you got to tell him? Shout out to
Now,
who?
don't ruin this.
Shout out to who?
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts.
And the Eagles,
And the
baby.
Eagles.
Yes.
All right, so you are Go Birds.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
I
a
thought
Saint,
you were
I'm
about
a
to
Saints
ruin it.
man.
No.
But no.
She's Go Birds.
I'm Go Birds.
Okay.
I'm Go Birds, but I'm a New Orleans Saints man. Point blank. I'm from here.
That's fine.
So,
That's
but
okay.
we're going for Jalen Hurts.
We appreciate y'all.
Yeah, we're going for
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
so much for spending
Yes,
some
sir.
time with us.
Thank you for having us.
We're back. Superstream 59 here, Fox Local, Fox 29. We're just sitting here. Van Lathan, who blew up on the podcast and the shows and all other things. Some of our audience remembers you because you used to do stuff, hits with us on entertainment stuff on Good Day.
Like Alex and Mike.
Yeah.
Mike, coolest white man in America.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
You just having fun, man. This is kind of walking around, talking to people. You went from the guy who was covering people to the guy people are covering. That's been kind of a cool transition.
It's actually not a cool transition. It's kind of cool, but it's very scary.
Okay.
Like the first time you read somebody talking about you, it actually sort of recalibrates the way you talk about people. Right. So it's a good lesson to learn that everybody on the other side of the headline is an actual human being. So I'm glad that I learned it.
It's interesting. We saw, the reason I joke about that, Stephen A. just walks by, and y'all are just sitting there, and you're both people who have kind of covered people and used that voice that once you got it. Was that always, because I feel like you always did that anyway, but now you're just allowed to express you as much as kind of covering other people?
The way I look at it is this. Always be true to yourself because you never know who's listening. Okay. So always be true to yourself. Because one day, your truth will be exposed to the world, and I hope that by that time, you've perfected saying it. And so for me, whether or not anybody was paying attention to an opinion or a take or a cultural belief, I always made sure, guided by my mother and my father, to talk about things in the most authentic way that I can. And now you're in a position where a little bit more people are listening, and hopefully you're good at authentically expressing yourself.
Did you ever think it would grow to this level?
No, not really. Just because I didn't see myself really doing this, and also it's a daunting thing sometimes, like speaking that many words out into the world, because you're going to say the wrong thing at one point. And that's kind of a bigger test of who you are. It's like when you get it wrong. It's easy to get the likes, but it's tougher to get canceled.
Okay. What's next for you? Podcast is blowing up. Seems like you're doing a lot of things. Where should we continue to follow?
You can continue to follow me on Instagram, Twitter, Higher Learning with Rachel Lindsay, the Ringerverse. But what's next for me is the search for personal peace and contentment. That's the most important thing. It's very chaotic here, right? It's a lot of athletes and people and influence and all of this. But once you leave here, you got to be able to breathe deep, go to sleep, wake back up, and step out in the world again. And so that's my main thing.
I appreciate you, man. I wish you continued success.
All right, brother.
You do good things. All right. Guys, you remember Van when he used to come on, spend some time with us. How are you, sir? Spending time with us when we were, I just keep doing this. I keep forgetting. It is the nuttiest transition when you're doing interviews casually.
Yeah.
And then you remember when you're trying to do this kind of smooth, let me put down the wireless mic and slide into position to do the next interview, forgetting that you're on camera. So I didn't fool anybody. Like it wasn't.
That's all right.
I thought it was smooth. But
I thought it was smooth too.
Did you?
Oh yeah.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Right, it's Mr. AJ Duffy, the president. I'm sorry.
No worries.
The National Athletic Trainers Association.
Correct.
Okay, so tell us about the kind of things that you guys are doing, because you're a local guy also.
Yeah, so I just retired from Widener University last October. Spent 35 wonderful years in the Delaware Valley. My wife and I just moved back to Michigan to be closer to 2 grandchildren. So, priorities. But, the National Athletic Trainers Association, we have 35,000 members whose overall premise is to help protect our student athletes. And it could be the athletes that we face, could be SWAT team members, it could be people, we have smoke jumpers, we have people who are Circle A. But generally we started out working in traditional athletic training settings such as the secondary schools, the high schools, the colleges. And Philadelphia has a rich history in sports medicine. Ted Quadenfeld, Joe Torg, John Lockman at Temple University helped develop the first university-based sports medicine clinic. And it's built on from there. So what we want to do is protect the student athletes. We want to look at preventing injuries, helping set up programs for strength and conditioning. When an injury occurs, we want to evaluate that injury and see what needs to be done next, get them to the proper medical facility, or just have a conversation with our team physician. And these injuries can be physical or mental. Mental health is really increased in the last several years. And when I was at Widener, we were instrumental with our student health services, directed by Ellen DeLuca, and our counseling services, that we were able to really get the person to where they needed to get the help that they need. As I told the students, I said, look, I don't care if it's an ankle sprain or a brain sprain. We're going to treat both the same and get you back better than ever before.
I feel like, and I guess it's just anecdotal, but I feel like there's a lot more attention to this, knowledge of this, awareness to kind of help and protect the athletes than there were before. Like I think some of us came up in the era of, rub some dirt on it and keep going.
Yes.
Or you got hit, you got your bell rung, which we now know is a concussion. Like, is it important that growth continues?
Yes, it must be, because it has to be a conversation between your athletic trainer and the athlete that you're dealing with. Hey, how do you feel? Develop those relationships so that I don't care what level you are. The student athlete is going to say, I'm not going to go see AJ because he's going to hold me. But if you develop those relationships, which I was able to do, and they understand where you're coming from, that I'm not just holding you. Hey, I want you to play longer. And especially in concussion care, if I can get the student to come to see me as soon as they first have symptoms, okay, they'll get back to the field sooner. If they wait, it's going to take them longer to get back.
It's amazing that you speak to that, the importance of that level of trust and the relationships. And I remember as a high school basketball player in summer league, I had an avulsion fracture in my foot. Could barely walk. But we had a summer league game, and I remember that my mother wouldn't even let me go to the game to watch my teammates play
because she knew that I was so stubborn that if I went there, I was going to try to play, and hide it, wrap your ankle, and all of those kind of things. So the honesty, the conversation that you're talking about is vital. Like, it could be stopping you from really serious problems.
Yes, and that's what, being in a place for 34 years, I developed street cred because of my time there. So I had children of my athletes come. I said, as long as I don't have grandchildren of my athletes come, I'm okay. But it's understanding that trust, knowing that with what we're trying to do is allow them to get back to activity so that they're able to play as efficiently as they can. Mm-hmm. And if they're not, if they're hobbling and just not doing what they think that they're helping out, but actually they could be, it could be a detriment to the team.
Wow. If parents are watching right now, they want more information, they want your knowledge, they want to protect their kids or have this type of thing, what should they be doing?
So check to see if their team has an athletic trainer. Okay, we're fortunate that there are several schools in the Delaware Valley that have that. If not, make sure that they get to their family physician and talk to them. They can even check our website, nata.org, and that might help them get to the right spot. It's all about finding the right person to help you out along that journey, and for the parents and the athletes to understand that the role of the athletic trainer is to make sure that they have a prolonged career in the sport of their choice. Maybe it's just, hey, after they're done playing, they can play racquetball, paddleball, pickup game of basketball, just be active, and that's what we want to do.
I appreciate you spending some time with us.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
I appreciate you saying that my transition was smooth.
Absolutely.
Even when everybody could see that it wasn't.
All right.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Guys, we need to take another break. I cannot believe the way the time is flying over the last couple days. We're into our final block of day 3, 5.5 hours live each of those days. We've got 20 more minutes before we wrap it up for today. Then we'll be back to do it all again tomorrow.
Why not? All right, what the heck?
Super Bowl.
You got to be super ready for the Super Bowl. And the birds are here.
Right. I guess. The conversations behind the scenes, guys, I think are as entertaining as the conversations
For sure
on camera as we sit here and discuss things like where, Cynthia, did this box of chicken come from?
I mean, heaven is the only answer.
Honey
Look
butter
at that.
biscuits.
Do you need me to leave so you can go eat this?
No, I don't. I'm not exactly sure where it came from. So there was a guy.
I would just eat it, you know.
I'm going to.
Okay, good. I'm like,
Yeah.
don't worry about it. He's
Listen.
handing it out. He had to go through. There's a lot of
There's
credentials
a lot of security.
here. Yeah.
Like if he got in here, I'm fairly certain
Yeah.
that this is good. Cynthia Frelund, NFL Network, an analytics expert.
Uh-huh.
That's a cool title.
Well, it's harder. Like, I'm really like an analyst, but saying analytics analyst gets.
It's a lot.
It instills fear in people because there's
Okay.
bad ways that could go.
Well, I think a lot of us don't even understand. Like
yeah,
we
like numbers geek.
So
there we go.
That
Let's
wouldn't
do that.
have gone down that path. But
it's okay.
Gotta own it.
But it's
I do.
But it is interesting, right? Because that has become a thing.
Yep.
Relatively recently. Like, how do you even get into that?
Yeah, I worked in a league office in a finance capacity. I'm a investment banker. I'm a finance nerd by trade. Went to
Okay.
business school. Didn't go to broadcasting school. Went to business school and got a master's of predictive analytics in addition to my MBA. So it's I guess the best way to describe it is that it's as big data became more and more, the technology empowered us to do more and more. It's become more of a thing. Data insights. I don't think there's anyone's job who isn't impacted by AI or data insights as they are advancing over the past 10 years specifically. So it was kind of in the right place at the right time for football and that. So that's kind of how it all happened. It's very confusing, but yeah.
Did you even ever
Nope.
think?
No idea. Do I still even think like what do I want to be when I grow
that would
up?
be
I
a
don't
thing.
know. No.
Like,
I mean,
that couldn't
no.
have been. And to do what you were doing even pre this, like that's a lot of education. That's a
Yeah.
path towards investment. Like all of that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Did football and NFL Network ever factor
No.
into the decision making?
I didn't go on TV till I was 31. That tells you my age now. But that wasn't my most people go into broadcasting much earlier.
Okay.
So it was like this Paul DePodesta gets hired by the Browns and now everyone wants to do Moneyball for football.
Yep.
Even though they've kind of already been doing things like that before, quality control, strategy. It had different names in different places.
Okay.
But ultimately, I mean, cap strategy, all these different things happen in order to create this kind of explosion. And then the word analytics, I almost don't know what it means anymore because it's almost overused, right? So analytics, just data science, like data insights and then creating a strategy based on data insights. And now technology allows us to look at a lot more data in a lot shorter amount of time. And there you go.
So we're obviously from Philly.
Yeah, you are.
And as you pointed out, as soon as I started talking.
I've been trying to do your accent. It's so cute. The
Yeah.
Philly accent is, Colleen Wolfe is one of my best friends. So listening to her little Philly accent, I try to, hers is almost gone.
Yeah,
but
I know.
every once in a while.
Colleen's going big time. So, but
Colleen she worked here.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. That's.
When you look at the Eagles analytics-wise, what
Yep.
stands out?
Yeah, I mean, number one of the best parts of analytics is helping you draft well.
Yeah.
Pretty sure both of the corners that were drafted are huge contributors to the reason that you're in the position that you're in. So those were epic draft picks. I also love the strategy of, not to say that they play the same position, because obviously we know one lines up in a different place than the other, and the whole way you can play nickel, when Cooper DeJean is starting, when you couldn't, whatever. But between drafting Quinyon Mitchell, you could have said, well, we kind of addressed the backfield. Let's go into different, they're like, au contraire, we can do something cool if we have this opportunity with Cooper DeJean as well. So I think that strategic input, I would imagine, comes from a lot of strategy and data and figuring out how not only to draft the right pieces but to implement them. And look what happened when you play nickel. Oh, just the fewest yards per play allowed in the NFL. And if it were for the whole season, it would be like by a long shot to everyone. So since week 7, since Cooper DeJean started, it's changed everything. So I would imagine that is probably kind of a great example of how it goes hand in glove. And the tush push, of course.
All that.
Because that's old news.
That's numbers, but you can't beat
that's
those
old
numbers.
news,
Yeah.
right?
So as someone who so clearly understands it and how data actually goes into these decisions, what do you say to the people who are kind of anti the analysts? That's not the way football is done. You make the decision with your gut and rub some dirt on it.
Well, we should rub some dirt on wounds, of course. But no, I mean, I don't know. They can make the decision however they want. Like, so can I, right? So so can every team. So if you would like to make a decision based on the data, you should make a decision that's based on the data or whatever input you believe is the most effective. I would argue that the
the empirical data suggests that if you use a strategy that is aligned with looking at data insights and making a very informed decision about the humans involved and using analytics as a tool in the tool belt, you get better results because the Chiefs have a really sick analytics department. The Eagles, really sick analytics. The Ravens, also good. Bills, them too. Detroit Lions, these are playoff teams. What are some things that they have in common? And I'm not going to name the teams that aren't, but you can see them drafting quite high in the draft this year.
So there are teams. There is the teams that are kind of
better
acknowledging it.
And the interesting thing about that, you said the Chiefs, the Eagles, the Bills, and the Ravens. And what's the common denominator there is Andy. It's all, Andy had the influence here. Two of his assistants are the head coach of Buffalo and Baltimore, and obviously Andy. And Andy was around for a long time, but all the stories about him was all the data he had in the notebooks and all that stuff.
And it's using it, right? Now we have technology that allows you to use it faster. It doesn't make it better. Faster doesn't mean better, right? Better data, better, garbage in, garbage out, right? Okay. Better stuff in, better stuff out. Cheeseburgers in, cheeseburgers out, if you will, to use an Andy Reid reference. But ultimately, it's how do you want to build your if you don't get the players that are aligned with the strategy that your coaches want to run, it just isn't going to work, right? Sorry. If you don't move Zach Bond, you don't get the output you had this year from him.
And if you don't have Jalen Carter, you're not going to. It doesn't matter.
That helps.
Yeah.
Turns out when you get Jalen Carter, it helps.
Yeah.
But the better players help you be better. Just but picking those players and picking them together, it's a hard thing to do, especially in a world where the good teams play more good teams in the schedule and the bad teams get to play the bad teams. So that elevates their schedule, and parity is what drives this whole thing round and round we go.
For sure.
Are there cool analytics numbers that we can share with our Eagles audience that helps us feel better about this game?
Do we want positive Eagles or ways to beat the Chiefs? Do we want something do you know what I'm asking? Because my take on Eagles fans is that y'all are never happy. You can win the Super Bowl and Monday you'll be like, what? I'm not sure. It could have been by 17 points instead of 16.
We may or may not already be debating how are they going to lose Zach Bond. We haven't even finished the season yet, but we're already worried.
I love Eagles fans.
Have nice things.
I love Eagles fans. So are we looking for ammo to be like?
Well, let's say that a lot of the neutral people we've talked to are all saying Eagles have a really good team, but Kansas City. So let's look at the negative for Kansas City. How do you beat them?
All right, so the left side of their O-line, it's still a problem. If you look at the difference between playing Joe Thuney and having an actual left tackle versus kicking him out and then putting Mike Caliendo in there, their pressure allowed rate goes up to over 11%. So what is that in context? Let's say good is 5%. So that's double ungood, right? That's not great. So that left side... Is Jalen Carter going to line up over there? Probably not. But do other guys get a chance? Because the attention from Creed Humphrey, who is very good, will be taken to probably help out on that.
Or they have to double Jalen in the middle.
Exactly, right? Are you going to have to help out? What's going on? Boom, you're going to be able to get an opportunity. So I would say that, 11%, that's what you can say. On that left side, it's coming at Patrick Mahomes 11% of the time, which, again, that's 1 in 9 plays.
We'll take it. Well, that would even with a good option.
It's fascinating to me. I'm just kind of sitting here listening to you talk because the understanding of the analytics in this context makes you better understand. So the people who are sitting there and you have a problem with that, why would you have a problem with statistically you have a better chance of a positive outcome if you do this?
People like being confused, and that's my goal in life, is to never make anyone confused. I want to have a good conversation. You can think one thing and I can think something else, but let's have a foundation where some things are, we rooted in facts, not just think about it like this. What if you're I don't like Jalen Hurts?
Okay.
And then, where does your conversation go, right? And then I say, I just don't.
Okay, well, then we're done here.
Right. That's not a...
Thanks so much for spending some time with us.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to give you your 2 positive Eagles stats. Got it?
Yes.
Okay, so Jalen Hurts outside the numbers. Look at the past 4 games. What's happened? Outside the numbers, largely considered the hardest pass in football, especially if they get deeper. I think that's, in this matchup specifically, the non-Trent McDuffie situation. So whoever the matchup there is, I'm going to guess Devontae Smith. That will be another area. That's last year, 2 years ago in the Super Bowl, that's kind of what happened, right? The outside the numbers started going well. Devontae Smith had a great impact. I don't necessarily mean touchdowns. It doesn't matter. I'm talking about first downs, getting you to,
He had the big play that them tied the game at 35-35. It went out of bounds, but it was his play.
Right, and so look for those outside the numbers passes, because that's an area that's been steady improving. We talk about Saquon, and that's great. Saquon's had just a ridiculous year, and my Saquon stat is yards before contact. So yards before contact means Saquon Barkley can get a full head of steam running. Those quads can get going, moving really fast. That helps him, even if you try to tackle him, bust through a missed tackle. If you're tackling someone and they're only traveling their first 3 steps travel, it's way easier to tackle them and stop them. But if the reason he's getting all of these explosive plays is they're giving him a full head of steam, and good luck after that. So the difference is the yards before contact allowed, and then he gets going. That's why the outside runs have been so successful, because he's really running fast by the time someone even tries to hit him. Good luck hitting him not even square on in that situation too, right? You're a little bit of a turn, your force is just like, well, that wasn't a good move, but that's the 2 things I think are interesting. Yards before contact there, and then the outside the numbers throws.
Where can we see? I mean, we see you guys are doing like wall-to-wall coverage. So
who doesn't like wall-to-wall coverage?
Constantly.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
We all do.
Yeah.
But what the best place is to see you, follow you, get all this information.
Well, on X and whatever, it's C Frelund or Cynthia Frelund on Instagram. But we are going to be, me and Colleen are on an 8.5-hour pregame show on game day morning.
She specifically that extra half hour she's like, they had to add the extra half hour.
You know why? It's because she's like just like a little nugget, and so we got to add a little nugget,
a little
extra nugget, a little nugget extra there.
That 8.5 sounded like a lot, but I swear, like, just breaking down numbers and having these conversations with you, I get it now.
Yeah.
Like, you guys can sit there and have fun analysis and break it all down and have people going, oh.
And, I mean, we've got a lot of other stuff to talk about, too. Like, are you guys going to lose your OC to this city? Like, how – I have a question for you.
I can answer that one.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. Is it going to be, like, bittersweet? So if you win the Super Bowl, you're hoisting the Lombardi Trophy. Kellen Moore goes back for the parade, and then he has to come back down here?
If he even does that,
or you're
he
just
may
like,
stay.
I was about to say, or you guys are like, you just don't even come back to Philly.
I'll say
See
this.
you later, sucker.
If
we win, it's cool. When they lost last time and Rich Gannon stayed in Arizona, Rich Gannon's Jonathan Gannon. Sorry, Jonathan Gannon. He's not the most popular guy back there, because then you get was your focus right and everything else. So hopefully for Kellen they win,
right?
Because if not, those questions will happen. And I wonder if he even gets on the plane. I'm sure the Saints want to get moving on what they're doing.
I mean, the Saints are so behind the 8 ball. It's crazy.
So he might not leave.
If they win,
if they win, you're
Philly,
like, all right,
Philly's
cool.
like, we wish you well.
Yeah.
We got our championship. You go ahead and go.
Got
if
they
lose,
then see you later. Don't come back.
I don't want to ever see you in this city again.
4 and 4 years for Jalen, which is tough.
It'll be challenging.
Offensive coordinator.
I have a question, though.
Yes.
Why did you guys not take the white jerseys? You're the home team. You get to decide.
Well, maybe they.
The white jerseys are the winners, like almost all the time.
I know that's what the trends say, the numbers say, but I think
it doesn't actually matter. But I think it's funny.
I think all the fans would prefer the Kelly Green, but they're not allowed to use the alternate.
Everyone wants the Kelly Green.
Everybody.
Who do we have to write a petition to? That seems ridiculous. I didn't realize they weren't allowed to use the alternate.
No, they can't. They're not allowed to use alternates.
Stupid, isn't it?
Yeah, because they can't use the black or the Kelly Green. But the fans would love the Kelly Green if they came.
Everybody would love the Kelly Green.
Yes.
The Kelly Green's the icon.
For sure. And
does Swoop get to wear the Kelly Green at least?
Swoop always matches the team, I think, so he'll be in the midnight.
I love Swoop. I love Swoop. Swoop is like the second best. I'm a Lions fan, so Rory's my favorite, but Swoop is second. I have a bunch of pictures with Swoop.
Yes.
I feel like this is a perfect segment. We're wrapping up today's coverage. They just opened the media experience, not the media experience.
The Super Bowl experience. Yeah.
And the pro shop.
Perfect.
So we're just about. Do you know? You might have inside information. The sweatsuits that they were wearing at
everybody wants them.
I know everyone wants them.
They're
cool.
talking about. Do they have them? Are they even for sale?
I've got a ton of texts from family saying, "I'll Venmo you, get me the sweatshirt."
Like, what are the likelihood
you're gonna like
that we get them?
I'm gonna mark up.
You should just go buy like all of them, and then just like be like, well, you want them, your official retailer.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people, and they're willing to pay. So we'll see. We're
love
gonna find out about an hour.
I love Philadelphia people, and I love how mad you are about everything. Like, you'll win the Super Bowl, and be like I said, 17. We could have won by 18 points.
All right. That statement. No one likes us. We don't care.
You don't like yourselves. That's the other part. Like,
I don't know. I feel like we embrace this. We know we're trifling and petty.
You are trifling, but it's hilarious. I like it. I'm into it. I'm here for it.
We're trifling, petty, and proud. Like, that could be our new
all
slogan.
of them. It's great. I'm here for it. I love it. I love Eagles fans at the Super Bowl are my
and we travel well, so Bourbon Street's got something coming.
Even in Minnesota, when it was like -5 billion degrees,
that was brutal.
You're all outside shirtless. I'm like, what is going? I mean, I'm from Michigan. It is cold there. I don't care. Like, just totally, it was great. I love Eagles fans.
Just means more.
I love Eagles fans. So funny.
We got nothing.
My
no
favorite
counter
front
to that.
office person. My favorite front office person in the league. My favorite non-GM front office person in the league is a works
Big
for your
Dom.
staff. Well, yeah, but John Ferrari.
Okay.
Best. If you don't know him, you're doing it wrong. He is the frickin' best.
All right.
And with a
John
name
Ferrari.
like that,
Ferrari, yeah.
You got to get him.
For sure.
Right?
I feel like we could keep talking. Our show's going off, isn't it?
You guys have
we're
fun.
almost done. Yep.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
of
Appreciate you
course.
spending time with
You
us.
got
This
it.
was fun.
Yeah.
Guys, we're just about
Keep
getting ready
going.
to get
We'll
out
say
of here.
goodbye. We have to keep talking now.
Oh, you guys
yeah,
keep
we do?
talking.
Yeah.
Bye.
By we, you mean me? You want me to
Yeah.
take this and go wander one
Yeah.
last time?
Sure.
All right. So it is just about turn all this down and take you on one more walk around. Guys, this has been day 3 of our whole journey through Media Row, all the things that are taking place. There's a whole, all right. I was trying to figure out what this whole crowd is over here, and then I see Stephen A. is kind of huddled up over with front office sports. Stephen A. is being interviewed over here. So, no chance. You're going to go holler at Stephen A.? He's right over here. Stephen A. is huddled up, and that's what people are trying to get to. It looks like he's doing an interview with front office sports. It was interesting when he first walked in because the whole concept of, we were talking to Van when Stephen A. walked by, giving out greetings, shaking hands, very friendly and personable. But it just speaks to the way the industry has completely changed and evolved, because this is the guy who walked in with all of the folks who have been making their way through. Stephen A. was the one that stopped the crowd. He is making his way out. We're going to see if we can grab him maybe tomorrow if he makes his way through. I want to thank all of you guys for spending another day with us. We'll be back to do it again bright and early tomorrow, 5.5 hours of coverage. Until then, thanks so much for spending some time with us.